everybody. Good morning. Welcome. It is the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's April.
Good morning.
One more, and I got something to go on. I've got a good one today. I've got a reason to come and talk to you. By the way, yes, I did trim, and I got a little too close to the skin last night.
Uh-oh.
My trimmer was getting down to the end of its battery, and it did run out before I was done, so I was kind of doing a rush job. I took her down pretty far.
You did. I didn't get to see it last night.
I took it down pretty far. I look like a soul patch man because I didn't get to trim this.
Oh, that's not good.
No, I didn't get to trim this part here because it ran out of battery before I... What do you do?
Yeah, it looks pretty thin now.
Yeah. It's like Red Dead Redemption 2 when you go to the saloon and you head to the barber and you just take it down real short so it can grow back again. That's all.
All right.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. You guys will see. But hopefully you can still see. I hope. At any rate.
It looks better in person than on camera.
Yeah, it was getting all like curly into my mouth again, and I don't like that.
You just take your little trimmer scissors and just barely so it's not in your mouth.
Fuck that shit. I just...
Or if you're a real man, just let that shit curl over.
No, I don't want to eat my mustache. So I trimmed that fucker. Eddie, let's trim this fucker. And I brought it down. Guys, it is going to be a wonderful farewell to the week. I want you to hit the like button. I can promise you, I want the likes on credit because this is going to be a good one today. We've got Dave Landau finally letting some cats out of bags regarding Steven Crowder. We're going to watch that today.
I've heard they're wild cats.
We're going to talk about that. Somebody like Derek Chauvinist said Landau held back quite a bit in that Malice interview. It was a very, I get it that in this day and age, people want scorched earth and they want destroyed. And here's the problem. Nobody gets destroyed anymore. People have adjusted to the internet and there's no shame. So they don't get destroyed anymore. They just everybody takes the hit and keeps on going. That's kind of why it's no fun. It's like when you get too old for water gun fights in your teens.
Sure. When
people shoot you with the super soaker and you just stand there and you're like, well, this is gay because it's just water and it's fine.
And now I'm wet.
And now I'm all wet. So, it's not like Dave Landau has the power to destroy Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder's got a loyal band of hooligans. And they're going to follow him and do whatever he does. So all Dave Landau can do is, if I may speak like a single white mother for a moment, he can just speak his truth.
Oh, live that best life.
That's what he did. And he spoke his truth to Michael Malice, who's totally a heterosexual. And they talked about what Crowder expected. And what Crowder expected of Landau shows us that Steven Crowder is basically, at his core, a gay theater kid.
Oh, so what everybody was thinking.
He is a gay theater kid. Now, thanks to the segment we did yesterday on this show, people are going to go, oh, so he's like you. No. I did one play in high school because I hurt my shoulder. I couldn't play baseball anymore.
And he heard he could get ladies from it.
And then I found out that the ladies were just dudes.
Right.
And they were speaking in code.
But you did it with the right intentions.
Well, and I still fucked them anyway. But
I was trying to save you.
But it was disappointing. That's all. It was just disappointing. So we got the Crowder Landau thing. This Ollie Oxenfree, Ollie Alexander. People have been asking me to talk about him forever. So you know what I decided to do? I decided to learn. Ollie Alexander. I haven't even bothered to learn the stupid fuck's name. I don't even think a lot of people know who he is. But he's one of these, if you're deep in the right-wing shit, I guess you know who this guy is.
Okay.
And he organized, the Stop the Steal, and he was big on
him,
promoting January 6th. And he's pals with Nick Fuentes. And he also apparently likes to troll for underage ass on his phone.
Can we stop that now? There's plenty of age ass out there.
Yeah, April, it's not that... You see, people who troll for underage ass aren't looking for of-age ass and just can't find it.
You don't say.
They like that. That's what they're...
Okay, well, reevaluate. Stop liking that.
I don't think it's an evaluation. I firmly believe that it
sickness.
is. They are born with it. It's never getting better.
It's
and
Maybelline.
you have to lock them in a room and just separate them from society. That's it. We can talk like that now. 420 is over.
God, we didn't even celebrate.
So it's so gay to celebrate.
We didn't have cake or weed yesterday.
It's so I hate weed people. I've said this before, but I hate weed man people.
Yeah, I do too.
Like just, oh, you know what we should do to celebrate this day? Oh, what? Do exactly what we did yesterday.
Toke up, bro.
Yeah, should we smoke some weed? You know what you should do on 420 if you're a pothead? Like if you're not one,
Quit.
Go ahead and do it. No, on 420 you should smoke crack. Go for it. Swing for the fences, you fucking pussy.
It's not called crack day.
I don't care. Jimmy Crackcorn and I don't care.
God.
Do something fucking different. Smoke crack or have a cup of coffee. Like just like
lace your weed with some acid.
Yeah, like do something interesting and different. Quit with the I'm just gonna do more of the same thing I always do. That's like if 420 was chocolate milk day and everybody just had an extra, glass of chocolate milk. It's like that's not not exactly dangerous. I love chocolate milk.
Chalky milk is good.
That's why I use chocolate milk as the comparison.
It's a great after workout drink.
I enjoy it. After we hit the goal today, we're going to have a donut.
Yes, and sometime here, I didn't have time to grab my coffee. So you tell me when I can run.
Fucking coffee people. You guys are as bad as
you drink
heads.
Celsius in the morning.
Not
I don't
today.
want to hear it.
Not today.
Not for lack of trying. You just don't have any.
It's true. I just don't have one.
You little bitch.
That's fair enough. Derek says, Aaron being proven right again. Imholt Stradamus. I know. It's just, it's not even worth bragging about anymore because when you brag about it, people go, oh, you're wrong. It's not going to. And then it happens, and then they don't give you credit for it anyway. And they just pretend that they, that they didn't say that you were wrong or whatever. It's not. What you do is you learn how to be happy with, in your own heart, you go, I fucking nailed that. I fucking knew it. Plus, I feel like as I get older, if you called it and you saw it coming, you can't brag about it then because it's just normal. Mm. It's like the sun coming up in the morning. You can't be like, I called that.
I said it would come back.
Right. I saw things happening. People who hate me went, you're insane. You're crazy. You're stupid. And I went, no, I'm not. It's kind of a watch. It's like I predicted the sun to rise, and then it rose, and now what? I'm going to do an end zone dance over it?
Probably shouldn't.
No, but I thank you, Derek Chauvinist. I appreciate it. Eighth best opening theme song for a morning show on the internet, says Michael B. That's very nice. We're moving up the rankings. It grows on you.
Oh, I would die to hear the other 7.
Shaft calling you Morticia, saying Morticia looks great this morning.
I'm wearing my nice Stony shirt. Yeah, I know you can't read it. It's on the underboob side.
Yeah.
Stonies in Rockville. Go have fun.
Matt Field says, Sean Rass says, you didn't take it down enough. It's still there. Well, see, yeah. Oh, I get it. He's saying that I look like a gay.
You look strange, though.
He's saying it sucks. It doesn't look, I should have gotten rid of the whole thing.
And now it's sharp again.
It's still there, though. Matt Field says, I'm not even looking at Aaron. Didn't know he was there with the hair and the tits. You're the hair and the tits.
I'm the hair and the tits.
Yes. Mick Farm says, good morning from Australia. Your name is racist, sir.
Ooh.
Mick Farm. I don't think we're allowed to raise them on farms anymore. I think we have to let them frolic about in society.
Well, good morning.
The Micks are now free range.
Well, that's good, right? It's progressive.
Veldrain says, nice shirt, April. Aaron should wear stuff like that. What's better than cleavage? Double cleavage. You guys aren't gonna like what I have. No. It's not going to impress you. There's not much left there.
If he was a lady, you'd call him a flatso.
Yeah. Derek Chauvinist says, Aaron looking like he's playing with Mojo Jojo to take down the Powerpuff Girls with that beard. I was not a Powerpuff Girls guy, and I'm starting to think, thank Christ, because that might hurt my feelings.
My favorite one was Bubbles. So
if I knew that reference, I that might have really hurt me. Brian says, Landau on Cumia Monday. I haven't gotten that far into Cumia's show. I was watching some of it. I was kind of flipping between watching Cumia later and then watching Nightwave Live as they were both covering the Landau thing. So it was very strange. I was watching both of them at once. But I did hear that he's going to have Landau on Monday. And I mean, if Landau wants to, maybe his old chair is back. I think if Cumia can get Landau for the price he got him last time, it's a better value deal because there's more people who are willing to watch Landau now. His profile's bigger. So maybe offer him the same money Question mark.
Might be worth it.
I'm rather fond of snorting a couple teeners or pure meth on 420, says Matt Fields. Well, there you go. See?
He's
Something
hardcore,
different.
man.
Something different. Coffee people can be pretentious, says Cap'n Slappin'.
I'm not
Or Kraken
pretentious.
slapping, excuse
and we're
me.
about, hey, I need you to cut that shit too, because we're about to have a coffee, and you can't be sitting on no coffee people. You piece of shit.
Wow.
We have a coffee coming.
See, guys, the coffee people get really bitchy
Look
when they
at
don't
you.
have their
no,
coffee.
it's you,
know
and
what they do?
advertisers again.
They just yell, you piece of shit.
Somebody is working so hard right now to make like April's Bean into existence.
Yeah.
And you shit on coffee.
And I'm really excited, and I'm sure you coffee people will fucking love it. What?
It's so mean.
So if somebody makes me, a peanut butter, I like peanut butter, but let's say I didn't like peanut butter.
Makes you a peanut butter.
Yeah, they make a peanut butter based on steel toe. Do I have to then go, oh, I love peanut butter? No, I go, you people who love peanut butter are going to love this shit.
You don't have to say you love it, but you shouldn't shit on it.
I'm shitting on the people who drink it, not the drink itself. The people who drink it are hopeless addicts. They're like crack babies.
Well, I hope those hopeless addicts buy my Magic Bean.
So do I. I want to shove shit down addicts' throats all day. I don't care about your health
Okay.
or if it's good for you or bad for you.
Celsius is far worse than you, or for you, by the by.
That's a lie. She's lying. She's totally fucking lying. Alex Ansel says, people keep saying I look like this lady's mother. Okay, dude. Sounds great. You do look like him. I look like who?
Oh, the guy from Powder Puff Girls.
Shit. I don't know Powder Puff Girls. Derek says, Landau better suck Kumia's dick on Monday and say sorry. We will get to all of the Landau stuff. I promise. And oh, yeah, he has a show on The Blaze now. By the way, the fact that Dave Landau and one of Crowder's other former staff members now have a show together on The Blaze kind of shows you Crowder might have been the problem with the Blaze thing.
Well, yeah. Usually I think the one who didn't want to talk about it is probably the problem.
Right.
Just a thought.
Derek Chauvinist says Crowder had this exact issue with Gavin 3 years ago. Crowder doesn't like to be outshone on his show. McInnes, I didn't know that he was. I knew that he was on Crowder's show before. I didn't know that he was like a regular guy. Fuck you, dude. Says, wow, April's feisty today. She is. She hasn't had coffee, and now she's.
It's not like a problem if I don't have coffee for a couple hours.
No, you just yelled that I'm a piece of shit.
Just because we're going to sell coffee.
You piece of shit. It felt like, it didn't feel like an in control piece of shit.
You know what it is?
It felt like an out of control, I need caffeine piece of shit. It felt like an on edge piece of shit.
I liked you better before I realized you shaved your beard off.
Ow. See what I mean about the cutting deep? It's because of the coffee. That's what it is. Okay, now Alex Ansel is growing on me. Says, I like peanut butter because of how many kids it kills because of allergies. Fuck. The ugly fuckling says, coming from the sissy that drinks sparkling energy drinks.
Right.
They're not sparkling.
Yes, it is.
They're not sparkling at all.
They're absolutely sparkling.
They're not. It's an energy drink. It's Celsius.
A sparkling one.
Is it sparkling?
Yes.
Well, it's delightful. I like a good sparkling energy drink.
They're very sparkly.
Hey, if I like something and you say it's gay, I'll fight the fact that it's gay. If I don't like it, it can be gay.
Would you like me to run a holiday later? Grab you one?
Nah, that won't be necessary. Unlike you, I can get through a morning show without putting stimulants into my body.
I can do it. I just don't like to.
Right, you yell at people and call them pieces of shit and get all
I'm laughing
testy.
the whole time I've been yelling at you.
So you enjoy being a
You
complete
are much
piece
like
of
the
shit to
TikTok
people.
monsters who cut all context out.
No, I'm like the TikTok monsters who take 14 Benadryl. Devil Pup says, you're just making my coffee taste better. That's the jizz. Hulkamash says, Aaron just hates coffee because he's a caffeine lightweight. That's a weird accusation to make. I hope you have proof.
Tiny bit.
That's a fucking actionable right there.
You call your energy drink crack.
Grant says, Landau should just go back to Kumia. Anthony needs someone better than the losers he's left with. Hey, oh, by the way, we have a show coming up. Hey, wait a minute. Son of a bit. We got another compound show coming on Thursday, and now I feel
We're
like,
not technically at the
are
best
we
with
one of the
him.
losers? Kumia lost Landau, sure, but he got us.
We've not been at the desk. I don't think they're calling us losers.
That's true. Maybe we're not one of the losers.
You're projecting.
Don't make Gino one of the losers. He's a good enough guy. That's how I defend people. He's a good enough guy.
He's a good enough guy.
Yeah. Cockdiff wants to know who Landau is. Seriously. He's a little sawed-off comedian guy. He was Cumia's co-host, then he was Crowder's co-host, and then now he's just a guy who doesn't like Crowder. Join the club. Fuck you and your take on coffee, people, says Mr. Approachable, in all caps. Then says, taking a sip. Hey, I overreacted. My bad. See, you guys all see that.
See, the sip does make everything better.
But that's my argument.
I'm with Mr. Approachable.
Oh, the fucking bad luck boys.
Why are you so angry?
Clarence the cunt and lackey Louie. Clarence is the problem, as we all know. Louie is a gutless, spineless jellyfish who will go along with anything that Negro cat cooks up in his stupid brain.
I think he's just shy.
Bad Luck Boys with $2 says, Aaron's a pride flag. I think he's trying to say gay. April's cleavage doesn't do clubs.
You're
Is
right.
this because you shot down Clarence? Is he getting bitchy now?
Hey, I was staying radio silent. You put it out there.
April's not into black cats, if you catch my drift, Clarence.
Just how about not cats?
She needs, if you guys are going to live together, when she's applying for,
Oh my God.
if she's applying for leases, she needs a number higher than 426. What? Cat's got a
Setting
shit
the
credit.
bar extra low.
Cat's got
What am
a
I doing carrying this relationship?
Cat's got a shit credit score. What can I tell you? Mick Farm says, isn't there more caffeine in energy drinks? Fucks yeah, there is.
Yes, by like quite a bit.
Alex Ansel says, your drink sparkles like the man love left on your chin, Aaron. I did take it down really far.
How did you do that?
I just kind of got going, and then it didn't stop.
It does make me upset now because it looked so nice and dark and thick before, and it was soft.
There's like a passage of time, and it comes back. You know, it as time goes on, the hair grows in. I was just tired of the curliness, and then I went too far.
But your beard wasn't curly.
And all I left was a Sting soul patch. Son of a bitch. I got to charge that fucking thing. Bad Luck Boy says, yes, Louis is the Bob Levy of the group. Oh, look out. Break down ahead.
The real fence sitter.
Yes. Muted Growl says, just saw the compound video. Right job, guys. Right job. Okay, I'll take right job over great job.
Thank you. I think right job sounds good.
Yeah, I'll take right job. Dave is the type of person who fucks around on somebody, then bitches he got cheated on. Really? I didn't.
You didn't
Look,
get that vibe?
No, he had a job with Cumia. He took a job with Crowder, and he took it for the right reasons. He thought it would boost his stand-up career. He thought he could make more money. He said his base pay wasn't as high as what Crowder or as what Cumia paid him.
Okay.
And we'll get all into the Landau thing later, but
He went more for the optics of being with Crowder, right?
Crowder has a bigger audience. It's a free platform. There's no paywall. And he thought he would get better stand-up booking gigs out of it. The only problem is Crowder killed his ability to do stand-up. So, perfect.
Sorry, buddy.
Perfect. We'll get to all of it. We're just catching up with the chat, then on to the news. We got Hot Bitches to start the show off. We got, and John Fetterman. I should have lumped that into one thing. Hot Bitches and John Fetterman. Go together. BuzzFeed News shutting down. That's going to be fun. An Alec Baldwin update. And then people have been telling me to talk about this Ali. I'm going to mispronounce his name because I don't.
Ally.
Ali Alexander. And the grooming thing and the Nick Fuentes connection. You got to remember, I'm a normie. So I know who these guys are on the peripheral, but I don't dive deep into their horse shit. Because the first time anyone ever showed me anything Nick Fuentes related, I'm like, are they just not? They're claiming this isn't gay? I saw him for the first time. I'm like, guys, you're listening to a twink. This is a 12-year-old who clearly is gay. He's
What
the
if
guy.
they like that?
He's the guy who gets caught with the male teacher. But nobody ever says anything about it. That is a homosexual man. And I don't care about actionability on that statement. Fuck a girl in front of me, and then maybe I'll think you're not doing it just for the money. Ooh. That is a gay man.
And you guys said I was feisty.
I haven't had my Celsius. I don't. These beard and facial hair comments are hurtful. I really don't even feel like reading these before we get started today. Triple N, I'm not going that route. Sorry, buddy. Very funny, but I'm not going that route. Bad Luck Boys with $5 says, look up ROTC Crowder Canadian Psycho. We called it. Actually, when I started listening to ROTC, I think is when they started jumping on Crowder. I think that was before. It was a few years before Trump got elected. Okay. I started watching that show, and it's because they were bagging on Crowder, and I was like, thank God somebody
sees it.
Right. There were so many things. Like when I first started listening to Mersh and Royce, they were saying so many of the things that I already felt, but I was only thinking them, because if you say them out loud, like to say Crowder's a weirdo, psychotic, sociopathic hack in 2014, 2015, people were like, oh, what are you, some kind of libtard? But you're like, no, I see it in the guy's eye, in the whites of his eyes.
See it in his eyes.
Right. Fucking Canadian Psycho is the perfect way to put it. He lied to Cumia and said he was promoting Compound Media on Crowder. Water under the bridge. Cotty says April is the hottest bitch.
Whoa.
There you go. It's an aggressive compliment.
Woo. Everyone's feisty today.
Yamaha biker. I like it when people just say they're gay right in the name of the thing. I think that's proud. I think that should come with a rainbow flag.
I hear you.
Says Steel Toe, hey man, not everyone gets hyped up. Coffee has a paradoxical effect on some. Like groove through it. Peace and love, man. Anyone else hungry?
What the hell?
You guys are the best. Turtle with $2 says behind in the chat. Let's go. Well, I'm behind in the chat too. You guys are talkative little bitches this morning, which is fine. It's great.
Should I take a minute? Is this a good time? Since you have so much chat.
Oh, to get your go get your fucking coffee, you junkie. Go ahead. You're a junkie. That was supposed to be Ace Rothstein. It sounded like Kevin Brennan. Fine, do it. Tiggle Biddy says you have great confidence in your gaydar. I mean, do you really have to have great confidence in your gaydar to call Nick Fuentes being a homosexual? Mike McFadden says Aaron shaved his clam radio beard. It is not a
clam radio.
All right, continuing on. Yes, Bad Luck Boys, it is a real thing, but I think it's kind of a... Look, I'm not judging anybody else who wants to use it. I'm just saying it's not for me. Believe it or not, I have a code of ethics. I don't expect anyone else to follow it. I just know what makes me, like when I get done with my show, I know what makes me feel proud of the show I do. And what makes me feel kind of dirty. And I've learned that over the last year, and I just try to stick to that. If other people don't, that's fine. Okay, 175 away from knocking it out today. Again, 175. Somebody says Crowder does the best Gilbert Gottfried impression known to man. Yeah, unfortunately, he's doing Bernie Sanders when he does it. Unfortunately. 175 away. If we knock that out, we do a half hour of overtime. 175, that's all that's left for the week. And great, guys. Thank you very much. Incredible generosity during the Steel Toe Show. Hopefully we've earned it. I told you Nick Fuentes turned down Ashton Birdie when she was hot and not on OnlyFans. He's a gay. If he turned down Ashton Birdie. Now, look, the only time I've ever seen Ashton Birdie broadcast anything is when I was waiting to go on the Content House thing. And, like, she... First sentence out of her mouth, I went, wow, this chick's a problem. But, like, she's cute, and Nick Fuentes could have just, thrown her in a jump, and it would have been okay. But if Nick passed up on her, oof, it's a gay guy. I'm sorry. And then there was that tall, skinny, Twinkie-looking dude that he was into, or he was, like, went on a date or something. I don't know. I know this lore on the periphery. And, I'm getting... I was just about caught up with the chat.
It's that lack of Celsius, man. You need it.
Now I'm talking about shit. Papa Dan says if Nick was ever to have a pussy, he would probably say ew and run away. He wouldn't... Here's my... Okay, this is a serious take on Nick Fuentes. I feel like the problem Nick Fuentes would have with vagina is the moistness. the humidity,
Why?
the dew. I think he would feel the dew and he would go, "Oh, slimy. This is gay.
Oh,
this
you
is not
mean-
conservative. This is moist, dewy parts. This is a human body shouldn't have this much dew on it. That's not why God put us here."
Because men parts are dry.
Well, just because I don't think he knows about it. That's all. All right. Include Catboy is totally based, you guys. Why don't you believe me, Nick Fuentes? Catboy. That's it. It was Catboy. I was trying to think of what they called that guy that Nick Fuentes stared at dreamily. It was Catboy. Don't even know what that means. Nick Fuentes just prefers them like he sees them on Cornhub, on meth, and missing most of their teeth. Fantastic. All right, guys, shall we get started today? You guys have been a talkative bunch. I got a French cruller. Why? Because I'm a homosexual.
I would let it warm up a little.
No shit. It's all hard and nasty.
Well, that was so it didn't get sweaty and weird.
All right.
You are such a complainer. Oh my Lord, just eat it. I don't care.
Matt Fields with $3 on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Matt.
$175 away from knocking her down.
I believe he's part of that merch order I'm picking up tonight too.
Oh yeah,
by the
merch
way.
order gets picked up today.
Yes.
Are you guys excited?
Yes.
Fun shit.
If he's not on there, I'm sorry. I
All
know
right,
he is.
let's. If Nick Fuentes is watching this show now, I'm gonna throw out some Nick Fuentes repellent so he goes away. I'm gonna talk about chicks with big titties.
Ooh,
That's right. Nick Fuentes can go grab a juice box or something.
Capri Sun.
Yeah, there is. Apparently, they keep track. There's certain like metrics to keep track of who the sexiest influencer alive is. I'll trust it because I'm not doing my own research on this shit.
Well, and it's not us, right?
Unfortunately, we didn't make the cut.
Sorry.
They were looking through the metrics and they said that you dragged down the average.
I get it.
Work on it if you could.
Look, I have permission to do whatever I must to get to
No,
that
no,
point?
no, not at all. Not
Oh.
at all. Not at all. I'm just saying, do what you can within the bounds of good taste.
Okay. I'm going to do some research this weekend and make adjustments.
Oh, speaking of slutty things, to get the boys' attention.
Whoa.
April got another Simpcast invite yesterday.
Invite?
Invite. I can't fucking. You know what? Hold on a second. I need a boost.
He needs his French cruller.
Yeah.
I did. I had sent Chrissy a message again congratulating her on her 600 plus episodes now. Pretty big deal. And
Kiss
she
ass.
said, "Aw, thanks, April," or something like that. She said something with aw in it. And then she's like, "Do you have another Simpcast date in mind?" And I didn't respond yet because I don't know yet.
You should
I
s-
obviously do. I just don't know which one.
What you should do is you should go this Sunday or I'm never coming on again. And just see what she says. It's a power move.
Just send it in all caps.
Yeah, it could work out for you.
This Sunday or never.
This Sunday or you can fuck right off. I'm a
You
busy bitch, you cunt.
Bitch.
Yeah.
I went with bitch. You went with cunt. Jesus.
Oh, no, I'm writing mine to Frank.
Oh, see, now that makes sense.
Oh, no, actually, I stole this shirt from Frank. That's one. All right. Let's talk about the bitches. As far as the bitches go, Ashley Graham, this disgusts me. I hate this.
I know you hate her.
Ashley Graham to me is the chick asking for free seats on the airplanes.
Dude,
I'm not. This is where if Marquise is here early this morning, we're gonna fight because she is a chunky broad, and I don't care about chunky broads. I'm fine if you're a chunky broad,
who's a chunky broad you're cool with?
like Melissa McCarthy,
Kathy Bates.
Kathy Bates, chunky bitches who are just chunky bitches. I don't like when
Trisha?
like she's fine too.
Yeah.
I don't like it when like culture, quote unquote. And when I say culture, by the way, I mean Jewish people in places of authority. Kidding? Question mark.
Oh, I took that for
I don't like it when the culture tries to like force someone into the hot category.
the hot or not.
Yeah, like they tell us they're hot. That's not how it works. We decide if they're hot. So then this fat girl will eat a sandwich on the cover of a magazine. They'll be like, "Isn't she the hottest fucking thing?" And I'm like, no.
I've watched TMZ call Lizzo hot before.
Right. I don't like it. So now there's, what publication is it? Is this a Maxim thing or is this just like, okay, it is Maxim. All right, so social media star Paige Spiranek.
Sporanic.
You know who she is. She's the golfer chick with
Yeah.
the tits. She's the cute blonde chick who
Who gets mad that old ladies are on the golf course? Like, could you put some clothes on? We have men out here.
Oh, yeah, she doesn't like that. Yeah, because like old people, they go to the golf course and they see this little 20-something-year-old bitch with her giant tits out
God bless.
on the golf course, and her ass, like when she goes into her backswing, you just see a little bit of bottom cheek. And then the 52-year-old women who are golfing with their husbands go, could you stop it? A, my husband has a heart condition. B, he's jacking off over by the ball wash. And number 3, I'm feeling thoughts I haven't felt since I was in college. So I need you to put your ass cheeks away, and your well-moisturized titty meat needs to go back into a shirt of some sort.
She, too, is looking for a hole-in-one.
Yes, everyone looking, and they know which one. It's about 3 yards away. It's a gimme putt.
I mean, she's pretty hot.
So, Paige Spiranac, most beautiful influencer in social media, Maxim called her. Well, Maxim, proving they're full of shit and proving it's something none of us have read since we found it at a friend's house when we were 12 so we could sneak off a quick crank. Just a year ago, Spiranac received the Sexiest Woman Alive tag from Maxim magazine. And now, no, Ashley Graham is the new sexiest woman in the world. No.
I don't think I'll even give her this benefit of the doubt. She's that chick. You and I've brought this to your attention before. You know how Victoria's Secret has totally fallen from grace?
Yeah.
I've told you before, I think that Ashley Graham was the start of that. Because at one point, like, she was with them too. And then she became like that first plus size model that was really like everywhere.
Yeah.
I think that was like going on almost 10 years ago.
Yeah. Now Victoria's Secret puts like Kamala the Ugandan giant in a fucking bra and panties. And they're like, isn't this hot? And they're patting their belly like that. And you're like, no.
But I think Ashley Graham's time to be Maxim's hottest woman alive would have been back then.
Okay.
Not right now.
Then she annoys the piss out of me because, like, at least fat women usually have good personalities. Did you see her working the red carpet at the Oscars?
Yes.
Do we not have, like, people who work in television? I know it existed in radio. Do we not have, like, gatekeepers? I mean, same people I was mentioning earlier.
You're looking for some professionalism?
Somebody who watches someone do an interview thing, like a mock tryout interview, and goes, no, I don't care if there is a crossover value to her hosting this thing. She fucking sucks, and she doesn't know how to ask questions.
Not good.
The Hugh Grant thing was perfect. Hugh Grant was like so insulted that this chick even gets to talk to him that
is he still hot?
Yeah, Hugh Grant Oscar interview. Hey, you're probably gonna be disappointed.
Oh no.
Hugh Grant rolls his eyes after Oscar interview. These are the worst fucking questions. It's the most terrible banter ever. And this like 6'7", this power forward is asking him all these questions, bullshit questions. And you can tell it's like 60-year-old Hugh Grant, and he's like, I just want to go to my seat, grab a drink.
I just want to party.
I just want to cruise through this fucking awful night.
You weren't part of my plans.
And like, so when, what's her name? When the comedian, when Joan Rivers did this, she'd bust people's balls, mention things about their career, make fun of them, so on and so forth. And Ashley Graham is like, are you excited? He's like, yeah, sure.
I'm here.
Isn't this great? Yeah, it's really cool. Do you have any? I have a movie coming up. Would you like to ask me about that? Oh, what kind of movie?
Oh, what do you got?
Yeah, never mind. This is what made me hate Ashley Graham more than just people are trying to tell me she's hot when I have eyeballs.
Okay.
This made me hate her more.
I can't remember my tailor.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to the tailor.
Oh,
okay, all right. Okay. Well, thank you so much. It was nice to talk to you.
Now it's over.
All right, back to you guys.
Hugh Grant may not have been nominated for an Oscar at the 95th Academy Awards on Sunday, but he definitely took home a big show when the actor stopped to chat with.
This isn't the video I wanted. Son of a bitch. Rude Oscars. Here we go.
Hugh Grant, you are a veteran of the Oscars, and you've been here a few times. What's your favorite?
Hey, Hugh, I'd like to call you old as we start off this interview.
Dude, there was a couple people doing her job that did that to people that night.
Really?
Yep. I enjoy watching people's like crazy outfits and shit, so I had it in the background, and some of these people would just ask the dumbest questions and act like they knew nothing about the celebrity.
Sexiest woman alive. How?
You can name 10 at least right now that are hotter. Right?
Yeah, I see women in the background that are hotter than her.
Yeah, those two back there look pretty good.
This one
that
here.
That one in the middle there.
This one here.
Them. That one in the black dress between them.
This one back here. I'm getting a Hillary Clinton vibe.
You dummy. The two in the...
I just circled these two.
Between Ashley
That's why
and Hugh, there is a woman in a black
right
dress.
There. Oh, I can't see your face.
Oh, man.
I'm worried you might be leading me down a primrose path here.
You know what? I'm so fucking sorry.
Favorite thing about coming to the Oscars?
It's fascinating. It's the whole of humanity is here. It's Vanity Fair.
Oh, it's all about Vanity Fair. Yes, that's where we let loose and have a little bit of fun.
Oh, it's so awkward. Mm-hmm. What Hugh's trying to say is, it's pretentious as fuck. Mm-hmm. It's just gobs and gobs of hangers-on and people just being as shallow as they possibly can be. Go off of that. Oh, yeah, it's all about vanity. This bitch thinks he's talking about the magazine.
Right.
What are you most excited to see tonight?
To see?
Yeah, well, I know that you probably watched a few of the movies. Are you excited to see anybody win? Do you have your hopes up for anyone?
No one in particular.
Okay, well, what do you...
I like him. Okay, she's terrible, and he senses she's terrible, and he's also doing nothing to help.
I will say this about him, too. How this situation works is like the women doing Ashley Graham's job, they kind of hope and cross their fingers that certain celebs come over to them so that they can talk to them.
And Hugh Grant's a get.
He is a get, so she probably tried to get him, but he didn't have to go over there.
Imagine that.
He could have skipped it.
Imagine this. She's like, Hugh, over here. And you get Hugh Grant. If you're waving someone over and going over here, you should have something to say.
Right. No, she just wanted to be on screen with Hugh Grant.
Oh.
Wearing tonight, then?
Just my suit.
Your suit? Who made your suit? You didn't make it.
I can't remember. My tailor.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to the tailor.
Yeah.
It's just such basic bitch shit. Shout out to the tailor.
I really do get the vibe that she thinks she's talking to a female. Like a woman would be totally all in on that.
I feel like she's doing an impression of what she thinks this is supposed to be.
Sure.
Tell me, what does it feel like to be in Glass Onion? It was such an amazing film. I really loved it. I love a thriller. How fun is it to shoot something like that?
She meant buffet. Sorry.
I love a good thriller.
Well, I'm barely in it. I'm in it for about 3 seconds.
Yeah, but still, you showed up and you had fun, right?
Almost.
Okay, all right. Okay. Well, thank you so much. It was nice to talk to you.
Yeah.
All right, back to you guys.
He just rolls his eyes and walks away.
So that was a big fail.
I like it because, no, he gave her the respect she deserves. He gave her the respect that she deserves because he knew she was there as like not a pity hire, but like they were trying to do some like social media influencer crossover thing.
Well,
in
the optics, like she's a bigger woman.
You just get a good person who's good at doing that in there. So they gave it to Ashley Graham. Like, again, just...
I will say this. I don't want to be unfair. I do think she's pretty. There is much worse than her out there. Absolutely.
Saggy fat girl tits. And, like, they put all of her clothes she wears, like, up over her belly button so it looks like she's not fat.
Everything's high-waisted. Granny panty style. But, yeah, she's pretty. She's not number one pretty.
Stop telling me she's hot. Don't quit telling me who's hot. I will decide for myself. Like, you go, hey, here, great example. Every time they do an article or something on Page Sporanic, they're like, here's this girl playing golf. Wink. It's subtle. They don't even go hot, smoking, look at her tits,
it's
blah, blah, blah.
It's implied because you know what? She is hot.
It's implied because you can put a picture of her golfing up there and you go,
golfing.
Oh, okay. I see what the draw is. But we notice with Ashley Graham, every time it's like, she's hot. Remember, she's beautiful. Remember, this girl's really hot. Beautiful, sexy, plus-size model. She's amazing. As a person, she's probably just fine. Oh, thank you.
Yep, she's probably lovely. Like I said, she is pretty. I've seen much worse than her.
But she goes along with the propaganda.
Yes, she
So
does.
therefore, I don't hold her as completely innocent.
I can think of specific models that I think are like hotter than her. Like a whole bunch of them.
I'm being testy because I don't care if people say Ashley Graham's hot. I never see her. But when you start ranking her and then you start showing me the people you're ranking her in front of, now I know you're full of shit and you're doing this for like political correctness points. You're pushing her as hot because what? You don't want to see fat phobic or whatever?
Ironically, like the hottest part of her to me is her face, and that's not what any of these people are putting her in there for.
Right, but why is it that it's like everything else now? It's like you can't just say live and let live. That's not enough. Like we were always preached tolerance. And then society got to the point where they're like, all right, guys, we tolerate everything. You know, we're not burning anybody at the stake and anything like that. We're just leaving people alone if we don't like them. And they went, no, you have to want to fuck them. Like, no, I don't want to. Oh, so you're a bigot. No, I just.
You're fat phobic. Yeah.
D's and Big Balls with $10.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balls. 170 away from our half-hour overtime goal for the week. It's over once we hit that 170. Thank you guys very much for a very productive week this week.
Steel Toe. Michael said April's a woman. You watched this, and I do want to clarify. Like I watch like Wheel of Fortune and shit, and this shit comes on after, and I kept it on for the red carpet portion. I did not watch the Oscars. I don't think anybody should watch the Oscars.
Hugh Grant hasn't been a get since he was caught with that whore. I don't know. He still shows up and stuff, right?
I haven't seen him in anything.
Veldrain says Aaron Ashley Graham is a butter body. Lots of butter was required to make that body. I like that. I might steal that.
That is funny.
I like that. John Domingo says Paige puts on those shiny skin-tight pants and tortures men on the golf course. I let her play through every time. I'm like, I'm not letting this bitch play behind me. There's no way. I'm not going to be fucking upstage.
No, you just want her ahead of you so you can watch her, right?
See, I'm such a spurg. I was thinking more like, I don't want her behind me judging my golfing with their little tits out.
Do you think she's good at golf? I don't. I don't think she golfs.
Unfortunately, I bet she's better than me.
No, I bet she doesn't golf. I bet she
golfs. She golfs. No, she golfs. She's not terrible.
What is her record?
You don't have a record in golf. You have a handicap.
Pro golfers do.
No, they don't. They have a handicap.
Okay, what's her handicap? I don't care.
You'll have to ask her.
God, you're so nitpicky.
Why are you yelling at me about her handicap?
Because you can't just like understand that that's what I'm trying to say when I say her record.
Her record.
Like,
it's like,
I'm not a golfer. I don't know.
You can't be like 14-2 in golf because you're technically golfing against yourself. That's the way the sport works.
Well, not in the competitions, no.
Thank you very much. Turtle says, if you say my real name, toss me a mod. Thank you for getting me through the shit the last few months. So thank you, buddy. $50 coming from Turtle. Thank you, pal. 120.
Thank you.
Away from overtime and another successful steel toe week today. Thank you guys very much. People are saying she has a 2-boner handicap. Lip Ripper says, bet she ain't under 100 from the ladies' tee. You'd have to be. Paige
Why?
Sporanic.
That's not her shtick at all.
Paige Sporanic handicap. Unfortunately for all the diehard Hogel fans, I don't know what that means, Sporanic wins there too. Maxim is a scratch golfer, meaning she plays with a 0 handicap. So she's golfs a 72. There you go.
Well, that's pretty great.
Scratch golfer is considered very, very good. So.
Scratching some things later.
What? You mean
sure
she's going to get
a lot of backs?
You mean she's getting crabs? She's going to be like itching?
No.
Oh.
You are so unsexy. Okay. What is wrong with you?
I thought you were accusing her of having crabs.
No, I was accusing her of scratching backs during things.
Jussie Smollett's News says Ashley should be a spokesperson for Subway. Why? She fuck kids? Isn't that the prerequisite for...
Whoa.
I don't think she fucks kids.
Whoa. Patrick Mahomes and Ariana Grande are both Subway people, too.
Oh, so they've they've rebranded from the kid fucking thing.
Yeah,
I thought that was a bad look. I don't know why they ever did that and went, hey, guys, this kid fucker says eat our sandwiches.
I do think they moved on from, the unmentionable.
Well, then fine. All right, we got all the hot chick shit out of the way. Wait, no, I have one more hot chick to talk about this morning. I'm sorry. Here you go.
You have to stop.
John Fetterman is a goof.
Oh, really?
There's no other way to put it. The man is a giant buffoon. He has a job until August, and that's it. He has a job until August, and then the governor of Pennsylvania can appoint a new senator. They'll say that he's depressed again and booty hooty hoo, and he has to go away again, and being a senator's too hard, and then he's keeping the seat warm for somebody else.
Okay.
That's it. He tweeted this yesterday. Now, this is what I was worried about when everyone started, pushing for the legalization of weed, and then states started making weed legal. This was going to happen. You guys were going to get your way about your weed, and then it was going to become the uncoolest shit in the world. Weed is about to become as cool as brandy. Or
that's out the door, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's about how cool weed's about to be. Because look, this is a sitting U.S. senator tweeting, it's 420 on 420. That's the tweet. And then he's holding a flag that says it's 420 somewhere.
Why does he have to look so angry about it?
Well, he's doing what he can to process. It's like a 386 computer, his processor.
Okay, it's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he holds up the flag, he can't make facial expressions. You gotta.
Let's say I were somebody who does smoke weed and I was trying to celebrate 420, I guess, because that's what you do, bro. If I saw this, I'm tossing my supply.
Right, it ruins your day.
It ruins it. This ruined my high.
This is, if anything, this is a dare tweet.
I dare you to smoke.
This is this is a dare tweet. Like, hey, kids.
Dare.
Yeah.
The program.
Hey, kids, you think weed is cool? You think weed is fun? Weed is great, man. Well, check this out. And then you just have a retard holding a flag. And you're like, you want to be like this? Like, not in a million years.
I don't know if retard's a good word for him. I think he is...
I beg to differ. I think it's
ill.
the perfect word.
I think he is sick. I think he is incapable of holding office.
Stroke-induced retardation. Does that make you feel better?
A little bit.
Okay, stroke-induced retardation.
I don't think he was quite this bad pre-stroke.
We don't know. I don't know if... I didn't know we were being politically correct today, but I will say stroke-induced tardation.
I like to make that word special.
I see.
The right
We're trying to save it. We're trying to keep its value.
Right.
Yeah, like if John Fetterman is holding, fuck John Fetterman. If your senator is holding a 420 flag, the thing that you're doing that you think is so cool just became infinitely times less cool.
No, it's like the opposite of cool.
Right. Now, if it was still illegal and one of your politicians went, let's fucking smoke some weed. Or if he came out and he's like, let's do some fucking blow today, brother. That's punk rock. That's kind of rebellious.
You'd buy that one?
Yeah. If John Fetterman held a thing, said, let's do some rails, motherfucker. That would have been cool.
But I need him not look so angry when he's doing it. Then I'll buy it. He always looks angry. I don't know if he just has resting bitch face or something.
Yeah. He's just not.
He's always mad.
It's tough for him to hold things and then at the same time while you're holding it, make a face. Paige Sporanic is way hotter than this chick over on Rumble, says Load Hog. I agree with Aaron. Here's the problem. Here's the thing. You agree with 90% of the country. They're trying to make it look like Maxim puts a fat girl on the cover and goes, she's hotter than the skinny chick with big tits, which no man has ever said.
Oh.
And then they're gaslighting you into thinking more people think that way.
I would dare you right now to hop onto Sports Illustrated swimsuit editions.
Right.
Instagram.
They've got dicks now, don't they?
I almost sent you a couple more. They keep coming out with they put out like rookie pictures, like people who are rookies to it.
Yeah, sure.
They're all overweight now.
Are they all fat?
I don't know if like fat always, but like they're usually pretty soft and doughy looking.
Where they fucked up with like the swimsuit issue and where they fucked up with Victoria's Secret is when they started putting women in charge. And since women hate women, they hated seeing the super hot, flawless 9.95 out of 10 women wearing their products. So they said, well, let's be inclusive and let's put pigs in our clothing. And then they wondered why they were losing money. It's like, because you put a woman in charge of this shit. You need to put a gross pig man in charge of the swimsuit issue and the Victoria's Secret stuff. That's where these pig fuckers belong.
I know you're right on like the big scale, but like for me, I used to buy that edition of Sports Illustrated, the swimsuit one, because of the hot chicks in there and because I want to look like them. So I want to see what they're doing.
Right. That's why pig shit men should be making that issue. Not women who like are purposely trying to torpedo it because I hate that hot bitch.
I remember, I think, so when I was an adult, moved out and everything, I think I bought one every year for like 3 years, And then that 4th year I bought one and it started being, no offense, like women in like full body cover up, like hijab swimsuits and overweight women and stuff. Yeah. And it kind of just took away, and that stuff's all fine somewhere, but it took away from what Sports Illustrated was supposed to be. Yeah.
Kelly Berger says, let's see if you can hold a smile with a stroke. Fetterman bitch face. Yeah, that's his, he's, getting over some shit. Wayne Chambers with $5 says, April, I live in Pittsburgh, and he was a tard before the stroke. He was the mayor of one of the worst areas and managed to make it worse.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like when Pete Buttigieg brags like, I was the mayor of South Bend. It's like, that's a shithole, dude.
I retract.
It's a shithole.
You have free reign.
Oh, he also called Bridges racist yesterday. Pete Buttigieg. I forgot to mention that. Pete Buttigieg made some speech where he's like, we used to build bridges and some of them were too short for the school buses for the black and Puerto Rican kids to go to the beach. So they built the bridges so the black and Puerto Rican kids couldn't go to the beach. And I'm like, that sounds like something a sophomore college professor told you that if you Google it, it's complete bullshit and you just bought it.
That type of stuff, like, that actually scares me that there's no return for this country. Everything is racist, including inanimate objects.
Bridges and car accidents.
Roads. He called roads racist the other day.
Roads were racist, yeah. Well, and yeah, I was kind of like hopeful on that one that he was just saying that because he was in front of Al Sharpton, but no, he doubled down with the bridge thing.
I suppose what's next? Railroad tracks are racist, and that's why all the derailments
Oh yeah,
are
do you know how many fucking black people they used to put on railroad tracks back in the day? Super racist. 100%. That's how Malcolm X's dad died.
God, that'd be a terrible way to go.
They caved his head in with a hammer and then laid him down on the train tracks.
Well, at least they killed him first.
Guess what the insurance company ruled it? You want to talk about racism?
It was an accident?
It's suicide.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. They beat the fuck out of him with a hammer, fucked his face up, and then laid him down on the train tracks. And then instead of giving his mom the life insurance payout, they went, no, the judge ruled this suicide.
If you were to be placed on railroad tracks, you'd rather be dead first, though, right?
I would. I would prefer you caved my fucking head in as strongly as possible. Ross Dogg's Broken Spirit says, when will Steel Toe weigh in on the Black Cleopatra controversy? I find that whole thing stupid, too. I mean, a Greek queen is black now?
Never heard of it.
That's interesting. That's fascinating to me that Cleopatra all of a sudden turned black. You know what? I don't even think that's a PC thing, by the way. I think that's a stupidity thing.
That is actually worse than the people who are mad about like the Black Little Mermaid, because the Little Mermaid was just a girl, right?
Yeah.
You can't have an actual Greek person just kind of change suddenly.
Okay, it's like Tom Cruise being the last samurai, or if they made The Last King of Scotland starring Bradley Cooper. You know, like if, hey man, we're making a movie on Idi Amin. Who do you have? Christopher Walken. Like, you can't do that. This was a historical figure. They had, hey, we got, we're casting Julius Caesar. Who are you putting in there? I think Jet Li would be perfect for it. No. Hollywood is so dumb. They hear about Cleopatra and Queen of the Nile and Greek and all that, or Egyptian and all that, and they go, well, he's African, so she must be black. I don't even think it's propaganda. I don't. I think
You just think it's stupidity?
I think they're stupid. Nobody's pointing that part out. That maybe these people are just really stupid and they're so obsessed with anything to be African and African equals black that they go Cleopatra, Egypt, Queen of the Nile, blah, blah, blah. Well, clearly black. No. Nope. Egyptians ancient were white. Well, North Africans in general are not black. They look, a lot of them, especially the further east you go, a lot of them look more Middle Eastern.
Well,
than
and
they do
then
black.
you go like ultra South African and it's all white people again.
Well, that's because of the colonization and the conquest. And
You
all
get an
that.
Elon Musk, right?
Yes. Special K says they had a black actress play Anne Boleyn.
Oh,
No, did they really?
You cannot do that. That's just factually incorrect now because that was a person.
That is pretty. Yeah, Ugly Fuckling with a great point. He says, I think white is pushing it a bit. Yeah, like that Mediterranean thing back then was kind of a... It was more white then in Cleopatra's day than it is now because the Moors and all that fucking they did.
That's okay. The shit where there's something like a historical character that was a certain way.
Right.
I do hate when they screw with that.
All right, we've got a new movie coming out. Oh, really? Yeah, it's going to be really good. It's about George Washington. Oh, man, that's fucking cool. Who do we got? Denzel Washington. We just figured a Washington should play a Washington. And
Keep it in the name.
yeah, exactly.
God.
Okay, boys and girls. Great news. BuzzFeed News is shutting down. Goodbye.
Really?
Yes, the news agency that brought you Trump hired hookers to piss on Barack Obama's bed in Russia is going down. They're not. Can you believe that bastion of journalistic integrity will be no more?
I cannot.
They are shutting down. What a tragic day. Over the next couple of months, BuzzFeed will work together to run a more agile and focused business organization with the capacity to bring in more revenue. We will concentrate our news efforts in HuffPo, a brand that is profitable with a highly engaged, loyal audience that is less dependent on social platforms. So what they're trying to say is nobody gave a fuck about BuzzFeed News.
Not even a little.
BuzzFeed is very much a millennial site. Gen Z doesn't really give a shit about BuzzFeed. But, you know, BuzzFeed was that website for millennials to go, oh, my God, remember Ninja Turtles?
Yeah, it was really just all those like quick little zinger articles that meant nothing.
Yeah, BuzzFeed was always member berries. It was always
Yeah.
like, remember Saved by the Bell? Here's the top 10 lunches that they had in the cafeteria. Cool. Man,
Which 70s show characters are still together?
remember this defenseman from the Mighty Ducks? How'd he grow up? He's probably on drugs. He was a child star. He was molested, and now we understand.
Where's Fez at today?
Hey, I'm a standalone fruit. Oh, different. I'm sorry.
Different guy.
Different Fez.
That guy's dead.
It's BuzzFeed. They're now a standalone fruit. Yeah. Oh, somebody makes a great point. Hamilton. Yeah, Hamilton was like some Mexican guy.
Oh, he was just some guy,
Yeah.
some Mexican guy.
Hey, look, we got a play with Alexander Hamilton. Who should we get? Antonio Banderas. What are you, gay?
Can you imagine if we did a new Pocahontas movie and I played Pocahontas?
Now that, if you go the other way, then you piss people off. But if you make Cleopatra black, like that'd be fun. Like just lean in if you're going to like insult the history at that level. Just have it be Monique or Lizzo and just have Cleopatra come in going, all right, y'all, I'm here to fuck shit up. I am a bad bitch and y'all are not going to play games with me.
Whereas I'd rather see like I find her annoying in person, but like a Gal Gadot or like a Charlize Theron. You could like get a little tan and bronze in there, right?
Oh, blackface them, you're saying. That's good.
No, a nice bronzer.
Okay.
What, is makeup a sin now?
So now BuzzFeed owns HuffPo, and HuffPo's like Lefty Blaze. It's just like, hey, are you liberal and you only want to read things that make you feel good? Here you go. Here's a bunch of, it's funny though, like all those sites, whether it's left wing or right wing, the I'm going to show you stuff that you want to read isn't like, hey, here's a guy who supports the things we support. Isn't he great? It's always like, this bigot piece of shit wants to pass this legislation. Aren't you mad now? Same thing with The Blaze. I go on both these sites to get stories for the show. And it's always the same thing. They don't rally up their troops by giving them rah-rah inspirational stories. Once in a while, Blaze will, because they're like all Christian and shit. But like HuffPo and most of The Blaze is like, look at this piece of shit. Isn't he a motherfucker? Don't we hate this asshole? Look at him. And they're like, yeah, we do hate him. He sucks. He's gay.
And you know what else he did 20 years ago that was also shitty?
Yeah, we found a tweet of his where he said the N-word. And like, he was 13. It doesn't matter. Words are words and complicity is bias.
But he was quoting his friend. I don't care.
Posterior attention. Yeah, we got great casting. Scarlett Johansson as Harriet Tubman.
I mean,
yeah, I actually, Jussie Smollett's News says Jack Black as Alex Jones. I'd like to flip that. I want Jack Black to play Harriet Tubman.
Amanda Seyfried as Rosa Parks.
There you go. Hush that fuss. And that can be the theme song to the movie.
I want to watch her sing it while she's doing it.
Yeah, exactly. I like, Jack Black as Harriet Tubman. You go, I'm having friends from slaves. Do those weird Jack Black voices.
Yeah.
Maybe I want to free some slaves today.
All the like plantation owners in a movie like Django, like they'll remake the movie, but they're all black
Idris
now.
Elba.
Yeah.
Like a Planet of the Apes type of thing. No. I mean like Planet of the Apes where he goes through the time warp thing and then he comes back and the apes are in. I don't mean like they're apes. I meant like.
Yeah, you're scaring me a little.
Right.
Give me your best black slaver.
Yes. Oh, Victor, can we get that one? I want the Django drop.
Can you and I ever stay up for that whole movie, by the way?
No. Victor, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to get me the drop that goes, give me your best black slaver. I want that Christoph Waltz drop from Django, please, if you could. Ooh, Jussie Smollett is Hitler. Oh, I get it, because that way he could make up the hall. Never mind.
Because he's
not. No, I didn't say anything.
Jussie Smollett said he's not suicidal. So he does not fit that role.
That wouldn't work.
Rest in peace.
Mason Verger freed the slaves, says last statue. Unfortunately, no. Anthony Cumia as Abraham Lincoln. Well, it's good to test people's thresholds.
He's just on stilts. Yeah. I would get a crack out of that.
All right, boys and girls, where are we at? Likewise, the first hour is over. We are 1:15 away from today's goal. So this week's going to be another successful one. You want to chip in? There's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants. Where are we at? Likewise, somebody hit refresh and tell me the number. Did we clear 100? We didn't even really pimp the likes this morning, but did we get over 100 by the end of the first hour? Good for the algorithm. Hit the subscribe button. Share the show as well. Sharing the show is really big. That helps. Brings a few people. I'm curious about this horse shit. What is it? Oh, this fucking sucks. You know what? I'll stick around for a little bit.
It sucks so bad. I must watch it.
Exactly. 128 thumbs up in the first hour. Great work, everybody. Keep it going.
Thank you.
Everybody hit like, and you know what? I'm going to push you a little bit. 200 by 7:30. 200. We're going to get 70. Oh, now it's already up to 137. All right, well, there you go. Let's do that. 200 by the bottom of the hour, and then the goal whenever the fuck you want. It's at 1:15. We're fine. Yeah. Yeah, it's Toastmaster wants. I can't read this and not play it.
If you care to join me in the parlor, we will be serving white cake.
Exactly. So no more BuzzFeed news. They're going to go away. And I think the most damning thing for BuzzFeed news on this is that nobody's going to notice.
If you wouldn't have told me, I wouldn't have known.
You never hear a breaking story and then see BuzzFeed news.
No.
J-Dead says David Duke is Thomas Jefferson. You talk about stretching a guy. I mean, he's going to have sex with slaves, which is going to be tough for David Duke because, A, I'm sure he likes the idea of going back to a time where there were slaves. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, he's going to have sex with them, which I'm sure he finds repulsive.
Can I get a Mike Lindell, Malcolm X?
How about Nick Fuentes has anything that got pussy ever? That would be an interesting one to see if he could do it.
He's Mel Gibson in any movie.
They've got Nick Fuentes in there in a movie about someone who fucks, and they have to do 300 takes of the sex scene because Nick Fuentes keeps vomiting. He's just like,
He's remarkably soft and sick.
all right, I'm ready to do this. Show me those, what do the straight guys say? Beautiful tits. And then she whips them out. Oh, no.
He's the kid from Chuck and Larry, the gay one, when they hand him like the big Maxim booby magazine and he screams and
He throws it in the air. So, all right, Nick, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Let's do this shoot. All right, ma'am, take off your pants. Oh no, where's the dick?
Sir, those were nice loafers.
He just starts retching, vomiting. Like it just comes from the deepest bottom place in his
He's got
stomach.
Nothing left in there. He's just heaving.
All right, I think I can do this now. I'm America first. I can make this movie. All right, show me one more time. Is the dick taped to your taint? No, I just have this pussy, and she spreads it. And he goes, oh my God. Nick Fuentes. I like this. I want to see this now. I want to see Nick Fuentes look at a girl naked. All right, Nick, $500,000 on the line. If you can stare at this naked woman for 10 minutes, you win. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do I get the money? No, Nick, that was 10 seconds. Oh, my God. Minutes are longer? This is going to be terrible.
Gavin McInnes is the head of Black Lives Matter.
You guys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to stay home and not do anything. Great, because that's punk rock. Okay, boys and girls, let's move on. We've got people want to put Andy Dick in things.
Whoa.
Maybe a pine box. It might be helpful towards him. He might
Could be restful, you're saying?
Yeah. Alec Baldwin's a free man for now. To anyone who thinks that just because you're rich, you can get away with whatever you want, I'm just going to tell you this. You are 110% correct. I mean, it must be so nice to have millions of dollars. It sounds like a dream. I don't want to hear anyone say money can't buy happiness. If you're Alec Baldwin and you're not happy, there is no pleasing you.
Right. You've won.
You killed a lady and they're letting you go back to the scene of the crime to finish the job. That would be like if you were a ditch digger and you caved one of your coworkers' heads in with a shovel. You dug a hole. You buried them in the ditch. Oh. They found out you did it. They dropped the charges. They bring you back and they go, well, are you going to finish digging the ditch or what? Come on, buddy. Let's get going.
Dig through these ditches.
And burn through the witches.
And?
Sorry, I'm in the back of the dragging you there. Sorry.
My God.
I'm sorry.
I felt the spittle from over
I apologize again. Yeah, I'm at Durango. Sorry.
2 hours from now, his voice will go.
My voice is already shot. Don't worry, guys. I'll just pretend I'm a more gruff-voiced man than I actually am.
It's sexy.
Infernal Machine, and I'm only reading this because his font is cool. Says Nick is a low-T version of Andrew Tate. You know what? I've never said this before, but that's an insult to Andrew Tate.
I think so, too.
Andrew Tate's obnoxious, and Andrew Tate's an absolute tool, but he likes pussy, which Nick Fuentes.
Oh yeah,
the only pussy.
In that.
Yeah, the only pussy Nick Fuentes likes is cat boys.
And the thing is that no matter how much of a tool he is, women go for him because he's got money and Bugattis and a hot body.
All right, guys, how many Bugattis do you have? It doesn't sound the same coming from Nick Fuentes.
No.
Every time if I see a clip,
this is more like electric cars in my mind.
If I see a clip of like Nick Fuentes ever talking about like getting married and having kids and living a Western civilization, blah, 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 all I think is, bro, who you trying to convince? I feel like this message is for you, not for me.
When you like do your impression of him, he sounds like a very low T Ben Shapiro to me.
That's a great way to put Nick Fuentes.
Oh.
If Ben Shapiro tried to live his truth, he would be Nick Fuentes.
Live your truth. It doesn't align with my religion.
Is Nick Fuentes one of those guys where like he'll read any like donation or whatever? Because if he is, I want to send a donation to Nick Fuentes and I want it to read, You see, the blueberry can't be on its own. It has to have something with it, like the kiwi. It's not a standalone.
Come on.
Standalone fruit.
There's something hard about watching you do that.
I want Nick Fuentes to do the standalone fruit bit so I can see how much he sounds like Fez.
How did Fuentes get wrapped in with Kanye for a minute there? How did that happen?
That's really easy. They both hate Jews. And birds of a feather and all that.
That was it?
Yeah, that's
Because they seem like a quite unlikely pair.
they are. But, if you hate Jews, you got to go to Nick Fuentes. The special prosecutors in the Alec Baldwin case warned charges could be refiled against the star actor over the 2021 fatal shooting. Kerry Morrissey and Jason Lewis, the former radio guy, special prosecutors from New Mexico said the dropped charges won't absolve Baldwin of criminal culpability and that additional charges could possibly be brought against him, the actor. Do we believe that they're going to bring new charges against him, or do we think that they're saying this to save face because they know they're going to catch shit for this?
I picked that one because you already dropped the charges the first time. What the hell is the point in bringing them again? Why give him the charges again? You're just going to drop them. You're right. I think they're leaving that looming up here because then there's like a threat.
It's it's the shiny object that lets them sneak out the back door.
I know.
Like, hey, we're dropping the charges against Alec Baldwin. And then all of a sudden it's like the beginning of Roadhouse where beer bottles and tomatoes are being thrown. And then they're like, but we could recharge him anytime. And they're like, oh, really? Oh, what do you think? And then they look back at the podium and they're gone. Like, whew, we made it out of there. Nice work, boys and girls. Nick Fuentes loves women. He told me that over and over while he gargled my balls, says Jay Dead. Oh, then I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
God.
I apologize. See, I didn't know that he liked girls.
Gargled my balls is such a
aggressive.
graphic image to me somehow, just with words.
It's a bit aggressive. I understand why the prosecutors dropped the charges against Alec Baldwin.
I don't.
There's so much smoke surrounding this of like who did what and who loaded what and who was responsible for what. Like there's so many questions. I don't think this was a winnable case. I don't. I've watched enough Law and Order to know what the burden of proof is.
I do understand that, but oh God, anyone who knows safety with guns knows that when you handle it, you're supposed to check, and he did not.
Right, but there is a chain of command in handling that firearm that, like, there's...
I understand the arguments back and forth. I do.
The availability of reasonable doubt in that case is alarming. Like, there's a lot of things a millionaire's defense attorney could poke holes in this case with.
I do.
Why didn't this guy do it? Why didn't that guy do it? Why didn't this guy do it? My client was told this, and he trusts these people, so he took it on faith.
I get it.
Yeah, I think that...
I do agree with everyone, though, that says this chain ends with him, though.
What's the old saying, though, that defense lawyers always use? I only need one. I only need one of those jurors to think, this isn't his fault. And then the whole thing's kaput. So I think they saw this being time-consuming. I think they saw this being a media circus. And I think they also, and then the big one for prosecutors, because they're stat freaks, is the third and final reason being, we don't know if we can win this case. When people saw, what was it, a manslaughter charge? Mm-hmm. When people saw the manslaughter charge, I wonder if the people charging him didn't think, maybe he'll plead out. Maybe we'll get him on a firearms charge or something and he'll just plead out. And the minute Alec Baldwin leaned in and went, I'm going to defend myself on this, they went, we're going to drop the charges.
Well, what I don't like about this, though, now is that people can just do this shit and assume they're going to get off. Like, it encourages a lack of caution. Like, people do not take caution because they know that if there is an accident, oh well, they'll just drop the charges because guess what? They can't prove whose fault it is.
But it's very important to remember before you go and actually try this in the real world, you have to be a multimillionaire first.
That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, you can't just do it. Don't go and do this as a regular person.
If I were to do that, if somebody were to hand me a gun and tell me it's not loaded,
yes,
and then I were to aim it at you and pull a trigger and it's, guess what? Loaded, and I kill you, I'm going to prison.
8-year-olds and Alec Baldwin are the only two people who can get away with this crime. Like an 8-year-old finds its parents' gun and blows its sister's head off. They're not going to jail. Alec Baldwin, same thing.
I don't like it at all, but I do understand that there's too many arguments here. But I do want to know this. There is somebody on that set who knows why there was bullets in that gun. Have we ever heard from them?
She did. No, I'm just kidding.
You think it was her?
No, I don't think so. My monk says they dropped the case because the prop gun had modifications. That's the other thing that came out yesterday.
Stop that too.
Well, somebody in that chain of command changed the trigger on that gun before they gave it to Alec Baldwin.
That to me says there's something a lot more nefarious.
Someone set up Helena Hutchins to get murdered?
Well, not that necessarily. Like, nobody knows that he was going to have the gun pointed at her. She's not even part of the movie.
It's true.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. But somebody who just wanted to stir the shit and cause problems, maybe. Some sick fuck. But, like, I want to know why we haven't looked into who the fuck put the bullets in the gun.
Yamaha. Well,
Right? You can't answer with certainty.
I want to say the armorer got charged. And I want to say he already settled. But I could be wrong. I'm not positive about that. Mr. Approachable says, shit, April figured out my plan. Call off the hit. Call off the hit.
Right.
Yeah, people are saying Hollywood really hates guns until it comes to stuff like this. And then they have zero knowledge about them once it goes wrong.
Isn't that just the thing?
It's pretty true. I got it, though. Like, as soon as, people were sending me that story all day yesterday. They were like, are you going to talk about Alec Baldwin's charges getting dropped? And of course I am. Of course I did. It's a big story. But I also, when I saw they dropped the charges, part of me was kind of waiting for that because of all the static surrounding who knew what and who handled what.
I honestly thought that him, and once they found out like who put the bullets in there and all that stuff, like, and whoever modified that gun, I thought they were all going down together.
I didn't think Alec Baldwin was going to jail for a day. I didn't think he was going away for a day.
Well, then I almost said a very naive thing. Like, laws obviously don't apply to everybody. Okay, that's good.
There were 6 cops. There was this guy in the early 90s, right? They pulled him over for being on drugs and driving all over the neighborhood and being very dangerous. And he was a lunatic. And then when they got him out of the car, they just took out their nightsticks and they beat the holy fuck out of this black dude for a good half hour or so. I mean, they just wailed on the motherfucker. I mean, over the top, underneath, granny shot, whole deal. Made him do everything but suck at their dicks. And guess what? You want to know the funniest part of the story?
What?
They got found not guilty. Oh, but by the way, whole thing on video. They beat the fuck out of him.
Yeah, all on video. Alec Baldwin shot some chick.
No, that's not on video.
Oh, it's not?
I don't.
How isn't it? You're on a movie set.
Why can't I see it? Why can't I see it? I want to take a look.
You are crazy.
Honor roll dude with $4.99 says, was there a good guy doll on set? A good guy doll? I don't know what that means. But thank you very much for the $4.99. Appreciate it, pal. All right. On to, oh, yes, Dave Landau. Good. I'm so excited for the Dave Landau story. This was kind of the Dave Landau thing we were all looking for since Crowder came out with the Daily Wire. Remember we made that whole temper tantrum over the Daily Wire offering him $50 million?
Yes.
How?
What a sinful offer.
How dare these pieces of shit offer me $50 million?
Wouldn't you turn that down?
Them. And then Crowder went through the term sheet and he's like, well, you know, that $50 million, I got to pay my staff with that too. Oh, well, before you said that, I thought the $50 million was a great deal, but now that you got to pay 10 people $60,000 a year, I mean, what's the point of even putting on a show at that point?
Oh, yeah. Part-time at most.
I get it, Steven. Fuck that noise. I'd rather retire. Well, everyone was asking, like, what's Dave Landau's role in all this? Like, we haven't heard Dave Landau mentioned, then Hunter. I was going to say Hunter Biden. Then Steven Crowder comes back and he announces, hey, man, I'm going to go on Rumble when it's running. Otherwise, I'll still be on YouTube. He shit on everyone for putting YouTube in his contracts and talking about YouTube. Because YouTube fucking sucks, I'm going to Rumble. And then you see him every day, he's still on YouTube.
Yep.
Like
you can't let it go. Yeah, that's like 5,000 people watching at a time.
He's still using YouTube. He's still, doing his thing there. And then when Rumble's working, he's over on Rumble, and Rumble's the greatest thing that ever existed. Old hedge my bets Crowder. So there was never any mention of Landau. And I'll say this. If you do a show and you have a falling out with someone and you stop talking and you don't even tell your audience who's, come to love this guy what happened,
There's going to be some questions.
people assume that something went terribly wrong.
Yep.
Because we've always talked, no matter whether it was good, bad, or ugly, we've always talked about the people who have either we've let go or have moved on to something else, whether it's Zach, whether it's Adrian, whether it's Corey, whether it's, who's the...
Mark Allen.
Mark Allen, everybody, Oz, whatever. Erwer. You always talk about it. When you don't, people assume... Nobody assumes that you're not talking about a guy because you guys just had way too great a conversation and you get along way too well and you're still having barbecues together.
If I were to just disappear off this show and you never talked about it, there would be some questions.
Chances, some people would think you're dead. And that
Actually, probably.
Yeah, and that I had something to do with it. Kind of like, what is it? The Scientology guy, his wife, David Miscavige's wife. She was just seen for the first time in 8 years, and people were like, oh, fuck, we thought she was dead. Well, Dave Landau gave an interview to Michael Malice, and Michael Malice, somehow, I don't know if it was through his closeted gay magic, got Dave Landau to spill the beans about Crowder a little bit. And what I got from this, and I have not seen this whole thing, this is a big chunk we're going to do here. Crowder, what I got from it is super theater kid. The theater kids in school who it was their life and it was so serious.
Breathed it.
Yeah, it was like, hey, guys, we got to do it this way and it's got to be. There's a point, I don't know if it's in this clip, but at one point in his interview with Michael Malice, Dave Landau informed the audience that Crowder had a clause in Landau's contract that if he showed up 5 minutes late for the show, building's locked, turn around, go home, you're not getting paid that day.
Really?
5 minutes late.
How often? Shit happens, right?
Yeah.
That's a pretty shitty way to be.
For me, in this show, my thing. I have my rules for myself on when I should be here. Yeah. I get down here a half hour before the show starts so I can get everything ready. I'm insane on prep. I'm insane on, kind of knowing where the show's going to go that day. I think if you don't, you're not professional. But as far as the second mic goes, I always say, guys, when you get here, you get here.
Yeah, I come down here a half hour before the show to turn on the computers and the lights and everything.
Yeah.
And then I go get ready and I'm here last second.
Yeah, April's never here before
Well, I live in the house. Why do I need to be sitting here,
Right. So
I've done my part.
But Crowder apparently wanted Landau there either early or within 5 minutes of the start of the show.
Got it.
Which, okay, that in and of itself, wanting that out of your talent, there's nothing wrong with that. But then saying the doors will be locked, that shitty threat behind it before you've even done anything wrong, that would piss me off. So Dave Landau left Cumia because the grass was greener, Crowder and all that, and, not behind a paywall, more stand-up gigs, this and that. This is such a common story for so many people watching this show right now and just people in general. You made the jump. It looked better. You didn't like what you had. And then it turned out to be a nightmare. And you found out that there is no heaven. There is, there's no perfect scenario and they have all got their wrinkles.
We're ready.
Here we go. Dave Landau talks to Michael Malice about why he left Crowder. Guys, thumbs up in the chat because by the time we come back to the chat, it will be past 7:30. We want to be over 200. Over 200 in the next 7 minutes. So if you feel like throwing us a thumbs up, please throw us a thumbs up. Also, only 115 away from another successful Steel Toe week of hitting goals.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very, very much.
In hell.
But you also had some other news. So you're officially have left Louder with Crowder.
I did. I left a while ago. Yeah, a little while ago. I had left. I think we talked that day a bit. I had jury duty actually when I was going to go back onto the show. They had offered an NDA that I had turned down. And
now that okay, salvo number one. The NDA. This is Crowder's legendary for these. So Crowder, with all of his employees who have left, makes them sign a non-disclosure agreement so that they won't call him a sociopath and, as ROTC crowned him, Canadian psycho.
Oh, yeah, free speech and all, right?
Yeah, they don't want you talking after you leave because Crowder noticed, in Robots 1 through 3, there was a design flaw where when the robot left Crowder, they started to really hate the son of a bitch. So now with Landau, I guess he was too high up the food chain to have an NDA built into his deal.
Sure.
So he had jury duty. They were going to have him on the show, and they said, okay, will you sign this NDA? And he's like, no. I would like to talk about my experience here because, look at Not Gay Jared. Not Gay Jared is nowhere now. He's on Twitter, and that's it. But he couldn't get on anybody's shows because anybody who would have him on their show would want to talk about one thing.
And he could not.
His time on Crowder, and he couldn't talk about it. So Dave Landau's smart to not sign that NDA because now he can talk about the thing that's going to boost his signal, get him more fans, and get him more people jumping aboard.
Makes him interesting.
He's doing a show on The Blaze now. So that's probably another reason he couldn't really talk about Crowder because he was negotiating with Glenn Beck. So Glenn Beck lost Steven Crowder, but he gained Landau and one of Crowder's other guys, Quarter Black Stubby or somebody. Crowder's always got wacky names for people.
Stein is there.
So Glenn Beck lost Crowder, but he gained Landau and Crowder guy and Alex Stein. Probably paying a fraction of the price to get those two shows.
Better content, I'm sure.
Well, for me.
And he did give me a nice, going away thing, gift. I don't want to get into it, but he
wrote you. It's called severance, Dave.
It's okay.
Comedians don't. The thing about comedians is they don't know how the real workplace works. So when someone hands them a bunch of cash on their way out the door, they feel like they just took part in a drug deal. It's like, no, Dave, this is pretty common when you part ways with a job amicably. They hand you some money. I got some when I quit the radio gig. Not as much as I was owed.
You got severance?
I got not severance. No, they paid me in advance of what they owed me already. So the commission on what I had for the morning show was going to be spread out over 2. And they cut me the one check right up front. But then on the commission for that month, which was going to come the next month, never fucking paid me.
And that was a big chunk of money, so I wouldn't.
That was our agreement. I wouldn't talk about them or say anything about them if they paid me it was like $5 or $6 grand that they owed me.
Right.
And they welched on it. They went back on it, so I started talking shit about them. But anyway, Dave Landau's like, he offered me a nice going away. He didn't give you cocaine, Dave. He gave you severance. It's okay.
It's still but they decided not to have me back on. I decided to leave. And I walked from the show. It was a long time coming, about a year now. It was just through various contract issues and it's an odd thing because I wanted to address it and we had talked about it a little bit. And you made a very good point to me of I could either bring it up or have my story be told for me.
Yeah.
And
that's an interesting thing because everyone's been wondering where the fuck has Dave Landau been?
Yep.
And Dave Landau's been asked about it and he's been radio silent. He wouldn't say anything. And he kind of realized the thing because Dave Landau, you can tell, is not a bury everybody kind of guy.
Right.
He's not like go to war, burn bridges type of guy.
He seems too nice.
But he also realizes that what we all realize, if you don't tell people your story, they'll make your story up for you and they'll lie and be sacks of shit about it because they're douchebags.
Good point.
So Dave Landau, finally, Michael Malice told him, he's like, look, dude, if you don't tell this story, people's imaginations run wild and they make shit up. That's why Corey and I, when Corey left, we went on the air and we went, this was the conversation we have, guys. Not much to see here. We're still pals and Corey wants to go try and do his own shit. And then everyone on the internet went, what? No, I wanted to tell the story. Corey hates Aaron and he's going to wreck the whole thing. And no, we still text about MMA and boxing and we're friends and all that shit. No, I hate Corey now. I mean, if you tell your story, it is so easy to trigger an entire group of people. But if you don't tell your story, they get to just make shit up. And then if you're responding after they make the shit up, you look like you're playing defense. So Landau he did this before people could make the story up for him, but just barely.
Yeah, I think just barely because people already had quite a bit of fan fiction out there.
Well, a lot of people wanted him to. I guarantee the people who wanted him to hate Crowder's guts and want this to be a blow up, they're not satisfied with what they're going to get out of this 12 minutes. But the people who thought that maybe Crowder was a bit of a lunatic and high strung and crazy and not that funny, they're going to be happy about this.
It sucks because I'm never one of those people that wants to go out and kind of, it doesn't feel like narking, you know what I mean? But it's one of those things where after what happened, even when I left Anthony's show, there were so many people that drew their
Anthony
own.
Cumia.
Anthony Cumia's show for people that don't know me. I used to be the co-host there.
I don't know. That was unnecessary. If you're watching this, you know Dave Landau.
Yeah, that did seem weird that he had to stop and be like, Cumia.
That's a weird journalist thing he
We
just
all
did.
know.
Yeah, we
It's
know who
okay.
Anthony is if we're watching a Dave Landau interview.
He's trying to clarify or something.
So many conclusions were drawn to what actually happened as opposed to what actually happened. And I don't want people to think that there's things that went on behind the scenes that didn't.
Yeah, so just to fill in the blanks, I think a lot of times, and we've all experienced this on social media, I certainly have, when someone doesn't get their story out and there's gaps, the audiences will fill in those gaps for you,
right,
and leap to all sorts of conclusions and just kind of create a narrative that doesn't at all comport to reality.
That is a great point that Michael Malice raises. Usually when internet people make up something about a movie or a show or a musician or anything like that, they say it with all the confidence of a documentarian, but all the intelligence and facts of a retard. And
they have no idea.
You cannot convince them. That's why Dave Landau just kind of said what I said. It's like, if I don't tell the story first, then it looks like I'm coming out after somebody makes up some dumb shit. And once those people make up dumb, retarded shit, you cannot convince them that they're wrong.
Nope, they've made their mind up.
They have made their mind up, and that no matter how stupid it sounds, no matter how the other 90% of people who like or follow Dave Landau go, dude, that's retarded. They're like, nope, that's what I think. Okay.
So a lot of times a lot of times, I don't always do this, but it's important to be like, all right, here's the tea. This is what really happened, and so on and so forth. Do you want to talk a bit about what led up to this decision on your part?
Yeah.
Well, Crowder's a closeted homosexual, and he kept trying to grab my genitals and suck on my cock, and I said, you know what? I just can't work like this anymore.
Wouldn't you love something fun like that?
That would be so. And if he did it that nonchalant, too, if he was just like, well, Crowder kept taking me into a back room and grabbing my cock, and for some reason it was hard, and he kept trying to suck on it, and I kept telling him, no, I have a family, and he said, so do I. This is fine. And the tension and the awkwardness just got to be too much, and I had to leave. And then Michael Malice just does like Charlie Brown blinking eyes. He's bink.
You can hear it.
Bink, 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 bink. He's like, whoa. I was expecting like a contract thing or creative difference. He was just trying to suck. Yep, Michael just kept trying to suck my cock, and it made me weird and a little gay. So I decided to.
I didn't like how I felt when I'd leave the studio.
I didn't like the person I was becoming, Michael. It was too much.
It's grimy.
Yes.
I guess the beginning of it was everything was going pretty well at the beginning of the show when
did you join that show? Let's talk about that.
Okay.
2019,
I joined the show
2020.
I was first offered February 2001.
Okay. 2001?
2001. Before 9/11. Can you believe that?
Barely.
Dave Landau was offered the Crowder. It's obviously a misspeak. Crowder would have been 10 years old, 12 years old. No.
It's the real crime of the year.
2021.
Okay.
I forget. I'm like,
it was right. We needed to make America laugh because they knew something was on the horizon.
Yes. I joined in my 5th year of high school, which is a fact. Yes, I joined shortly before 9/11.
Yes.
I joined in February 2021 when Anthony, I thought, was going to be moving to South Carolina.
Yeah.
So Stephen.
So wait a minute. Dave Landau didn't even make it 2 years with Crowder.
Yeah, it does seem.
Because didn't Crowder tap out on Blaze in like November?
God, the timeline is getting crazy.
I think it was around November. He
Yeah.
did his last show with the Blaze, November, December. So Landau didn't even make it to the 2-year anniversary of him being offered Crowder And that whole 2001
good.
thing, it's like it probably felt that long for him.
An offer to come work for him, and I had been guesting on the show fairly regularly, so I took him up on that offer.
Okay. How did you find it? Let's talk about that. You want to talk about the end? You want to talk about the beginning?
Is anyone getting like divorce court vibes from Michael Malice in this? It was like 2021 is when I was offered the position, and then I went to work for him shortly after that. All right, great. So you are filing a counterclaim for like I'm getting very much like a what's her name? A Judge Lynn Toller vibe.
Seems very like prim and proper about all of it.
How do you want to talk about this situation?
The beginning was great for a while, it really was. It was a lot of hanging out, collaborating, putting out sketches, doing the things that I was hired for. It's definitely a grind, but that was part of it. The pot was sweetened, so to speak, is what I was offered. It was not this gigantic payday that everybody seemed to think. It was almost no bump, but
you didn't get $50 million.
No, I didn't I got about $1,000 extra a year, but I really...
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I got an extra $1,000 a year to leave Cumia. That sounds on its face crazy, especially knowing how this ended up. But in hindsight, you got to think. You're getting out from behind a paywall.
Mm-hmm.
You're on YouTube. Millions of people watching, or high hundreds of thousands back then for Crowder. And he can promote your stand-up gigs. Remember, Landau's a stand-up comedian first and foremost. Crowder can promote your stand-up gigs on his show that has 1 million viewers, and you can make more money doing stand-up. You can play bigger venues, bigger houses, more loyal crowd, whatever, versus plugging it on a paywall.
Yep.
So
more eyes.
Landau has more ability to make money on the back end. So Anthony has said before that he paid Landau $100,000 a year to do his show. It's a nice payday.
Very nice.
Crowder gave him $1,000 extra, but it's the stuff on the side. It's the stuff on top of that that sweetens the pot for you.
It's hard to talk about money, but but I knew that it would help on the road, and he wanted me to be there on more Fridays, and that started being a point of tension because I started making money on the road, and I did say I would be there on more Fridays, but every time I would show up, he wouldn't show up.
Okay.
And I just said, all right, well, I'm just going to work or go.
That's a dick move because if you're a stand-up comedian, Friday's an important getaway day.
Big day.
I remember when Jimmy would do Opie and Anthony, there would be days where he either wouldn't be there on Friday or he would leave early because he had to catch a flight because he had weekend sets in some other city.
Yep.
So if you're making Dave Landau come in all day and work all day and do sketches and you don't even show up, what an asshole.
It's just a dick move, yeah.
Go and see my son. And, he's in Detroit. And I said, as long as everything was working out, there was a possibility that they could move there.
Yeah. They meaning your family.
Yes. So about a year went by and things had gotten more tense. Like things were more restrictive. For example, I had been more censored as things went on where I couldn't, for example, say the word come.
Well, I understand that one. I know a lot of people are like, oh, Crowder's Mr. Free Speech and say whatever you want on YouTube, but you can't say come. You guys have to understand why Dave Landau wasn't allowed to say come on Crowder. It's because Crowder would start uncontrollably salivating. Yeah. And if you have this is as a guy
I think you start this serious. It's going to be about professionalism, all that.
I'm a performer. So you have a guy, if you're hosting a show, but your mouth won't stop watering and your co-host keeps saying come and you keep getting like delicious, sweet vibes in your mouth and you're like, like the wolf in the Looney Tunes cartoons who would see a steak and he'd have the fork and the knife and it would be dripping from his tongue.
And your dick's pressing on the desk.
Exactly. So that's Crowder. Like he carved what I heard, this could be untrue. Okay. He carved a hole in the desk. And when Landau would say come, Crowder would just start thrusting upward into the hole in the desk. And he kept getting splinters on his dick. And that's why he told Landau, look, man, I'm salivating out of one end. I'm bleeding from slivers on the other end. You have to stop saying the word come on the show. Okay? $50
That sounds fair.
Yeah. So
he's putting himself through, physical pain.
Do you see now? Do you see why like you guys heard that part and you guys were like, oh, that's not fair. Crowder's being unreasonable. But now that I've explained it to you, it makes sense.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't get dehydrated during a show. And if you're salivating, you're losing moisture.
You're going to have extra medical bills.
Exactly.
It's going to have to come out of Landau's checks.
Right. More time off.
More time off.
You can't have that.
That's why you can't come in on Fridays, because you had splinter dick.
Of course, Dave Landau couldn't say come around Steven Crowder anymore. It was going to cost them all their jobs.
Exactly.
It makes sense to me. No, but in all seriousness, fuck Crowder. He's an asshole. This is a guy who shit on Daily Wire because, they want to limit my speech because if I can't stay on YouTube, they're going to dock me 20% of my pay. It's like, yeah, imagine that. If they can't get the revenue from your show, they want it to come out of the show's pocket. That's really weird. But Mr. Free Speech, and we should say whatever we want, and fuck Big Tech. Remember, fuck Big Tech. We're going to say whatever we want. If YouTube wants to ban us, ban us. Dave Landau can't say come. Don't say come, Dave.
No cum for you.
No cum. Keep that shit inside your body and out of my mouth where I want it.
Okay.
Like ejaculate. I forgot when I made the joke that was offensive or whatever it was.
You could only eat it. You couldn't say it's going to go in your mouth, not come out of your mouth.
I could eat it with a spoon, or I could say yummy yum yums when referring to it, but I could never actually say.
I could eat it with a fork. I could eat it on a ship. I can't finish the rhyme, but you get me.
I could call.
I like it when Michael Malice digs deep into the funny well and realizes he doesn't have anything in the inventory, and he goes, "I'm going to go back to being straight man interviewer now."
Right.
There's a self-awareness about Michael Malice that I find endearing.
It is kind of cute.
You know, he's like, I can eat it with a spork. I can eat it with a spoon. I can. Oh, shit, I forgot. I'm not funny. Anyway, back to the interview.
I'm red now.
There's a lot of people who try to be funny when they're not, like hosting a show, especially when they have a comedian on. They want to show them their chops. I like that Michael's like, fuck it. I can't rhyme words. This
is your job, Dave.
Very basic shit, and I can't pull it off. Fuck it.
Refer to. I could go, those are nice gutters you have, but I couldn't say that I had the gutters.
They're vascular. I'm very pleased with them these days.
Yeah. Are you still there?
They're back. Yeah.
Good for you. I don't have cum gutters at all.
Don't say that.
Well, I just don't. I'm sorry.
You're not allowed to use that word in this show.
I forgot about the email you sent me.
No, you're not allowed to use the word gutters. Any reference to manual labor is verboten.
I'm sorry. I don't have the cum.
I'm glad, Crowder's really smart to let this guy go. Crowder doesn't need that raunchy, edgy humor to attract a younger audience. That would be terrible.
And then, it became a little weird because a light was put in where.
Okay, guys, get ready for the fucking light.
I'm ready.
I want people to guess. If you haven't seen this yet, Crowder put a light in.
Yep.
April, what does the light mean that Crowder put in?
It means that Dave said something he wasn't supposed to, or quiet, or something like that.
Now, April, doesn't that sound a little sociopathic and a little control freakish and a little outside of the realm of performance?
Absolutely, when you hired somebody to be part of your show.
Now, if you're a comedic genius like Steven Crowder, who likes to have openness and free speech and all of these other things, why would you install a light that limits someone else's expression?
So you're in control.
How dare you? I bet you're so wrong.
It became a little weird because a light was put in where it was his rant button. And it was basically a Dave Don't Talk button.
Wait,
so
it
was a quiet button.
Literally a light bulb? What color was the light bulb?
There was 4 lights in a row.
There were 3 lights.
I'm serious. And when it was hit, I wasn't supposed to talk. And they said,
was it like a regular colored light bulb, or was it like red?
It was like a yellow, a pretty bright yellow,
so incandescent. Crowder's bad for the environment.
Yeah.
So there's a shut the fuck up, Dave button, because Crowder wants to go on a rant, and I guarantee you it's because he thought this rant was so good they could isolate it and make it go viral, and Crowder would have a big I'm telling it like it is, man moment. And I don't want this cut up Dave Landau fucking up my genius takes.
Well, I'm sure if Dave Landau were to speak and let alone say the word come, he'd throw Crowder off of his rant.
Could you imagine Dave says come in the middle of one of Crowder's pronoun rants? Oh my God, it would be terrible.
Yeah.
When you have a vibe or you have a chemistry with your co-host, you guys know when someone wants to take the stick for a while. You know when someone wants to go on a little bit of a rant. Now, first of all, you don't let your co-host or the host even go on a 4 or 5 minute solo thing. Then what the fuck is that other person even sitting there for?
Right. I was going to say the person that sits in my seat on this show, whether it's me or Johnny or a guest, like we're supposed to keep you going. Right? Keep it going.
So
throw something in there. I don't know.
He's sitting there going, now, first of all, Crowder can go on a good rant and Dave Landau can inject something funny into it, and you can still use it as a solo clip. You can still use it as a viral thing that goes out there. He doesn't want Dave or anyone else having any part of Crowder's glory in the big rant he's doing. This cult of personality sociopath fuckbag wanted to have all, hey guys, I'm planning on really cutting this one out. So there's the Dave shut the fuck up button.
You know what's bad about that for business too, though, is that when you hire somebody like Dave Landau to be part of your show, you're going to want your audience to enjoy that person too. Yeah. So why would you cut him out of some of the best stuff?
Not only that, like imagine this is Dave Landau, who was a relative nobody compared to Crowder. When Crowder scooped him up, he was Anthony's second mic on Compound Media, and they had an audience and people love it. I mean, look, when it comes to all this shit that goes down on YouTube, you put Anthony Cumia's name on it, it gets more views than anybody's.
Oh, immediately.
You know, so Anthony Cumia's still got a very loyal following out there, but it's nothing like what Crowder's is right now. And if a nobody, relative nobody, I'm not saying that as an insult to Dave, seems like a good guy, love to have him on the show.
He does seem nice.
If a relative nobody like Dave doesn't like the light thing, imagine if Crowder tries to get like one of his guys that he's hired now, like Nick DiPaolo, and he gives Nick DiPaolo a shut the fuck up Nick DiPaolo light. Yeah, that ain't gonna fly.
I would kind of hope Nick DiPaolo would walk out on that.
No, a guy like Nick DiPaolo.
You're gonna tell me to be quiet now?
A guy like DiPaolo would purposely talk over the Nick shut the fuck up light.
Which eventually would end in him leaving because Crowder gonna throw a bitch fit.
He wouldn't be able to handle that.
Right.
You know, like yield.
So it's like off camera, but in your eyesight.
Yes. And
would he be the one pressing the button, or was there a producer pressing the button?
He would press it.
So like Mr. Burns, like he had a button under his desk or the table, and when it's Steven's turn to talk and Dave needs to shut the F up, he presses this button.
Yes.
How do I get this to happen? Because frankly, we're at 13 minutes in and you're already on my last nerve. This is with Michael Malice.
Aren't you hitting it now? Oh, that's just Zoom doing it. He had that. Well, and then I was told that he's like, well, that was always there. And I'm like, no, I would have noticed the light.
Yeah, I would have noticed the shut the fuck up Dave light.
Absolutely. He said there was like 4 light bulbs in a row.
Yeah, I would have known. Yeah, I don't. One day you come into work and there's 4 light bulbs in front of your face that weren't there yesterday. You ain't going to convince me that was always there. And second of all, as if that's a defense for having a shut the fuck up button for your co-host.
Would you like to get like a stoplight installed there right in front of the desk here? And
no.
You can let us know when we're supposed to be talking and at what level.
The less I talk, especially on a Friday, the better. We're cruising. We're coasting. Yeah. By the way, did we get to that 200 by 7:30? Oh my God, it's 7:48 already. Guys, hit the like button. Shoot this thing up to 300 by the top of the hour. I'm getting greedy now. We never hit 300 by 8 o'clock. Keep fingering the thumbs up button and being a dirty scoundrel. We're also pushing 9,500 subs, so be sure to hit subscribe and share the show as well. We've got a very good one today. This is my big one. This is my favorite thing we have today. But we got a lot more coming as well.
Folks, you know how ExpressVPN...
Hey, what the...
And you're like, I know it wasn't there, you know? So
wait, so how were you informed that there is Don't Talk Light, and what was your reaction?
I was pissed a bit because I know my job. I know that he talks a lot. I know that he's the star of the show. I know when to throw him what he needs to be thrown. I know when to sit back. It's what I did with Anthony for years. It's what I did next to Artie. It's what it's what I do. I'm not trying to ever steamroll him.
Right. So you are, I'm sorry, part of your contract, a proposed contract, was that your family has to be moved across state lines.
Correct.
Okay, now wait a minute. I'm going to defend Crowder on that. That's a thing in radio too.
I guess so. You're not elsewhere mentally.
Yeah, so you're there, you're dependable. If they need you, you can be there. That is not an uncommon thing.
I understand that part of it, but then if somebody's willing to move their family across state lines and does that for you, don't be such a dickbag to them on your show.
Well, yeah, and that's the point of this whole thing. Crowder can't help himself. He's a dickbag. Crowder sees Crowder, and everyone else is an NPC.
I can't imagine how pretentious or more pretentious all of us second mics would think you were if you had a don't talk light.
Oh.
Because I think if Johnny and I do anything really well, it's we do know when to shut the fuck up and get out of your way, and then we throw you everything else you need. That's pretty obvious.
The reason Crowder keeps losing people and then they keep hating him after he leaves, like his quarter black Bob or whatever, I think it's Jared or Garrett or one of the two. I don't want to say the guy's wrong name, so I'll purposely fuck it up. But his quarter black whatever is now doing a show with Dave Landau on The Blaze, the place where Crowder named as one of the public enemies #1. This shows that Crowder sees things one way and does not give a shit how the staff sees it. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things we've changed on this show because Corey, Johnny, April, or someone else was like, I'm not good at this shit. I don't like this particular thing, or I don't get into this. I don't know anything about this. So I go, okay, on their days, we play to their strengths, and you consider what the second mics are good at, and you do this. Corey didn't like this type of stuff.
Right.
So we wouldn't do this type of stuff. Johnny maybe doesn't like as much of the kind of TMZ pop culture. Not that he can't do it, but it's not his bag as much as it is April's, so we do more of that stuff on there. And I, luckily, as the host, am kind of into everything. Like, even if I don't know what something is or who something is, I will go find out who they are to enjoy the thing. Like, I went and found out who the rapper Designer was yesterday because he pulled his cock out on a plane.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
that's the only thing he should be known for, by the way.
And I'm like, you know what? Guy pulls his cock out on a plane. The least I can do for a show is do the legwork to find out who the fuck this guy is.
And I've been blessed enough to learn from you where, whatever thing you bring me that day that you think is interesting, I kind of can find interesting.
Yeah. I'll say this. So, if you do this, if you want to do this for a living, here's a good tip. Don't ever let me catch you saying the words, I don't care about that.
That is.
You want to do a talk show? You fucking care about everything. Now all of a sudden, if your world is a talk show and topics and everything else, you care about everything now. Everything interests you. Otherwise, you're going to end up with, again, one of those shows that just sits there and does the same fucking thing every day, and you got yourself a show for 3 months, you get bored and you quit and you go do something else. If you're going to do a talk show and you're going to entertain people, you got to be able to juggle. And I mean, this is the only show. It's embarrassing. I mean, outside of ROTC, it's hard to watch on YouTube and Rumble. This is the only show that knows how to juggle.
I do. I actually appreciate that we do a show that has basically everything covered, because I wouldn't know about a lot of this shit if you didn't bring it to me. It's interesting.
So Crowder has a shut the fuck up button. Then in the contract, he tells Landau, you have to move your family here. That's not uncommon in the radio business. However, there's usually a little something in there to move your family. There's usually a little, hey, we'll pay you this much extra, but the terms are you have to bring your family here. It's not, hey, we're going to pay you $1,000 a year more than Cumia, and you move your fucking wife, and you take your kids out of their school, you take your wife away from her friends, you move them to a different state, from Michigan to Texas. That's just part of the deal.
You're moving away from your extended family?
Yeah.
It's crazy, yeah.
Including your kid. You have a son. How old's your son?
8, 7 at the time.
Okay, so pull him out of school during the
Yeah.
school year, and he's coming to Texas. Okay.
Yeah. Dave is here every week unless he notifies us well in advance for a show, just like a doctor's appointment. Can't be gone any more than every third weekend.
No, wait. So
Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Hey, April.
Yeah.
I want you to correct me if I'm wrong. I want you to think back a few months.
I will.
Was one of Crowder's objections to the Daily Wire deal not the fact that they told him how many days he had to be there and do a show?
Sure was.
Was one of Crowder's objections to the Daily Wire deal that if he didn't show up for as many days as they said, which was 4 days a week?
Not bad, right?
Not bad at all.
Not bad.
Did they not say they would dock him pay if he did not show up that many days?
For every miss.
Again, April, I need you to check me on this because I don't remember so good no more because I'm older.
I'm waiting.
Did he not bitch to high heaven and make like a 1-hour video complaining like a girl with sand in her cunt about this particular issue?
Oh, God, just seething. Went into the studio alone just to make sure he made this video to complain.
And now, my final point, did he do the same thing to Dave Landau?
Mm-hmm.
Did he offer Dave Landau $50 million fucking dollars to do that?
No, sir.
How much more did he offer Dave Landau than he was making with Cumia?
$1,000.
$1,000 a year.
A year.
People can't like this guy anymore. It's amazing to me that
hypocrite.
I'm glad people like him because it's a good like psychology thing to kind of watch. You know, amateur psychology. Like, how can you hear this shit and still like this guy? Although, in fairness, they probably just don't listen to it. And they go, I want to like Crowder. I don't want my fucking, politics and my entertainment shook up. So just, fuck Dave Landau. I'm not watching this shit anymore. But I don't know how you can hear this and go, Crowder is such a noble, consistent fighter for the rights of, he bitched about everything. He got a taste of his own medicine with that Daily Wire deal.
Yep.
Don't say this, don't say that. We'll dock you, be here this many days, or we'll dock you. He never told us that he had Dave Landau doing the same thing. Wow, what an asshole.
And I do suppose that he didn't think that'd ever come out either because his plan was to get Dave to sign an NDA.
To sign an NDA. By the way, this is going to fuck everyone who wants to work with Crowder from now on because you're signing that NDA day one now.
Oh, yeah. That's been done.
This motherfucker had everybody throwing him money. Not me. Like, we called this stuff. Like, everything Dave Landau's saying was stuff that we said was probably the case. That, the fight big con thing was bullshit. He's doing the same thing it's almost like when it's your millions of dollars on the line, you want a little say in how the product gets produced.
Absolutely.
So if Daily Wire's throwing $50 million at you, they want a little say about how you're going to work. That's part of the deal. It's called golden handcuffs. They give you $50 million. There's a reason they call it selling out. You get a fuckload of money.
A lot, yeah.
But they get your soul.
So let's break this down also. Steven has started touring as a comedian.
Yes.
Steven is no dummy. Steven is very well aware that you and every comic, weekends are when you tour, hit the road, you make the money. So he is very clearly taking that secondary or even primary, possibly at this point, source of income from you because you're just going to be sitting in Dallas for no reason. Because it's not like you're doing shows on the weekends with the crowd.
Do you think, and this is going to come off as very naive and people are going to yell, of course, Aaron, you fucking idiot. Do you think Crowder gets jealous of the people he works with when people start liking them?
Yes. Absolutely. That's why he's got the no talk buttons because I want to be the only one in this clip and stuff like that.
Imagine.
Yes.
And I have a healthy ego. I can't imagine someone helping your show, making it more popular, and you're mad at that. I will give Opie credit for this. Opie taught me something about radio years ago. Who gives a shit who's being funny in the studio? Your name's on the wall. Mm-hmm. You're getting credit.
Yep.
It's your guy doing it. Do you think Opie and Anthony cared if Bill Burr came in and fucking crushed and people loved Bill Burr or Louis C.K. or Patrice O'Neal or Colin Quinn? No. Because at the end of the day, what was the show they were listening to? And they're going to tell their friends who was funny on it. The Opie and Anthony show.
Exactly, Opie and Anthony.
Crowder. Why else do you all of a sudden start making Landau come in on Fridays if you're not a little upset that his stand-up's going well or that people are starting to like Dave Landau? And I don't get it. Like, for Crowder, why wouldn't they like Landau more than you? That's not even an insult. For example, why wouldn't people like April more than me? She's a more likable person. I'm a lightning rod. I'm a host. I'm arrogant. I'm a bloviator. I'm a dick.
You're a loudmouth.
I'm a loudmouth. I talk a lot of shit. Why wouldn't they like her more than me? That's fine. People like the show. It's a totality kind of a thing. And if Dave Landau's getting more popular doing stand-up and you want to put the kibosh on him, no better way than to make him work on a Friday. So forgive me, it seems a little too convenient for it to be an accident.
That is no good, though, because if Dave is the more likable one on Louder with Crowder and he's going out touring and stuff and people go see him, he's going to be talking about the fact that he's on that show. He's going to be promoting that.
They're going to be introducing him as the co-host of Louder with Crowder.
Yes. And then more people are going to start watching because of Dave. Who cares if it's because of Dave or Steve?
This would be like if I told you, hey, April, we're moving members only shows to 8 to 9 o'clock. And April goes like, well, I can't, they're asking me to be on Simpcast more and more.
Sure.
And that starts at 8 o'clock. So starting our members only for, 200-300 people at a time at 8 o'clock, that kind of gets in the way of me doing Simpcast for 1,200 to 2,000 people at a time at 8 o'clock, and me going, so your commitment is to here. Here's what that's going to do. It's going to fuck your brand over because you don't get to promote in front of a different audience, and it's going to create resentment amongst your employees. So great job, Crowder. There is no upside to stopping Dave from doing stand-up other than your ego gets salved.
Can you imagine if I got pissy and went on a rant or something every time you went on a show and I didn't?
Yeah.
You should be the one on the shows. And I get excited when you do go on other people's shows because that means our show is getting seen by other people.
And now we're doing Compound Media now, and we're basically on a do an episode whenever you want basis with Compound Media, which is great. People are enjoying our shows there. That's awesome. Go subscribe to Compound. Bobby Tamburo, that little shit, took a little shot at us yesterday on Compound. I didn't know we were in a competition with Bobby for a spot. I had no idea. He had a new special, and he goes, don't go to extras, then you don't have to go through Steel Toe.
Don't have to deal with them.
You son of a bitch. I hope there aren't people who hear shit like that and think, oh, they're really shitting on me. I don't think you could have been more tongue-in-cheek than Bobby was yesterday. It was such a quick little in and out.
I know. I looked at the phone, and I'm like, oh, that little
I'm like,
little
that
fucker.
little fucker.
Right. And gone every other third weekends means every 6 weeks.
Okay.
And then writes for show every day.
I'm sorry. I just want to break this down. Was it ever said to you or intimated to you that your touring is affecting somehow your performance or writing for the main show?
That's a yes.
Wouldn't
sorry.
it make it better though, like we just discussed?
But that's a yes. And that's an I don't want to say yes because this is a divorce court thing. I don't want to say yes because it hurts my case. Like Dave was falling asleep or Dave was, late on Mondays or something like that. But he's doing stand-up. He's helping the show.
But yes, he's helping though. So what? He's a little sleepy.
Oh, my writing? No. They felt that I had nodded off a few times, which really only happened maybe once or twice on a Monday because of like a delayed flight.
Okay.
But tough shit.
How about fuck Steven Crowder for making you come in on a Monday when you had a delayed flight? If you were off doing something or Johnny called me and goes, man, my fucking flight's late. I go, that's fine. We'll either get April or I'll do the show by myself or we'll book a guest.
That's what we do here, actually.
Right.
Like when people can't make it in, we fill in. We have fill-ins.
And it would stand to reason. Now, I think I'm a better host and a funnier guy than Steven Crowder. That's fine. Everyone's got their own tastes. But if a guy megatons smaller than Steven Crowder, can do that and do a show comfortably and do a good show, then fuck him. He can do the same thing.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to. He needs things his way.
Again, I'm telling you, this Crowder smacks of theater kid. Guys, this is a serious production and it has to be blocked off and it has to be this and it has to be here and don't move my floor stickers 1 inch over or it fucks up the whole thing. That is the antithesis of comedy. That is the antithesis of funny. It's the antithesis of spontaneity, which is the antithesis of a talk show. If you keep telling people they can't say come or they have to be there at this time or we're locking the doors, or if you're going to work with stand-up comics, you know what's built into that cake?
Them traveling
and
they're
going to be fucking late and undependable.
Okay.
Stand-up comedians are late and undependable. Always have been, always will be. I've never worked with one who wasn't. They're always time. I'm a time guy. I learned a long time ago. I'll hold myself accountable for my standard, which is if you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. I hold myself to that. Everyone else, fuck it. I got a show to do. They'll show up when they show up. I'll be fine. But I know I have to have my ass in this seat a half hour before the show starts so I can just get used to it, relax, get ready, give him a show.
Hold on. So Crowder's got to have this don't talk button because I'm on a big rant, but he can't get a text from Landau saying, hey, can I get a couple hours of sleep quick and then come in for like the second half of the show or something? So you can rant by yourself while he's in studio with you, but you can't rant alone until he gets there.
So this passive-aggressive Canuck cunt saw Dave Landau nod off once or twice because of a connecting flight that got delayed.
Mm-hmm.
And so then he started making him come in on Fridays as a passive-aggressive way to stop him from doing stand-up.
Well, now you're smothering your guy. You're smothering the show.
And you didn't make him sign an NDA, stupid.
That's my opinion. I don't care. Like, like Anthony never would have cared.
Anthony had Artie Lang as a fucking co-host who wouldn't show up some days because he was high as a kite on heroin.
And when he did show up,
he was bleeding from the nose and he was falling asleep and he was no disrespect to Artie.
Yeah.
And also when he would talk would fucking kill it on the show.
Oh
He was very
God.
funny. Artie hobbled with 2 engines blown out, smoking black smoke behind
Crashing.
him, leaky nose, was still a hilarious co-host.
that Chris Hansen clip is one of the most funny things I've ever seen.
I also started watching the Joe Matarese saga of Compound Media,
Okay.
where Artie's shitting on him. Oh, God damn, Artie's so funny. So funny.
Really funny.
He was so full. Like Anthony would promote my stand-up where I don't even think I would really have to.
Okay.
That's how, even when you look back at the Opie and Anthony days, that's how everybody was making money.
But at the same time, it's also
Stern, the Stern days too. Like Artie would say, shit, I made sometimes in a year made more on stand-up than I did on Stern because the gigs were so crazy. I could play Atlantic City. I could play all these big venues and make all this money because if I just mentioned it once on Stern, it went out to, 10 million people and I could sell the gig out right away.
like if you're going to be up at 7 or what o'clock, you have to be there at 7. You're not exactly going to be all chipper. It's not like you're.
No, and I'm writing on the plane too.
Yeah.
And so I'm always working. Like there's not one assignment that I didn't turn in, and I have every screen grab to do that. There's nothing that I ever.
In fact, you're writing a lot of sketches that just didn't even get greenlit, so you're doing extra work in addition to what did get greenlit.
Oh yeah, that's the next part, which is writes for show every day in the form of sketches, in studio bits, pulling from previous sketches, previous show ideas, and that can be turned into sketches. So that's just busy work.
Yeah. So it seems like Crowder rewards people for being successful and doing a good job on their show by trying to bury them in busy work.
Yes, it seems like Crowder always needs a hand in what they're doing. They always need to be thinking about Crowder and how to do things for Crowder.
And he needs to throttle them down when, their engines get a little too hot.
Sure.
That I did every day just for the sake of busy work, which I'll be honest, I hate. It seems so pointless for a show to do, but it's his show. But it's like, why don't we make the best show we can do? Instead, that's why I think SNL just comes off like it's written by the CIA, because you're just throwing 5 billion things at the wall instead of going, let's take these 7 things and master it.
Yeah.
That's something that tells you Crowder's not a comedic performer, that he's kind of a hack because he doesn't understand that. When you have these creative types, you can't burn them out on busy work. You have to let them focus on what they're good at and let them produce from that well. You can't have them doing 6, 7, 8, 9 different things. They're creative. It takes a lot of their RAM up. A lot of their memory is in that creativity. That's why they don't work traditional jobs, and they work next to empty pizza boxes with no shirt collar. And, it's because they've got to be in a relaxed, comfortable place to give you the gold that you're getting. When you start burying them in busy work and start getting resentful that they're popular and you start burying them in horseshit, you're going to get a worse product. But Crowder doesn't care. He'd rather have Landau produce a worse product and not get closer to Crowder in terms of popularity than have Landau produce great work for him. But God forbid people might go on the road and go, oh, I like Landau just as much as I like you.
But that'd be good for your show, Steven.
You would think.
We've talked about this before too, where I think Crowder gets really jealous too, like when people like Dave are funny and he's not, because he always kind of LARPs being funny, like he wants to be, but he also wants to be that tough guy that fights for everything. And
He's a theater kid,
he needs to pick one.
Right.
He needs to either be funny or you need to be somebody who just fights for everything.
Yeah, he's a theater kid.
And so you could be a straight man. Let him be funny.
Look at the people who just don't say come. And don't talk when the light's on.
Come's not funny.
Yeah, don't talk when the light's on either. But like, look at Matt Walsh, look at Ben Shapiro. They chose, fighting for causes.
Mm-hmm.
Those two are tragically unfunny.
Right, but
terrible. But the people who love that fighting for shit and taking it seriously, they love those two.
And while I might not like that type of show, Crowder would be great at that if you just stick to it. He's not that doing the 300 skit type of guy. That's not good.
I want to disagree with you. No, it's not good. You're right about that. I think he is that kind of guy. He's the theater kid. He's just bad at it. He wants.
That's why I say he's not that guy.
But he is that guy. He wants to make dog shit sketches. He thinks he is the belle of the ball. That's why Dave Landau can't say come.
Well, then him and James Corden should both head off to Broadway.
I agree. Or fuck. One of the two. I think they both want it. But that's why Dave Landau, that's the theme that we're following here, is that Crowder knows he's not the funny guy, but he wants to be the funny guy. You don't have to throttle down other funny people. If you're good, you'll shine through. He has to throttle down Landau's stand-up. He has to throttle down the content Landau can provide. He has to keep Landau busy. I'm surprised that Dave Landau's being as nice as he is about this. Because this is a shitty deal.
He comes off as like a genuinely nice dude.
Yeah.
And I think he has probably a hard time being shitty.
I just feel like whenever we would do that, like whenever I would host the show and we would put together a sketch that morning, it would look really good, at least for what I wanted, because we were focusing on one thing, not trying to make 3,000 things and then going, well, this half-ass one should work.
Yeah.
Now, man, granted, he has millions and millions of followers, but his show was once that first idea, not just throwing everything just to have busy work, to look like a hard worker.
Yeah.
He was a hard worker. Now it's an illusion,
Ooh.
The next thing is he's ready to start his own show his own Friday show by October 14th. So now I have a show every Friday for no extra money.
No extra money. You're going to make Landau do another show, and then he can't do stand-up. And he can't see his family.
He's supposed to be making much more money on the weekends doing his own shit.
Fucking prick.
Tour on Fridays.
Let's break this down. So you are going to have your own show, which is a plus.
Yes.
But you're not getting paid a single dime to host your own new show on his network or his platform.
Correct.
And in fact, it's costing you money because now you can't be out, doing two shows a Friday night in Tacoma or whoever the hell cares, some other city.
Right.
Okay.
So then
I've never heard of that. I'm sorry. I've never heard of someone saying,
insane.
I'm giving you your own show. You're not getting paid for it. I
He's
don't
smothering
understand
him.
that.
Yeah.
Right. It was, it's control, and that was kind of what bothered me. It was the I own you aspect. And then the hours.
But that's the thing. If you're doing your own show, they're making money from ad sales or at the very least adding value to the network because now there's more content and you're not seeing a cent of that.
Right. And that was sort of...
It was designed to make him think he was getting something prestigious, but really Crowder didn't want him going and doing stand-up.
Oh, you've got your own show. How cool is that? Oh, cool. Am I getting a bump for it? No.
Dave Landau made better sketches. Dave Landau was a funnier stand-up. All Crowder had was he could host a show better than Dave Landau. That wasn't enough for him. He had to put in the light. Crowder's insecurity screams into every decision he made with Dave Landau.
Well, it was before where it was we're going to sweeten the pot, and that didn't happen.
Right.
But it did happen in the sense of road dates.
Okay, right.
So I didn't complain, but then I can't do road dates unless he's on them now.
Right.
So basically I have to give up my stand-up career.
Right.
And that's the end of the clip.
Oh, dear. Dear God.
He saved a nice little nugget there for the end, boy, didn't he?
That is not cool. I couldn't do road dates unless he was on them.
Fuck.
That is FOMO. That is needing to be the belle of the ball. That is, you can't have fun without me.
That is a lot of different shit.
That is major insecurity.
Woo. $5 from King Kong Dong says, Aaron, you okay? Your voice sounds like it got the 12 cock brigade. Well, I was doing a Crowder segment, so I wanted to method act.
Yeah, leave us alone.
Yeah.
What we do in our personal time is personal.
And yeah, John Domingo points out Cumia is having Dave on Monday. That will be appointment viewing.
God, I can't wait.
That will be appointment viewing. Landau with Cumia. And if Cumia, I don't know what the sub base is. I don't know what the money's like over at Compound. I don't care. If they can bring Dave Landau back at his old salary, Cumia's getting a hell of a deal.
Yeah, he is. But then what happens to his Blaze show? Can he do both?
That's just it. Probably not. Jared with 350 says, thanks for saying I'm not gay, Aaron. It feels great knowing that I'm not. Oh, I'm sorry. Different Jared. But no, I don't believe you're a homosexual as well.
Not gay, Jared.
Yes, I'm sorry. John in SLP says, Aaron has a light, but it is a vibrator. He has it in his own ass and presses the button way too much. I mean...
You're a fan of vibrating panties?
Yeah, I mean, look, you leave me alone. You do your stuff the way you want to do it. I'll do my show the way I want to do it. Thank you very much. All right, guys, 105 away from today's goal. Wonderful, awesome to have you. Just 105 from making it a successful week. And then we tack on another half hour to the end of the show. So thank you guys so much. There's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Shane's World says Dave isn't coming back to Compound. No. I'm sorry if I made you think that. He's coming back to Anthony's show as a guest on Monday. Let me make that very clear. He's doing a show on the Blaze now. If he could come back to Compound and do the Blaze show, that would be, I'm saying for Anthony, that would be a better move because Dave Landau's more popular now than he was when he left Compound.
Well, he's got all the Crowder juice.
Actually, I believe Crowder in the contract stipulated that he gets the juice back after Landau leaves. It's in the contract.
Once it's squozen, he gets the glass.
Crowder, it's funny. I'm almost giddy because I'm excited to find out that Crowder is exactly what I thought he was. Because so many times you build someone up in your head and then you hear how they are and you go, it's not as bad as I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Crowder is one of those guys where you go, oh my God. He's so see-through that he's exactly like you think he is on the camera.
He does wear dresses.
Luck of the Bind says Crowder juice has flimsy DNA. Oh
no.
Fabian says, I stopped watching Crowder some time ago because his co-hosts were always more intelligent and funnier than he was. And I think that's because they didn't take themselves so seriously in terms of how they're viewed.
But I also bet that if they hadn't been throttled as to how much they could speak, you probably would have kept watching that show.
Yeah.
Watch for the second mic then.
And again, Crowder better be careful what he wishes for because you tell Dave Landau he can't say come. Okay, that's one thing because, Dave Landau, he needed the money. He's needs to make a living. He needs to make a career. He needs Crowder. You try to do that shit with like any of the new guys he brought on, Jim Brewer, Nick DiPaolo, guys like that.
Brian Callen.
They will tell you to fuck right off. Like Nick DiPaolo is not going to stand for someone saying he can't say come.
No.
Or light that goes on that says, hey, Nick DiPaolo, veteran of stand-up of like 35 years.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up while I'm ranting about this. That'll go well.
Tinkerbell. I need to see Nick DiPaolo call him Tinkerbell.
Crowder, what's that light on for? What are you, some kind of a goo gobbler? That's what DiPaolo always says. I'm a goo gobbler. That was one of the funniest things of Opie and Anthony. Patrice goes, nobody's funnier than Nick DiPaolo. He was talking about how dirty Hollywood is and how if you don't think exactly like them, you don't get a gig. He's like, nobody's funnier than Nick DiPaolo. He should have his own show. And he just got really quiet. He goes, but Nick says goo gobbler, man. Like, he goes, when Nick's being good, he'll say goo gobbler.
It's very funny.
And you know what?
I get it.
Maybe I'm built more like Nick DiPaolo because I would much rather be able to say goo gobbler than have your contract. Keep your contract. I want to say goo gobbler.
It is more fun.
Katie Kidney says Crowder used to do Alex Stein type stuff. Alex leans in way harder than Crowder ever did.
Dude.
Crowder was always worried. Here's where Alex Stein has Crowder beat. Alex Stein is all in on the performance of it. Alex Stein doesn't give a shit how he looks as a character or how he looks as a person when he does his shit. Crowder would always do his sketches or his man on the street stuff, but he would always need to be in charge, be the cool guy. He couldn't look stupid, anything like that. And then sometimes he liked to dress like a lady. That was his thing.
Alex Stein is now doing that shit, but on a whole nother level.
Alex Stein will humiliate the fuck out of himself to
my
get a
God.
snicker out of a person in the back of the room.
Honestly, since he's got this Blaze gig in the Blimp and stuff, I have found new levels of respect for that man's performances.
Look, I want to be careful.
Shameless.
I want to be careful how I say this. I don't want to take any credit for all of the great content that Alex Stein is pumping out.
He says,
no, hear me out. I would just like to go back and read the record and see when our interview was where he said to me, Aaron, I got mad at you when you said it because you were being a dick about it, but you were right. It is time to move away from the town hall stuff and get into more sketches and more stuff like that. I'm just really sensitive about, he said that, he goes, I'm just really sensitive to criticism. You see 100 people in a room, you only see the one that's not laughing. He goes, and yeah, I'm really excited. I got some new sketches and some new ideas to do. And then he started doing them and they were fucking crushing.
well, I'm so glad that you could get that end of things and I could take the screams from him before we got to that point.
I'm not saying that it was me. I'm not saying that I did it. I'm just saying that maybe my voice was in his head when he got these great ideas, and my voice was the one telling him, it's okay, you're on the right track, go and do it. Probably not. But would it be okay if I thought that way for a little bit?
But that I would like you to stop saying then that you don't believe that it wasn't you, right? You believe it was you.
I just want to say
it'd be
that perhaps Alex sometimes heard my voice and went, fucking guy, fucking ain't right.
It'd be more genuine if you just said, I think I did that.
He didn't know, because I don't believe that. I don't believe I did it. I don't believe that I made him do it. I believe that when he decided to do it, he went, oh, this is like that thing Aaron was talking about. Fucking ain't right.
Yes.
Maybe not. Patrick with $5 says, Aaron, I'm showing my I just need those moments for me.
I know you do.
I need them for me once in a while.
Aaron Imholt has influenced Alex Stein.
No,
that is what he's trying to say. And that is
Aaron gave
fine.
Alex Stein comfort in knowing he was doing the right thing.
Oh, you were comforting Alex Stein.
Come, don't say come. Patrick with $5 says, Aaron, I'm showing my coworker your show on YouTube, and he says he loves your Dusty Rhodes impression. Care to oblige? No. I'm not going to do my Dusty Rhodes impression, because if I do, it'll hurt my voice. And that's hard times, Daddy. You want to make Aaron dance around like some kind of crawfish on a hot plate? Making me taking food out of my children's mouth. Well, that's hard times, Daddy. This fella over here wants me to get all funky like a monkey and dance and twist around for him, baby, just because it's Friday and he's going to the pay window and he thinks he can start barking out orders, Daddy. Well, I'm not going to do his impressions for him, and that's hard times. So now your coworker's been working the same job for 30 years. And they give him a gold watch and a boot in the butt and say, sorry, Daddy, but a computer just took your job. That's hard time. Are you happy?
I am.
Are you happy? Good. Cocktiff says Alex owes his career to Aaron. I'm not saying that. Not in the least.
Wink, wink.
Am I saying that Alex Stein owes me his? See, I should have shut the fuck up.
You think you're entitled to a trip to the blimp, don't you? I would like a trip to the blimp.
Zen Rhino says, Derek, he was trying to talk George. Oh, what the fuck? Zen, you better not be fighting with somebody. Optic Nerve says, Aaron just nudged him along. I feel like I nudged.
You were like a caring father with a hand on the shoulder saying, you got this, son.
Or a younger brother. I'm fucking younger than Alex Stein.
No way.
He's fucking older than me.
Yeah, no way.
He's older than I am. I'm not putting up with this shit.
100% I think Alex is younger than you.
He's older than me by 2.5 months. Ha 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 ha.
That is interesting.
I am younger than Alex Stein. Dan Crenshaw's only 39. That is a fucked up 39 years old, dog. Holy shit.
How about the fact that Dan Crenshaw comes up when you search Alex Stein?
It's kind of fun.
I think that's funny.
Well, at any rate, boys. 258 likes, says Zumakin. All right, let's do 300 by, did I say 8:30?
I don't know.
I can't remember. Everybody hit the like button, thumbs up the shit out of this, and let's bump it up to 300 by the bottom of the hour. Let's do that. What do you say? Alex is lazy. He needed a boot in the butt, Daddy. All right. Jesus, Aaron, just assume that if you see me typing in the chat that it's sarcastic or funny, you're going to have an ulcer if you don't realize I'm joking 99% of the time. I was just fucking around.
Did we
I was just fucking around. Just fucking around, bro.
Did we cover Alex's newest antics yet in the black tutu?
No, maybe we will.
We should look through that.
Maybe overtime today. Maybe overtime.
I haven't gotten to watch it yet, but the still shots alone kill me.
$100 away from today's goal. We'll do overtime if we knock that goal out. $100. Union Jack says, "Can you do Ric Flair now?" I don't have a good Ric Flair. I just have whoa.
I thought you've done him before.
No, because you know what? It turns into Dusty Rhodes a little bit.
Okay.
I can't do it. I don't have a good Ric Flair. Arn Anderson, Ric Flair, and the Horsemen. See, it's fucking terrible.
It always sounds like you're out of breath with that
I
one.
know. I can't really do Ric Flair. And it's because there's only one Slick Rick.
Is he still kicking? Yeah, he just got divorced, right?
Yeah,
he's still alive.
That's how you can tell Ric Flair's still alive. He got another divorce.
How many is that? I think he just has wives for funsies.
I think it's a half dozen.
And I'm guessing that they know that, like going into it. They're like,
It's I think it's a half dozen divorces for Ric Flair. Alex Bernal says Rob Zombie. Yeah, I'm going to blow my vocal cords out today.
Why not? Oh my God, you didn't do Hitler on his birthday. Missed opportunities.
Well, now I got to stay on the air 364 more days so I can do Hitler on 420.
Rectify that.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, we'll get into the $1 Million Man stuff, too. Ted DiBiase might be going to jail over the Mississippi thing. Remember the Brett Favre deal?
Oh.
Getting the money from the government for different stuff and not
for
okay?
his daughter's volleyball facility or whatever.
The DiBiase family's wrapped up in that, too. So,
oh, boy.
$1 Million Man and Teddy Jr. might be in a little bit of trouble.
Tiny.
There's a controversy on the internet yesterday. Controversy a minute, There was a guy who broke the push-up record, the world push-up record. He did 3,206 push-ups in a minute.
No, in an hour.
What did I say?
In a minute?
Oh, 60 minutes. I'm sorry. He did 3,000.
Whoa.
You wouldn't even see the guy move if that was the case. So 3,206 push-ups in 60 minutes, in an hour.
Yep.
But I want you to tell me where you think the controversy might lie, because the internet is saying that this should not count as the record. Fuck that. Make him redo it. Here it comes. You guys tell me.
Well, first and foremost,
what
I'd
the
like to say,
problem
how
is.
could you ever count that fast in that short amount of time?
Well, so this guy's counting. But I want you to tell me where the controversy might come from on these push-ups.
Not going low enough?
Those aren't push-ups.
Yeah, that's not a push-up.
Aren't you supposed to get a 90-degree arm bend?
Yeah, that's
on
what
a
I thought.
push-up?
Yeah, he's not going low enough.
He's just going dip, 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 dip. I mean,
Right.
those are the
But
tiniest little push-ups.
essentially, his form isn't correct, so it's not a correct
Yeah.
push-up.
You got to get, I always, this is how I learned what a push-up was. They would take a football and they would place it on the ground underneath you. And you had to have your chest touch the football.
Your chesticles.
Your titties had to touch the football before you could go up.
Okay. I always heard like something about an angle, like try to get your elbows to 90 degrees.
So, the offensive lineman, we'd always do the best because we'd dip a titty down there and that would drag a little further and we'd touch the ball.
Is that what you were?
Come back up. I was a center.
I never hear about your football days because they were very short-lived.
Yeah. You know why I was a center? I don't mean to brag. Because I had a nice ass for the quarterback to put his hands on. No, God. I was a good pull blocker.
Oh, that doesn't sound good either.
I was a pull blocker. I could snap the ball. I could get out, sweep around, which is weird because I'm slow. But I was good at pull blocking, getting out, and then on sweeps and counters and shit like that, I could open up holes.
Sweep the leg, maybe.
That's why
I don't know.
Just
dude.
telling you why I'm a center.
I've seen your softball game, and that running form is interesting.
I was
at best.
Look, man, I was a nimble, like a cat center. I was a regular. Kevin Mayway.
You were feline fine.
Yeah. How's everybody feline this evening? Yeah, those ain't push-ups, bro. Those are gay-ass push-ups. A couple of them are legit.
It looks partial.
Yeah. See, like that? Okay, there were like 3 in a row there that totally don't count. Nope.
But
I saw maybe 5 or 6 push-ups out of that whole bunch.
3,000 something though. Like, I'm sorry, I just gotta feel like that's not correct. Like, people would wear out.
Here's what
nearing 1,000.
Ready for the rules for push-up competitions? These are the actual documented rules.
Okay.
From the starting point, a competitor must lower their body to the ground until the upper arm is at least parallel to the floor, elbow bent at a 90-degree angle or less.
Well, his was not.
So 90 degrees is the bare minimum.
This part of your arm from this.
Yes. Has to be parallel with the floor.
That needs to be parallel.
So if you drew a line out from your arm and you drew a line out from the floor, they'd never intersect. Yeah, Aaron, we know what parallel means, you fucking tard. Thank you. Before pushing back up to the starting point.
Read his shirt, okay?
Yeah, those are not push-ups. Those do not count. And I like being a chubbier guy getting to insult somebody's...
Oh, his physique was phenomenal.
Push-up form. Yeah, fuck him then. I'm glad he didn't. That shouldn't count as the record.
Look, I don't marry based on push-up form.
Cockdiff says he could easily bang out 6 million like that. No, Cockdiff, let me tell you why you're wrong. Do you know how many push-ups in a row for how many hours you would have to do while getting 0 sleep? You wouldn't be able to produce that many push-ups in that amount of time. 6 million is an impossible number. You could maybe get 350,000 push-ups.
See, that's kind of where I was going with my
also,
logic.
the gym has wooden doors. It doesn't make any sense.
It is weird.
Thank you, Joe Smash. $10 says happy birthday, Chevrolet JB.
Thank you. Oh, wow. Thank you for your donation. Happy birthday, Chevrolet JB.
Chevrolet JB. Happy birthday, buddy. $95. We're in 2 digits now.
Very cool.
$95 away.
At 8:30.
At 8:30 from being done for the week in terms of goal and doing a half hour of overtime today. People are telling me that the amount of push-ups this guy did is actually not a lot.
What would be a lot?
Wow. 750,000 is a lot.
This guy actually made a statement. They had a big celebration after he did all these push-ups.
Oh yeah, what did he say?
If you care to join me in the parlor, we will be serving white cake.
Good for him.
Do you want some cake this weekend? Goddamn.
You got to stop getting hungry at everything. We got a show to do, for God's sake. Where's your professionalism? Buck the fuck up. Eat your donuts.
Here's my professionalism. Ready?
Yeah. There you go. There's professionalism. 272 likes. Let's get that up to 300. It's almost it's a couple minutes past 8:30. That's all right. Everybody hit the thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, share the channel, and help us keep growing. Thank you, boys and girls. Appreciate it. Let's get to 300 likes in the next couple of minutes here. I believe in you. I think you can do it. So that guy is full of shit. He is banned from everything forever. All athletic competitions with his horseshit push-ups. He should be humiliated in front of the world.
What about cornholing?
He can only be the board. I had to find out who this fucking guy was because, in my opinion, if you're quasi-famous and you pull your dick out on an airplane, I should at least give you the respect of finding out who you are.
This guy...
No, go ahead. Finish your donut.
These might suck for eating.
Yeah.
You can't hear anything.
You mean for annoying the fans.
Right. I was trying to, accentuate my smacking. No, this guy's like a In my mind, I don't know anything about him besides him being like a one-hit wonder, because the song was inescapable. It was everywhere.
And it's funny because April played it for me yesterday. I'd never heard the song.
It's horrendous. It's a bad song. But I do believe that he probably made bank off of it.
He looks like one of those guys who found an angle to get into rap because like rap music now is just for white girls on dance floors. It's not supposed to be good. It's not supposed to be artistic. It's not supposed to say anything because white girls don't like that shit. They don't listen to words. They don't listen to like deeper meaning in a hip hop song. They get scared. They're scared of like the street shit. So it has to be something that's very catchy and bouncy and, oh my God, I can dance to this. And then you listen to, and if you're like an old school rap fan, you go, I can't fucking hear the guy. I got a beat. I got some asshole talking in the background of the beat. That's when I listen to this song.
You are red as a beat right
Oh my
now.
God, I'm red as a beat. I was listening to that song Panda. You showed it to me. I'm like, would the guy in the background of the beat shut the fuck up so I can hear what this guy's saying? And then when I hear what the guy's saying, I'm like, this is fucking retarded.
As like a lot of people like allege that he is, I don't know for sure.
Oh, gay?
No.
Wait, people say he's gay?
No, the R word.
Retarded?
I don't want to call him that. I don't know for sure.
They think he's retarded?
Yeah, there's been a lot of special ed jokes made at his expense.
Oh, you know what? It's funny you mentioned that. I have a freestyle he did years ago. We'll play it today. We'll see if he's retarded.
I think I know it.
Rapper Designer said Thursday he is seeking mental health treatment after he reportedly pulled his dick out on an international flight.
As you do.
Now, that is something a retarded guy would do. Pull his cock out on a flight.
And most people won't do that if they're sound of mind.
And a retard needs to be told it's wrong after he's caught doing it.
I mean, Zach Galifianakis blames Bin Laden for not being able to do that anymore, but...
The 25-year-old Panda songster, calling that a song is a little iffy to me.
Songster? At least they're not calling it rap.
Was flying back to the U.S. from a trip with stops in Thailand and Tokyo. Does anyone else look at a passport stamp in Thailand and just immediately go, okay, dude, what the fuck?
They call it Bangkok for a reason.
It makes the hard men humble. Not much between despair and ecstasy. When he allegedly exposed himself on the plane, earning him a scolding from a flight attendant.
Oh, God.
Now you put that thing away.
It's scaring people.
Designer, born Sidney Royal Selby III in Brooklyn, was reportedly questioned and released by police Monday in Minneapolis when his plane landed. Yeah, he did it here.
Oh, wow.
Pulled his dick out in Minnesota.
We got a designer dick at MSP.
Some very famous things happening on Minnesota-related planes. Designer pulls his cock out and Prince dies.
Both tragic.
Both tragic. For the past few months, I have not been okay. I have been struggling on some retarded shit. No, I'm just kidding. He didn't say that.
What?
I have been struggling to come to terms with what is going on. Ooh, could he be gay?
Wait a minute.
It's a gay retarded thing to do.
For the past few months, I've been struggling with what is going on.
Mental health. I've been struggling to come to terms with what is going on. Yeah.
What a weird thing to say.
The only way I know that Designer might be retarded is one time I was at his house and I came out of his house and I looked at him. This was like 5 years ago. I came out of the house and I looked at him. I go, you don't say much, do you? And he goes, hey, 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 hey. I was like, yeah, boy's troubled. And that's my only interaction
It doesn't get much more obnoxious than that.
By the way, if you want to say that this guy's not retarded, maybe we pick other pictures because
he looks like
that photo looks retarded.
If Nick Cannon had a slightly tarded younger brother.
Looked retarded, act retarded, but he charmed the pants off Nixon and won a ping pong competition. That ain't retarded. How many retards you know ping pong champions?
What's he biting his lip at? Like,
because they say he went full retard. But he cheated, but he looked retarded, act retarded, but he counted toothpicks and cheated cards.
What did he do with the dick?
Autistic, show. Retarded, no. What did he do with the dick? He just played with it, probably just fiddling with it.
Like, what do you do? Like, you've got to have a plan, I think. If you're a man.
Oh my God, can we find not retarded pictures, please, of this guy? Everything is like he just went out for ice cream and he's super psyched about it.
If you're a man and you decide to pull your dick out in a public setting, I feel like you have to have a plan after that.
Oh, wow.
You've got to have a plan for once it gets past the zipper.
Look at Ruby Rules over here. Oh, my God.
What are you doing with the dick?
I got to figure out.
Okay, if you don't have a plan, keep it away for a little bit.
I've worked up the courage to pull my cock out on an airplane, and now you want me to have a plan?
I do.
Wow.
There needs to be a reason that I had to see your dick.
Remarkable.
That's my rule.
He looks like the kind of guy who just pulls it out and yells, "Sketty!" Just leave him alone.
Sketty.
Just leave him alone. I will be canceling all of my shows and any obligations until further notice. Glorilla just got more bookings. Woo! Mental health is real, guys. Please pray for me. If you're not feeling like yourself, please get help. Tomato.
When I'm not feeling like myself, because there are days where everyone's got a bad day sometimes.
Sure.
I don't pull my snatch out. You know what I mean? Like,
Guys, I can confirm she won't do that.
Why does not being okay for a day, you're having a bad one, why does that equate to, I pulled my dick out on a plane?
I mean, some people,
How
when they
do you
don't know
get
what to
there?
do, they panic and they pull their dick out.
No.
Yeah. Wheat Dip says, I got your plan right here. Nick Walter says, please come to Minnesota to hit rock bottom. Foot tapping bathroom airport senator. Eddie Guerrero, Scott Weiland, both came here to die. Somebody else. I think Mr. Perfect was born and died here. I think Bloomington, Minnesota. I think Rick Rude was from here and died here.
I heard Benoit took care of his whole family here.
No, that was in Georgia.
Oh.
Wrestlers who died in Minnesota. Eddie Guerrero, Vern Gagne, Tom Zenk, Brian Pillman died here too.
Yay.
There you go. We got lots
What
of
a mood booster.
lots of dead wrestlers. here
Andy
in
Dick is
Minnesota.
going to make his way. Bam Margera. If you ever hear those people are coming here,
Yeah.
Bobby Lee.
Let's see. Yeah,
you
try to
know,
pump the
assume
brakes.
the worst.
What's that guy's? What's his name?
What's my name?
Yeah, here we go. I got something for you guys. I've got a designer freestyle, and you guys can decide.
This is when he was a kid.
Yeah, you guys can decide if designer was, you know, had some mental problems. Again, I'll let you guys decide. This is designer at a rap battle on public access.
Yeah. See, I'ma let you know who the best by the hour. This like Rosie O'Donnell at a bisexual bridal shower. It ain't nothing to me, man. I keep it for real. Look at this dental, man, with dental the grill. See, I'm the best. I told you that. This dude like that, he ran in front of the cat. Now I messed up, but I'ma stay on top. They told me, man, but you know, I'm never gonna flop. Look at this dude, he need to stay in the shade. Ain't no wonder why he came out. He already in the gay parade. I told you, man, I got you. Roasted like ever. You don't know, but my rhymes, they straight up clever. So you step down off the pedestal. I'm the best, man. You need to go to the fucking dental.
See, there you go. That's designer.
Where's the I'm the best man?
That's
I
at the beginning
did
before
it.
they had that little fuck up.
Oh, fuck.
Before they had the, yeah.
It's one of the best
I
parts.
got one question, man. Tell me who next. This nigga salt like a nigga who just getting the best. See, I'm the best, man. I did it.
Look at him. He's
Oh,
like,
he is on some retarded shit.
that was designer guy.
That was designer, by the way.
Can we get that sound drop ever? I'm the best man. I did it.
For
Please?
sure.
Oh.
So that was designer, and you guys can decide if he's
Union
fine.
Jack says promising.
Kids, did anybody keep up with his career?
Oh, God.
Red1313 on Rumble says, Minnesota, come for the Muslims, stay for the wrestler deaths.
Maybe.
Deeblestkid1 on Rumble says, didn't that guy end up on Tosh.0? He did. They gave him a revival on Tosh.0. And he got to do the whole thing.
I was kind of hoping that guy had like a SoundCloud by now. I'd go check it out.
Yeah, it would be nice if he had a SoundCloud. I mean, just, you know, so his fans could keep in touch with what he's putting out there.
That guy, Eli, is like a mixture between designer and who's that really creepy, like young boy something or other that was trapped in that huge mansion and talked really funky.
I can't remember his name, but I know.
Young boy
XYZ.
NBA.
NBA. Yeah, it was.
I don't know.
The Mood says, here's some money. Now, can I get my dog back? I need him to chase Clarence away. I hate that cat.
No.
Thank you, buddy. But no, the answer is no. Your dog is ours now. He belongs to the family.
Gordy needs a hump pal.
That's right. We just sentence your dog to Chihuahua humps every day.
He's not a gentle lover.
$80 away from knocking out today's goal. Guys, hit the share button, hit the like button. Did we make it to 300 yet?
Oh, God, I hope.
I want to get to 300 likes.
I'll swing you a like. I'll tell you, baby boy.
All right, thank you very much. Hit the refresh button. Tell me where we're at, boys and girls. And be sure to subscribe to the channel and send us out to everybody and tell them how fucking great we are, even if you have to lie.
286.
286. Well, guys, that's 14 away.
286.
That's 14 away from whatever the fuck, from 300.
It's Friday. What? Math is not for Fridays.
John with $20 says, this Landau interview comes out just as Crowder stops the free trial. This is going to get juicy. Well, thank you for the $20, buddy.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. On the Crowder thing, I was going to say, was it Rumble gave me a notification that it was Crowder's last day of Mug Club?
Or last day before you had to join Mug Club, maybe?
No, I swear that the whole title of it was Last Day of Mug Club.
I'm sure it was some Ethan Klein horseshit that he was trying to
That's kind of what I figured.
Yeah.
I figured you would have heard about it, though.
Right. I would have known something. You know what we talked about Chicago closing down every single one of their Walmarts? Walmart closing every single one of their Chicago locations.
Well, because they're racist.
Mostly because they're bigoted, but also because they cannot, and this isn't even an exaggeration, they can't keep product on the shelf.
The hell you say?
They keep getting robbed. They keep getting straight up looted. And the crime in the area is making it an untenable situation where customers don't feel comfortable coming in. So somebody decided before Walmart closes down and they shutter all the locations, they decided to take a camera in there and show us what goes on and what a Walmart in Chicago looks like.
Will we see any particular items being stolen?
I don't know why you would have to take it there, but we're going to start in the produce.
Street level.
We're going to start in the produce section, as it were.
Everything is either on the floor. Look at this. Can't even get no fucking food for my kids, G. Look at this. Came in the store to try to buy something because I'm not a thief.
Look at this.
Look at this. In my hood, can't even get no food for my kids.
Aww.
They went in and cleaned the fucking place out. Every item. Do you know how stocked a shelf in Walmart is?
Overstocked.
Front to back, top to bottom, it's full.
It is thick with product.
Thick. And they've cleaned out the shelves. This looks like one of those stores that's had a going out of business sale for 3 months and you decided to stop in on the last week.
Actually, this just looks like Burlington Coat Factory.
Yeah, it actually looks like a late stage Kmart back in the day.
Where the product is just on the floor.
Yeah, just like if you guys want it, you can pick it up.
Babies need milk.
Pump that titty, bitch.
I feel so bad for this woman.
This is pretty brutal.
I hate this.
Can't even get nothing for my kids, bro. I feel like an animal, and black people made me feel like an animal.
Oh boy, Anthony Cumia filming this all of a sudden. Jesus, this woman actually now has a show on Compound Media.
But this is a black woman,
It is a black woman, yes. But I want people like her and people who watch this video to do their best to remember this shit when these Walmarts close down, because everybody in these neighborhoods tends to have amnesia. And they tend to forget that it wasn't Walmart's fault for creating a food desert. It was the people in that neighborhood who created the food desert.
I want people like her to show up to those. You know how they had like a meeting in the street calling corporate businesses like Walmart bigoted and all that, and it's their fault. And I want her to show up to those meetings and say, no, it's your fault. You guys took food from my kids.
I want to make one of those race grifters in Chicago, those race grifting speech
Jesus Christ.
Speech makers. I want to do this. I want to be Walmart and I want to go, all right, dude, you're in charge of this region. We're going to make you the regional manager for 10 days. And all we want from you in writing is a plan with the math shown that shows us how this store is profitable for us, how we can make this store profitable, and then we will keep it open. And then show him this video, show him the crime numbers, show him the inventory, show him the in and out, just show him the basics and go, here, 10 days. Get on it. You can show me how to make this profitable and prove it works. We will stay here.
I do have a question that I'm not naive or anything, so I can like see some answers coming my way before I ask it. But in Chicago, it's not like out west in California and Oregon and all those things where looting is legal, right? Or not legal, but kind of allowed.
No, I think in most big cities, you're not supposed to call the police anymore. You're not supposed to.
Okay, so it is just like that. Because I was kind of wondering how an entire store gets wiped out with not any cop presence.
Because a massive amount of people do it and they just overwhelm you with numbers. That's the other thing. It's like that convenience store in Compton the other day. They they overwhelm you with numbers and there's nothing you can do. Same thing with this Walmart. It's kind of the idea of they can't pull all of us over. So
I guess
y'all did this to us. Woo! Look at this. Look at this. Look at the store.
See, like if you're Walmart now, why don't you just go, okay, we're going to accelerate our plan to shut this down.
Light it on fire.
We'll give all the employees a severance package and we'll close it early because we're not going to restock the shelves. Because I'm sure announcing that it's closing is only going to cause this shit to get worse.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, our store is closing. Oh, so they've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Let me go take everything.
Look at this.
Ew. That smells so
but
bad.
This is what we're fighting for. This is honoring George Floyd. People who already couldn't feed their kids, now they really can't feed their kids. Look at this. I am so devastated right now. I am so devastated right now, G. This is not okay.
Well, then you must be in the minority because people like you should be speaking up. You should be stopping people. If this is a woman who says things like people shouldn't snitch, then everything she's doing now to me is null and void. Because there are pervasive attitudes, even amongst people who claim they want things to get better, that are not conducive to things getting better. Like the whole idea of, well, don't snitch. Well, yeah, don't tell on your friend if he ran a red light. But if your friend ransacked the convenience store and punched a clerk and robbed them of money, you should probably tell the authorities.
Absolutely.
Because they harmed someone and committed a felony and hurt your community.
And I'll tell you this much, when you start with that behavior, that gets worse.
Yeah.
They don't just stay to robbing a department store, okay?
For us to have to live like this, we do stupid shit like this all the time, and we so black proud. We so black and proud that we ain't gonna never be honest and be real about what's really going on. Y'all are so wrong for this. You can't
fucking based.
Watch somebody come whack her now.
There's a lot of people watching. There's like a lot of white people going, hey, wait a minute, I got fired for saying that.
Came in your neighborhood and fucked up your shit.
It does
I'm
mean
not a
more
thief.
coming
I'm
from
not
her.
coming in this store and stealing nothing. And ain't nobody gonna turn me into no animal or make me feel like a thief. Y'all let them white folks send y'all off once again.
What? Wait a minute.
Wait, what was that?
Hold on a minute. We set you off? We didn't. Hold on a minute. As a white man.
She's talking about Derek Chauvin.
Yeah. As a white man, I'd just like to say, I had nothing to do. How did I get roped into this? I was watching this.
So basically, she's like, being part of the black community, she's sitting there saying, you guys, I all know you guys are doing this, and putting it under the guise of justice for George Floyd and for all black people, of course. But I've always been under the impression I'm sure George Floyd would love his memory honored by doing this, destroying your communities, and now your people cannot feed their children.
I don't know if he would. Yeah, I don't know if he would give a shit. He didn't seem like the most
he didn't
politically.
care about his children either, I guess.
He didn't really seem like the most politically active guy in the world, so I don't really know if he would give a shit, quite frankly.
Yeah, I guess he wasn't the greatest guy in the world.
Here's a fucked up OnlyFans story for you guys. I don't even know how you think this is okay. I don't know how you think you're going to get away with this, especially in the internet age, or what your mentality is that makes you think this is going to work out. But a woman named Michelle Comey on OnlyFans is now under fire for filming a video with a minor and hoping he, quote, enjoyed himself.
It's just me tapping out of whatever that is.
Do you have... Okay, ma'am, if I could. Do you have tits? Indeed you do. Okay, good. Good for you. Do you have a vagina? Good, you do? Okay. Are you in relatively decent shape and middling attractive? Okay. Play with your tits and pussy on your OnlyFans and you'll make a living. I promise. Show your feet every once in a while. You'll get a Christmas bonus. We don't need to be bringing, we don't need shock jocks on OnlyFans. We don't need the shock jocks who are going to push the envelope. By the way, these are the people who are going to fuck it up for all these OnlyFans girls. Because if too much of this shit starts getting out there, they're going to... give the government and the media a reason to call for something to be banned, and they'll take it.
Yes, absolutely.
If shit like this starts happening, they're going to come after it.
What happened to people going to jail for shit like this?
Well, let's find out exactly what they did. An OnlyFans model is facing backlash after she accidentally filmed a video with one of her subscribers who actually turned out to be a minor. Italian OnlyFans star Michelle Comey gave her followers the opportunity of a lifetime to be in a video with her for content. Okay, why is content linked? What does that mean? Okay. It's just a tag. I was like, oh boy. But the viewer she ended up picking was actually underage.
You're not going to double and triple check that maybe
Nah.
as an OnlyFans person?
I mean, why not? When I think of an OnlyFans person, I think intelligent and forward-thinking. And hates their dad. According to the model, after several selections ended up choosing the fan, she ended up choosing the fan and met with him to record the video, but only after doing so discovered the truth about his age. In a TikTok video translated by the Irish Mirror, Comey explained that she hadn't had her fans sign the paperwork until after the video was filmed. Brilliant.
Oh,
Brilliant.
no. Wow, yeah, the business skills on these ladies.
Yes. And didn't realize that he hadn't turned 18 yet.
Oh, God.
He skipped his year of birth, 2005. Let's see, that makes me feel like shit. I graduated the year this cat was born. For obvious reasons, the video cannot be distributed. In fact, it shouldn't really exist. And indeed, it was canceled. Well, now you just admitted that it does exist.
Yeah, you're out here talking about it. You said everything that needs to be said now.
Now, the model did go on to take responsibility and say it was all her fault. Says, I'm looking for a partner again now. The boy got smart, but I hope he at least enjoyed himself.
Ew. Okay, ew. Don't you feel disgusting about yourself if you found out you did things with an underage person?
Well, it doesn't say. They just made a video together. I don't know if it means they did anything sexual.
Oh, I'm sure it doesn't, Aaron.
Oh, boy. I was kind of
thinking. Maybe you should go check out her OnlyFans, and I bet you'll find out that she's just a cooking show.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's good, because otherwise I think she was kind of a whore.
They just made Chicago Dogs together.
Since the controversy, Comey has stayed out of the news for long. Hasn't stayed out of the news for long. Just recently, she and a fellow creator were spotted filming a video together in a grocery store, of all things.
Oh, maybe I am right. Maybe she's just a cooking show.
So far, it's not clear if the model will be facing any legal consequences for her actions or if the authorities are investigating the incident, but it should be noted that Italy's age of consent is 14.
Nope.
She made content with but wait a minute, if he was born in 2005, then that would make him 17. I don't get it.
Something's weird about this story.
You think?
No, I'm just saying something's being omitted, obviously.
14, 15, yeah, it's 18 years ago. Would be 2005.
Well,
nonetheless, this should serve as a good reminder for content creators to have fans sign contracts before they make videos together. So, okay, so they're not saying they were underage from a legal standpoint. They're just saying the kid was a minor, and that's gross. So even if she didn't technically do anything illegal, but she did something kind of creepy, is basically what they're saying.
Underage, maybe in terms of like, were they drinking or something? I don't know.
Yeah, it's
if the age of consent is 14, then I think the drinking age has to be 14.
But again, like
I don't like that either.
These OnlyFans people are going to fuck this up. They're going to fuck up the OnlyFans thing eventually because we see it with what they're trying to do to Discord now, what they did to Kiwi Farms, what they've tried to do to 4chan, Reddit, and other things. They're going to take stories like this and they're going to find 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 more. And they're going to go, well, we clearly need to regulate this. I mean, people are getting hurt and, this is bad for society. So we'd better rectify this and we better make some regulations for OnlyFans. And they're going to try and classify it as like pornography and then make all of the performers on OnlyFans adhere to like all porn rules and regulations and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to try to regulate them. And usually it's to protect someone else, like the porn industry or something like that. So I don't know. This woman, it doesn't sound like she did anything illegal. It sounds like the internet's trying to tattle on her, but it is creepy.
That is, it's creepy, but by Italy standards, I guess not. So I don't know what that story was for. Like I see people seeing like this is a nothing story. It kind of is.
Yeah, it was a nothing burger. I think the story in this one is that Italy is a fucking creep country.
I didn't know that, yeah.
That has an age of consent of 14 years old.
14? You literally just got your periods a year ago. Calm the fuck down.
That's where they're at with the rules.
Oh, once you bleed, you can become a mother and you're ready. You're a woman now.
Yeah, they're very medieval about it. If you can bleed.
That is so crazy.
If you can bleed, you can breed.
Ugh.
That's what they say in Italy. All right, guys, $60 away from knocking the goal out for the week. There's the PayPal. There's the Streamlabs. Venmo, Super Chats, and memberships. All of it on the table. Let's see if we can knock that 60 out before we even get to the can rattling segment, which is coming up in about an hour. We were wrong about something, and we need to print a retraction in today's episode. The Elon Musk thing, the rocket and all that.
Yes.
Apparently that's not a failure.
Well, yeah, they tried to tell us that yesterday. We didn't believe them.
Well, I saw a thing blow up in the middle of a thing. And if a thing blows up in the middle of a thing, I usually equate something blowing up with disappointment.
Yeah, don't you want it to come back so you can use it again?
Well, all they were doing with this SpaceX rocket that they launched yesterday, the Starship or whatever, what they were trying to do, thank you, we taught it, I appreciate that. What they were trying to do was test the systems and learn what they could, and then, build it up better for next time. So they wanted it to leave the launch pad, and then they wanted to kind of take all the data and all this stuff as it was running.
See how it's going.
Yeah. So that when the rocket started tilting and spinning and doing all of that shit, they blew it up.
Oh, they did it.
Yeah. They detonated it. After when it started tilting and spinning.
They had no return plan.
No.
It was never intended.
They had a return plan just in case the whole thing worked, but they didn't actually think it was going to, do the whole, go to space, come back sort of a deal.
Let's just blow the whole mess up.
Yeah, they were. It sounds like they were hoping best case scenario that they could get the support rocket off of there and then fire the rockets on the main thing, but they didn't get there. So once the thing started veering off and spinning and tilting and all that shit, they detonated it from there, and then they all went, all right, great. Woo! Awesome. Very cool. So it was supposed, not necessarily supposed to do that, but it wasn't like a failure because the thing blew up.
So a success in the way of like the arm tossed the clay pigeon into the air and I shot it.
Yeah. And we got to test the durability of said clay pigeon.
Fun.
Zen Rhino says, this is bullshit. You did not see or hear anyone in the command center say or do that. Elon Musk looked pissed when they brought it, when it blew up.
Yeah, you would think if they were intending to blow the thing up that there would have been somebody saying, all right, and we are preparing to detonate this thing. There was none of that.
This is what I'm hearing.
Nobody's yelling at you.
Zen's calling bullshit. He's saying right before it blew up, they were literally saying how there was going to be separation and the main module would land unharmed.
Yeah, they did talk about separation.
That's what I thought too, because as soon as they started talking about it, then it started tilting all over the place and it blew up.
It was careening. The whole point of their camera focus was on like where the the white support shit met the actual rocket, and they were waiting for the rocket's engines to ignite and for separation, and that never happened.
Yeah. So
that was what they had us watching.
You got some people in our chat who are saying, yeah, I call BS too. I think it's a cover-up, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so maybe I'm getting this from SpaceX. I don't know. Because remember, right after the launch, we went, oh, that's not good. But then I had people leaving me comments yesterday going, Aaron, you don't know shit about space, which I will say, fair.
Yesterday, somebody already was being shitty. Oh, I bet they build better rockets in their basement.
I don't, but I also...
Well, we don't, but...
I'm not the billionaire rocket guy.
We're also watching this billionaire rocket guy and trying to listen to him and trust in that guy.
Trying to figure out what billionaire rocket guy is doing. I'm not trying to build my own rockets. Jesus. So...
Are you saying you're not a rocket man?
I'm not a rocket man. And, it seems like you can't win no matter what. Like if you say, oh, well, they just wanted to gather some data and they did that. And then when it got a little away from them, they blew it up. Okay, cool. Success. Everybody go home. Then people yell at you. And if you go, oh, man, it blew up. That's not very good. You're like, oh, you don't understand what they were trying to do. It's bullying. So I guess it's the internet, I suppose. Yosemite Sambo says, I love April's technical terminology. White support shit.
Thank you.
Eloquent.
I appreciate that.
Is that what the official term of what that thing's called?
The white support shit.
Yeah. The white support shit.
That was supposed to separate from the black phallic looking item. The white part wasn't supposed to support.
You're saying that
longer.
the white thing was supporting the black thing so that it could rise higher and higher and propel it to greater heights.
Absolutely.
Okay. So it's like the NBA.
How dare you put me in that position?
Dub says, but everyone has failures except for NASA. Apollo missions, 0 fatalities. Hey, wait a minute. I don't remember. Nick says, I thought these all had explosives for bad tests so it doesn't accidentally go crashing into a major city. That's kind of what I heard.
Well, that is true. Like you have to be able to end this experiment, if you will, before it kills a bunch of people. But that didn't, it wasn't portrayed to us like that was the end goal, was to blow it up.
Hey, guys, aren't we really good at talking about space?
I think we should talk about runaway black holes some more.
Yeah. Like the show, share the show, subscribe to the show. We're great at this shit.
Yes.
So let's move on. F. Murray Abraham. You remember we talked about Omar from Scarface?
I prefer the game F. Murray Kill.
F. Murray Abraham. Omar from Scarface has been on a couple of big shows since then. I mean, I hope so. It's been like 30 or 40 years. F. Murray Abraham had to issue an apology because he's been a fucking 83-year-old creep.
He's been naughty.
He's been bad. So he's been on the show Mythic Quest on Apple TV Plus, and he was on Homeland before that. I can't remember. At any rate, F. Murray Abraham.
White Lotus. He was on White Lotus.
F. Murray Abraham is apologizing after allegations of sexual misconduct led to his departure from the Apple TV Plus show Mythic Quest. Now, I had a feeling when this story came out a couple days ago that an 83-year-old man and sexual misconduct, it had to be something small that was not a big deal when he was coming up in the business, but is a big deal now. Like maybe a slap on the ass.
I was going to say ass related.
Yeah, a hey toots, an inappropriate joke.
Called her sweetheart, God forbid.
Yeah, called her sweetheart, something like that. This is a sincere and deeply felt apology, the 83-year-old actor said, who I'm sure had somebody write it for him. Though never my intention to offend anyone, I told jokes, nothing more, that upset some of my colleagues and as a result lost a great job with wonderful people. So there you go.
So it wasn't even physical.
Yeah, he was telling sexist jokes about tits and pussy.
That's too bad.
Shit like that. Like, for example, maybe F. Murray Abraham was telling jokes like, I don't know. Nope, I don't want those. Keep scrolling. Here we go.
You got it.
All right. Maybe F. Murray Abraham got fired from Mythic Quest because he said, hey, April, do you want to hear a ridiculously funny joke?
Sure.
Women's rights.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck you then.
Hey, April, I had to go get more tablets for my dishwasher.
Yeah?
Yeah, she had a headache.
That's, that's just.
These are some of the jokes F. Murray Abraham could have told. Next time your wife gets angry, drape a towel over her shoulders like a cape and say, "Now you're super angry." Ooh, these are bad.
That's really bad.
These are bad.
You want to try that one?
Yeah. Hey, why don't women need to wear a watch?
Why?
Because there's a clock on the stove. These are
Get it?
old
I'm
school.
all right. I'm always in the kitchen.
Yeah. What gets easier to pick up the heavier it becomes? This one's actually kind of good. A woman. Get it? Because fat ones are desperate. Why does a
I
woman
didn't
wear?
get that. Thank you for mansplaining it to me.
Why does a woman wear white at her wedding?
Why?
The dishwasher should always match the stove and the fridge. Oh God! If F. Murray Abraham was telling these jokes, I hope he's fired.
Oh, that is brutal. And who has white appliances anymore? Don't do that.
Oh, don't insult people who
No
have
white
white
appliances.
Oh man!
Stop that. Unless it's a beer fridge in the garage, no more white fridges.
You're saying colored only?
Yes, actually.
What about those old 80s fridges, the ones that were like yellow?
See, I think those are cool.
You like the old 80s yellow fridges?
Check it out.
Jesus,
There
designer.
is
You tarred it out a
You're
little
calling
there.
me black. Well,
I would never.
No, there's a I will probably never buy it because I'm cheap and I don't buy anything. But there's a fridge at Home Depot, has been for the longest time. It's like a retro, like weird mid-sized fridge. It's not mini and it's not like a full fridge, but it's like that retro cherry red. It comes in cherry red and like jet black with like chrome accents with that big lever pull handle. Oh, I want one so
This
bad.
wasn't supposed to be a topic about fridges, but I'm glad you could tell everyone your Christmas list. It's very good. Did you know that the guy running the show Mythic Quest, his last name is indeed Sosa? And when they wanted to fire him, the director came into the office and he said, "You want me to believe that F. Murray Abraham was a stoolie and a sexist because Sosa said so? You bought that line." You see, I'm stealing the Tigger Next Door's joke. The Tigger Next Door with $10 says he was a stoolie. That's why he got in trouble.
Absolutely.
You want me to believe that he was a stoolie because the staff said so? All right, guys. Somebody said we're over 300 likes, which is awesome. Keep that going.
It's so cool.
Yeah. Oh, because I shit on your
You called me
fridge
black
dreams.
and shit on me.
No, I didn't. I called you retarded. I said you were designer, and you went with the black thing.
I only hear what I want.
Respect your neck. I have no idea what the fuck that means. I'm sorry.
Well,
Buddy Travis says April is adorable. Her and her 80s fridges.
I love them. I'd even go for like a banana yellow or a mint. I prefer mint, red, or black, though.
Fuck you, dude, says bougie April over here with her non-white appliances.
Yes, you should see my appliances. They all have dents in them.
Here you go. So is this the kind of fridge you like then?
It's not the one.
The yellow 80s
It's
fridge?
similar, though. I don't prefer that color.
Whoops. I didn't want to go shopping for one. I just want pictures.
You should just...
There,
no.
that. I'm talking
No.
about that one. No?
No.
That's the 80s yellow fridge I'm talking about.
Oh, that's not the one. That's hashtag not my yellow 80s
How about that
fridge.
yellow fridge? Is
No.
That's the one I'm
Just
thinking
look
of.
up retro fridge and I will show you what I like. And my one... That mint color was cool.
So you like this fridge?
Yeah.
The old ice box.
I like a good ice box.
You don't like that old 80s yellow fridge?
Not on that one. It's
That
gotta,
ran for
it's
like
gotta
50
be that
years?
more rounded, cool looking one.
All right. April doesn't like that kind of. Here, retro fridge. Here we
Oh,
go.
see, that red is pretty cool.
Okay, so this one here is good.
I want it a little bigger than that, but yes.
All right. I have you said you're not against yellow appliances?
No.
You're not so if we could find, say, a reasonable yellow appliance, you would be all for it?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe if I found like And by the way, I want to point out, if Raffi fucking strikes this episode, it's on. It's on with Raffi. Is he alive?
Ooh, Michael
Now I
B
feel
says
like-
avocado green. I'm in on that.
I feel like I might have. Hold on. Raffi age. He might be dead. Oh, no. Raffi's still kicking. He's 74 years old.
What is his net worth? I have to know.
You need to know how much Raffi's worth?
Yeah.
All right. Remember, he's got hits like
Banana phone.
Banana Phone, Down by the Bay, Baby Beluga.
Oh, Baby Beluga. What a great song.
He's got a shitload of others. What are you guessing, and does it upset you, or is it good?
I think 750,000.
Oh, man. Really?
Yeah, he's old. He's spent it by now.
I'm going to go $30 million.
Oh, you tit monkey.
Is Raffi's net worth.
Fine. $2 million.
All
That's
right.
my final answer.
That's Raffi's net worth. $10 million.
Oh, so I was closer. Huh.
Oh, I mean, just going to say that maybe, hey, we split the difference, but fuck me,
you
right?
don't share any. I have leftover Jimmy John's in the fridge.
Oh, do you really?
Guess
Good.
who ate all his last night?
I ate my whole Jimmy John's.
Like
because
this.
I'm an adult. I'm a grown up.
You're an adult.
We eat all of our Jimmy John's when we're grown. All right, guys, $55 away from knocking out the goal. I'm sorry, the goal has been met. Daniel with $55.
Thank you.
Over on PayPal. Guys, anything that comes in the rest of the day goes towards Monday. So thank you very much for your super chats, your memberships, your Rumble rants, your PayPals, your Streamlabs, whatever the fuck. We appreciate it. So it looks like we're doing overtime today, and it looks like another successful week for Steel Talk. All right, this Ali Alexander guy. I've had people asking me what I think about it. I barely know who the fuck the guy is, but he's one of the organizers of the Stop the Steal movement.
Great.
One of these guys who thought Trump won the election and we should fight to make sure that he's the winner and shit like that. Kind of one of the motors behind January 6th.
He's fun at parties.
Not really. A prominent member of Donald Trump's MAGA ecosystem apologized for asking teenage boys and young men for sexually explicit images. Essentially, a right-wing extremist has admitted to grooming minors for sexual purposes. Now, this is from The Advocate. This is a lefty thing, so they're gonna dig the knife in pretty good here on this guy. Ali Alexander. Sexual behavior has been the subject of rumors among conservatives since 2015. A simmering tension erupted last month after Alexander, an anti-Semitic white supremacist, never a prefix you want to have, Nick Fuentes, expelled Milo Yiannopoulos from a Kanye West project. First of all, Kanye West should not be in a position where he can be maneuvered by Ali Alexander, Nick Fuentes, and Milo.
All the maneuvers.
Never. Alexander wants to come to your events to have sex with underage boys.
Oh, my God.
Yiannopoulos texted Fuentes in 2022. Snap out of it. See, now this
To which
doesn't...
Fuentes said, ooh.
Oh, my God. That sounds great. Is there any way you could get some for me? I look like an underage boy. Do you think you'll give me his pecker in my butthole? It's a good Nick Fuentes impression. I don't think anyone does a better America First impression than me.
You were breaking me, right?
Hey, in no way am I projecting my inability to please a woman by saying that people should have babies and marry white ladies. In no way is that in me expressing my own frustration about being oddly attracted to the musky scent of man ass.
Oh, my God.
It's a good Nick Fuentes impression. You can't even tell it's me.
I can't. I actually just blacked out and thought it was Nick.
You think I'm doing the Nick Fuentes show.
You are just Nick.
All right, excuse me, everybody, but does anyone else feel, and this is going to be a big topic today, does anyone else feel like poop is a lot yummier out of the asshole of a man than a woman? Spitballing. Call in.
I heard women don't poop.
Let us know. You know, if he went and just came out of the closet, Nick Fuentes, and he just said he was gay, I don't think he'd lose any audience because most of the people who are involved with America First are probably closeted homosexuals themselves. And would probably feel good that their leader actually embraces who they are. Right?
This is making me think of a different conversation you and I had like 2 days ago. Where, do you remember what I said about... I got to be careful here.
No. Go ahead. Fire away.
Okay. It had to deal with Thanos and a certain thing he's known for.
Thanos snapped half the universe out of existence. You can say that.
Right.
He didn't rape
What
9
if,
million
like,
people.
certain, like, closeted anything, let's say, just kind of disappeared one day? How many do you think there would be?
April had this idea. She had this question.
Just a curiosity more so.
April had this question where she said, what if Thanos snapped half of all or half?
Of what?
Of the gays out of existence.
Let's just say all of them, whether we know they are or not, which I think would be a terrible thing of Thanos to do.
You said, what if Thanos snapped all the gay people out of existence?
Terrible.
But it counted all the closeted gay people. Like, how surprised would you be at how many people?
Like, who disappeared?
Yeah.
Right. And, like, why can't you just be gay today? Why can't you just say that you're gay?
Just say you're gay.
Like, the gay's not, like, the end-all that it used to be, right?
So Ali Alexander, well, I mean, when you're asking teenage boys for naked pictures like Ali Alexander was allegedly doing, that is, it's beyond the pale.
Whoa, no, I'm not for that.
So now we're finding out that Milo tried to warn Nick Fuentes about this in 2022, saying, look, this guy's trying to fuck kids at your events. Like, snap out of it. Yiannopoulos claims Alexander sexually propositioned both adult men and adolescents. However, it was Yiannopoulos' comments on pedophilia well, we know that. Come on, let's not settle old scores. Keep it, hey, advocate.com. Focus for me, all right?
To the point here.
Alexander used Yiannopoulos' name to draw in the boys, and a screenshot indicates that Alexander offered to introduce a teenager to Yiannopoulos. Oh, boy, you're pissed if you're Milo. A guy's using your name and using you as a hook to get an underage boy to come hang out with you?
What do you even do to get back for that?
If you're a man, you just straight up beat the fuck out of this guy.
That sounds like street justice is coming.
Oh, my God. And like, how do you hang around this asshole? How is he even a thing?
I don't know.
It's because of Alexander using him that he's coming forward with these details. How about the fact that you know it's happening? Why does it have to be, well, I wasn't going to say anything, darling, but then he made me a part of it, so I'm not going to cover up for his whimsical teenage sex shenanigans anymore. No, you speak up about it because you found out he's grooming underage kids, and your side is supposed to be like the all anti-groomer side.
It's gross.
You fucking weirdo.
Leave the kids alone, damn it.
Yeah. I wasn't going to say anything about this Ali Alexander, but then he brought my name into it, so now I'll expose that he tries to fuck children. By the way, you see in this that they're saying he propositioned adults and underage people. And we've talked about this before, how in the LGBTQ community, there's a lot more blur to that line than there is for straight people. Historically, like there's a lot more stories out there.
We're picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah. Now, Yiannopoulos, it's because of Alexander using him that he's coming forward. The disgraced far-right activist said, "This is too gay," Alexander said in a statement Friday night. "I apologize for any inappropriate messages sent over the years."
Just, this is too gay.
That was in your statement? Like, we just read F. Murray Abraham's statement where he went, "Look, I told some inappropriate jokes. That was it. I'm really sorry about the people I work with, and I apologize that it cost me a spot on a really great project." Ali Alexander is accused of grooming boys through text messages, and his statement reads, "This is too gay."
Now, I wish people could see that. It's literally, it's just, this is too gay.
You know who should feel stupid? Anybody who followed this dickbag in this stupid Stop the Steal movement. Like, anyone, you take a look at this asshole. Like, I'm just taking a look at his side profile right now, and I'm like, yeah, that looks like a creep.
That doesn't look like somebody I talked to just because of the hair alone.
There's a good chance I wouldn't follow Ali Alexander into the front door of my own home. Mostly because I think he'd try to get in my butt from there. He added, when I flirted...
You're too old for him.
Yes. When I flirted or others have flirted with me, I've flexed my credentials or dropped corny pickup lines. Other times, I've been careless and should have qualified those coming up to me and their identities during flirtatious banter at the start. I thought like the America First shit was not cool with gay and sex and all that stuff.
I didn't think so.
I mean, not openly. I mean, if you're Nick Fuentes, you're
careful.
clearly okay with homosexuality. I mean, it's just oozing out of you. Nick Fuentes has always been one of those guys to me that's uncomfortable to watch because
So just stop there.
He won't just fucking say it. Like, he won't like, we all know. I can't watch him because I know, and he's not pointing it out, and he hasn't said it. He won't say he's gay. And I can't watch someone who's that gay swear up and down that they're not.
Would it be like, in comparison for you, watching Don Lemon if he were to say he wasn't gay?
Right. If Don Lemon was on there going, oh, girl, we got a great New Year's for you tonight. We're going to take some limoncello shots. It's going to be wonderful. And they were like, and he's like, oh, and by the way, I just uber duper love pussy. Like, it would be, yeah, like that would be fucked up to me. I wouldn't buy it. And it would make me uncomfortable.
Sure, I get it.
The Mega Insider has previously said he was bi, but that he was now battling with same-sex attraction. See, these guys get into politics and it works them up and they make their whole identity Trump or conservatives and this and that. And now they have to say things like battling with same-sex attraction. You're not battling with anything. You're gay.
Just say you're gay.
I mean, you like dick. You don't have a demon didn't swim into your ear one night and go, we have to get all the cock. And now you're trying to expel that demon out of you. You like dick. You want to suck it. You want to sit on it. You want to spin around on it like a lazy Susan. Whatever. I don't give a shit. But stop poisoning these young children with your conservative psychobabble, with your America First bullshit when you're out there biting pillows every time you're done with a rally, you fucking user.
Preach, Chow.
And Nick Fuentes.
Go.
You're going to be happier when you start getting a boyfriend and fucking dudes anyway.
Why don't they get together?
Pussy is so not your thing. Right. You and Allie Alexander would keep each other out of a whole mess of trouble.
Allie and Nick. Cute.
Aw. You would get
Nick Allie.
You would keep you keep yourselves out of so much trouble if you would just cornhole each other and call it a day. That's it.
It's a bad visual, though. I wish you wouldn't put it that way.
So, like, yeah, you just get so wrapped up in the politics shit that you just go, oh no, my dick's moving upward because of a boy.
Nope.
And then you're like, oh, now I have to deny and be like, no, I totally crush pussy. I'm just struggling with some gay shit right now. Like, no, nobody struggles with gay shit.
You've never?
No.
You're saying?
You're just gay.
Your dick has never moved for one of your friends back in high school or anything?
No. One time I thought so, but I just really had to piss.
It's just morning wood?
Yeah. Okay. KF says gifted 5 memberships is what this would say. Even Chad has gifted memberships. Don't you feel silly now? Oh, I really am a fucking failure.
Shots fired.
I'm going to go look into it right after the show.
No, it's right there.
Zen Rhino says a tutorial, Aaron.
Well, hello, everybody.
Right after the show, I'll do that. I promise.
You should leave that page open, really.
Thank you. I'm going to. Believe me. Semper Reloaded with $4.99 says, wait, where is Dr. Till? What is this crap? I brought the girl back.
Hey. Don't you call me crap. I've fucking had great shows this week. All week, actually.
Oh, shit. April versus Semper Reloaded. Here we go. Shots fired. What do we do? KF with $2 says gifted 1 steel toe membership. Oh, wait. I get it.
I've left him notes. I've said apply for gifted memberships. I think 3 times.
Yeah, but I thought you meant Costco. So I just had it
thinking
wrong.
About that. You and I damn near should cancel Costco and Sam's Club. We don't use them.
It's funny. We were driving to Jimmy John's yesterday and we drove past one of those places. And I thought the same thing. I was like, we never fucking go.
We used to go a lot, and I don't go anymore. We should cancel that.
Yeah. Who dropped a funny song about Ethan yesterday? Ethan Klein. If somebody dropped a funny song about Ethan Klein, I would love to hear it. Love to hear it.
That'd be fun.
KF says April really needs to get this ship corrected.
I do try. I really do.
All right, we'll move on. I'm sorry. Enough.
Oh, don't be sad.
Enough. All right. Hey. Okay, folks. Enough with the gay jokes, especially from a gay broke bitch yourself.
What just happened?
Hey, Loke, I need to write down a note.
Get your own pen.
I'm making a note of what I need to cut out for today.
Use your monkey feet and there's a pen by your tootsies.
Is there?
Right? No, other side.
Other side?
Yep.
Well, there's my black pen. My trusty black pen. Oh, my foot's cramping. I need potassium. There we go.
I have a banana. Ooh, do you want to eat that banana upstairs?
Not on the air.
You don't want a banana for the show?
I don't want to. We got an hour left.
Did you tell these fine people what you had for breakfast yesterday?
I went to the Park Diner for the first time ever. It's a 1950s themed. Quit saying gay. It's a 1950s themed
diner.
In a cart. In a, what do you call that?
It looks like
It's a dining car.
It looks like
Mickey's dining car in Minneapolis, like the one they have in Mighty Ducks.
It's very shiny with neon lights,
and it was delicious.
It was really good.
A wonderful place.
I frequented as a kid. My family always took me there. And you got those cool little kids meals in the little cardboard convertible cars.
Yeah. Why don't we stop talking about it right now before people think we're mailing in the last hour and start leaving? That would be good. Semper Reloaded with $4.99 says, Aaron, did you know that you can set your YouTube up to allow gifted subs? DM me. I'm older and wiser. I would love that, Semper. That would be great. Zen Rhino with $2 says, when will Semper be Wednesday guest host? I've got a list. We've got a big list of who's going to be in there. KF with $5 says, listen to Semper unless you hate the troops.
Thank you.
Boy, I don't know. That's a tough one.
I always do hate that I try to get this shit in motion. And it's never me that like ends up making you want to do the thing.
I go to whoever sends me the links.
I think Zen has sent you probably 10 links because I know he sent me 10 links.
Yeah. So look, even the people who send me the links, I don't get to them. So what chance do you have if you just tell me to? Think about it. I want to watch the most based grandpa ever. There is a show. I don't know if this is Canada. I don't know if this is us. I don't know if this is some other country. Who knows? But this is a 3-year-old video that's been going viral on Instagram, YouTube, and now Twitter. So this black grandpa is on a show where they have to do a dance number with drag queens.
Gross. Why would you ever do that?
How do you think that the grandpa black man felt about it?
None too keen about it?
Sure. Do you think he went along with it just for the show?
No.
No, he did not. Let's check this out.
Not into touching, okay? I'm not. Let me put that out front. I'm no touching. No touching.
No touching. I won't touch you.
I love this. This guy right off the bat is like, yo, this Asian fella and this old white man may not know where the fuck they are, but I know where I'm at, and you better respect my fucking boundaries, bitch.
He basically just should have tattooed on his forehead, I ain't gay.
Yeah.
No gay stuff.
Yo, I ain't Nick Fuentes, motherfucker.
I was paired up with Isaac. He was like, no touching. I was like, oh, this is going to be fun.
Because you're a dude and you look creepy. Like, I'm sorry, but drag queens to me have always looked like Tim Burton characters, and they've scared the shit out of me.
I just don't like, they remind me of brat dolls. Kind of.
Really? They remind me of giant, burly, hairy men who want to pretend to be chicks. And if you, look, I'm not going to stop you from doing it. I'm not going to, go to these stupid brunches that white ladies like to go to now because they think it's edgy or cool. I think white women should be banned from going out in public in many ways. But I don't want to be around it. So you go perform where you perform and I'll go to the other place.
I just kind of find shit like this, like video, what they're trying to do here is like shitty and insulting to older generations of men. It's like, of course they're going to be uncomfortable.
Yeah,
this is humiliating.
They're humiliating these men, and they're doing it for a reason.
Music will start. The boys will turn around. Right. So, gentlemen, let's turn. Gorgeous. And then we start walking.
Oh, this guy is fucking pissed. Oh, he does. Grandpa does not want to be here.
I'll check this out, though. He's doing better than most men that I could picture being in this spot.
What kind? All he's doing right now is going, what fucking show did they talk me into?
I don't know many men that would sit around and like actually stay for this.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then maybe let's look at the gentleman. Gentlemen, you guys can acknowledge us. Ooh, who is this? Cool.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't do this. I'm sorry.
Kind of looks like Bill Cosby.
Yeah, Bill Cosby would have taken care of this situation differently.
I'm sorry. I'm a man of God. I can't do this.
Oh, no.
I love those people. I pray for them. I would never do anything to hurt them or condemn them. But men are not supposed to dress like women. I'm not going to go along with that. It's time to stand up and be a man of God.
Jeez. I feel like
Jesse Lee Peterson, is that you?
Yeah, I feel like this should be like the rallying cry. Like this last 10 seconds of this video should be like in a meme of some sort. And it should be like, the vast majority of America's position on drag and transgenderism is here.
I pray for them. I would never do anything to hurt them or condemn them. But men are not supposed to dress like women. I'm not going to go along with that. It's time to stand up and be a man of God.
That's it.
That's absolutely how myself and most people I grew up around would.
Don't want to hurt them. Don't want to, do anything bad. Don't want nothing like that. But
that's the thing.
Shit's fucked up, bro.
People into drag, trans people, gay people, I would never, wish harm on any of them. That doesn't mean I have to enjoy it.
Cocktiff says, good. Now go talk to your grandkids about destroying Walmarts, old man. I think
Go talk to the younger generations in general.
They don't listen to me. They beat the shit out of me every time I try to talk to them about this shit.
They steal from me.
Yeah. So this is something we've talked about on the show before. We got, like I said, we got less than an hour left, so we might be rapid firing through.
You got a lot of good stuff.
Some of this, I got a few things. Remember when your uncle was crazy because he would talk about chemtrails?
Yes.
The shit that you had relatives that would talk about chemtrails, I'm sure. Yeah. They'd be like, the planes, they're flying by, and they would shoot the shit that they're shooting out.
Yep.
They're fucking with the weather and they're fucking with our brains.
I've heard it.
And then those people were all crazy. The problem, conspiracy theorists always want to do this thing where they go, we talked about it and you guys wouldn't listen. Okay, all of you are fat, you smell bad, you don't shower, you scream all the time. You can't blame us for going, yeah, I'm going to hold back on following this guy into the gates of hell.
Yep.
It's, conspiracy theorists are usually the worst representatives of their position because they're usually remarkably autistic, thus their, particularity for details.
Mm-hmm.
But then that also leads them to not being socially amenable to being disagreed with. So you go, oh man, here's the deal. You have like chemtrails. And you go, the planes got shit behind them. It's fucking with our brains and our weather. And you go, oh, man, I'm not sure it's doing that. You motherfucker, what are you, some kind of a sheep? You just follow along with whatever the government says. You're going to be the reason we all fucking die. And you're like, dude, I wasn't disagreeing with you. But I just said I wasn't sure.
I don't know enough.
But I definitely don't want to be on the same side you are. So then, fast forward a few years. And COVID happens.
Mm.
And then we all kind of start seeing oh, wow, this shit's just all out in the open now. And all these people who have been conspiracy theorists since the 80s all want to do an I told you so. It's like, no, you don't get to do an I told you so. You sounded retarded. We rightly didn't believe you because you sounded insane. It's like the Patrice thing when he talks about how Alex Jones and all these other guys, they'll tell you 2 + 2 = 4. But they'll shove marbles up their ass while they're doing it.
Right. I don't.
So you're like,
I don't want to be with that.
Yeah. You're like, I know that 2 + 2 = 4, but I'm not going to be seen following a guy who shoves marbles up his ass.
No thanks.
It's not my thing.
Maybe it feels good. I don't know.
Right. Maybe. I don't know why he's into it. But the chemtrails thing we've known for a while now it's in a way it's real. They're not putting chemicals out there to make you docile and conform to government. That's what they have iPhones for.
But there are chemicals out there.
But they are doing a thing called cloud seeding so they can make rain and snow heavier and more severe. Why? No fucking clue. I don't know why they would do something like that. But the chemtrail conspiracy, this is Wikipedia, is the erroneous belief that long-lasting condensation trails are chemtrails consisting of chemical or biological agents left in the sky by high-flying aircraft, sprayed for nefarious purposes undisclosed to the general public. Believers in this conspiracy theory say that while normal contrails dissipate relatively quickly, contrails that linger must contain additional substances. Those who subscribe to the theory speculate that the purpose of the chemical release may be solar radiation management, weather modification, psychological manipulation, human population control, biological or chemical warfare, or testing of biological or chemical agents on a population, and that the trails are causing respiratory illnesses and other problems. Okay?
Interesting.
Increase in asthma and all that.
Yep. I have looked at the sky before and wondered why some chemtrails are huge and seem to last a while compared to others.
So they call it an erroneous conspiracy theory on Wikipedia. Ginger Z, who is a chief meteorologist and managing editor of the climate unit at ABC News, kind of a big deal.
I know who she is.
Oh, you know Ginger Z?
I've seen her on the news before.
Well, Ginger Z is either quiet part out loud or we just don't give a shit anymore. She says, when I went to college for meteorology, cloud seeding was inefficient and expensive. That is not the case today. 42 projects in 10 states with hundreds of ground-based cloud seeders sending silver iodide into storms to make them snow more than they naturally would. More on Good Morning America on Tuesday.
Really?
So yeah, they just put that shit in the plane. They release it when they get up there so they can make storms more severe.
Well, they must be having a hell of a time in Minnesota with all the snow we've had.
Well, think about it. What do they want to? They want to convince you to give up your gas-powered vehicles. They want to convince you to give up all this stuff that's powered by fossil fuels in the name of what?
Climate change.
Climate change. Now, if you're saying that climate change is this big, bad, terrible thing that we're causing, because look, all these storms are getting worse, what's a good way to put your fingers on the scales so that you can balance it in your direction?
You got to make it happen.
Make it happen. If climate change, because climate change isn't giving us all of the things that they said it would give us. Remember how many predictions of Florida would be underwater by 2000 or this would happen by 2016 or
California's going to crack off.
This would happen by 2020, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
It's not happening. But you know what we can do? We can say, oh, these storms are getting stronger. We have to get you out of those cars. How do you know the storms are getting stronger? Oh, because I'm the one who pushed the button on the chemtrails that went ahead and seeded the clouds and made it snow and rain harder. I mean climate change.
How about the fact that we can do that?
Right?
You can just make it snow and rain harder.
You can just manipulate the weather on your own. That is kind of wild.
Hate it.
So they can do this. Why don't they do it like on all the farms and shit then?
Yeah, why not use it to your advantage instead of places that flood all the time?
Right. Why are we punishing poor New Orleans all the time? Why don't we instead just try to,
And if we can do that, why can't we come up with something to put into storms that are causing all the fucking tornadoes and shit that devastate entire states?
Well, how do you know we didn't get involved in that?
You're saying you want the entire states devastated?
I'm saying maybe the people who did it did.
I don't know. I like to believe people aren't that evil that they want to just destroy, like, the flyover people that aren't doing anything. But
I mean, you got to make climate change stick.
What are people in Arkansas and Oklahoma and shit doing?
Well, nothing. That's why they figure they can wipe them out. It's like, come on.
Okay, but again, juice worth the squeeze. I don't know.
No, I don't know. No, I'm fucking with you because you're going off on the tangent. I think I'm just playing devil's advocate for fun. I don't give a fuck. I don't know. I just wanted to tell the cloud seeding story. I don't know why the fuck. Now you're getting into questions I don't fucking know.
Well, if you can cause more weather to be happening, you'd also think the opposite could be true.
That they can stop weather from happening? No, the cloud seeding is about making the storm stronger.
I know that.
Yeah.
I just meant I would think that eventually the opposite technology could also exist, where you could, like, bust up something that's going to be devastating.
Oh, like make it like a kidney stone. Treat a storm cell like a kidney stone, break it into smaller pieces. I don't fucking know, so I am out of this one. Instead, I want to go to something a little closer to home, like your bodies. There is a self-proclaimed personal trainer with a fat body, because that's a personal trainer that I want to go to.
That's the one that works.
If I got to pick and I look at people and I see that Asian chick with the 3 kids, Maria Kang, I see a Tony Little looking kind of guy from back in the day, or I see someone who looks like John Goodman from season 3 of Roseanne. I want to pick John Goodman from season 3 of Roseanne because he's going to make sure that I keep myself in really good shape. Hi, I'm your fat personal trainer. Today, we're going to think really hard about going to the gym and think really hard about getting a workout in. Then we're going to get really tired and we're going to eat a whole cake and take a nap.
White cake.
White cake, exactly.
If you care to join me in the parlor, we will be serving white cake.
A self-proclaimed personal trainer with a fat body declared in a TikTok video that it's actually fat-phobic to intentionally lose weight.
Yes, you're right. Because I intentionally lost that weight because I didn't want to be overweight. You're right. It is fat-phobic. It is my fear of being fat.
That's true. You know, we hear these stupid...
It's true.
We hear these stupid things and we immediately want to jump on the person. But, you know, technically she is right.
That's what I'm saying. She's completely right. Yes, I am completely afraid of being that way. You are right.
We are afraid of being big fat fucks because it looks terrible and feels terrible.
I'm afraid of feeling that way, and I'm afraid of the health problems that can come with it.
Yeah, maybe that's what we need to do. We just kind of need to lean into that criticism.
Yeah, people need to stop like being like, oh no, God, no. Like just...
Fat-phobic, not me.
What?
No, that is why I lost weight. Absolutely, yes. I'm terrified of being fat. It was your fat phobia that made you lose weight. Precisely.
You've been at a point in your life where you did not like how you felt or looked, right?
I've been 240 pounds, dude.
And
235,
like
240. No, I had back titties. It was awful.
And by the way, like, being fat doesn't make you a bad person, or doesn't mean people in your life love you any less.
April said that, not me.
I got people that are overweight, per se, that I care about quite a bit. Yeah. That doesn't mean I love them any less or anything, like, but I'm not...
In fact, technically, if people get fat, you have to love them more.
Oh, more to love.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it.
You have to have more love in your heart
to
for
go
that
around.
person.
Okay.
To accommodate, correct.
Yeah.
Libs of TikTok grabbed the video and posted it Wednesday to Twitter. Apparently, before the clip disappeared from the user's TikTok page. Well, thank God for Libs of TikTok grabbing entertainment for us. You know, that is interesting. The fact that this woman, her name is Ashantis.
The last city of Ashantis.
The lost city of Ashantis. Yeah, she would sink if she fell in the ocean. So this personal trainer, her at least deleting the video, deleting the TikTok, at least shows a little bit of self-awareness.
A little.
Because she's like, oh, everyone, okay, this is being passed around the internet and everyone thinks I'm full of shit. This is probably bad for business. I should take this down. But Libs of TikTok was ahead of her. The video was titled Wellness with Ashantis. She calls herself, among other titles on her Instagram page, a weight-neutral personal trainer.
Ew. That's like saying you're like a weight-neutral doctor or...
No, a weight-neutral personal trainer. That would be like, I'm a tumor-neutral oncologist. Just trying to keep that. I think getting rid of the tumor is kind of a phobia, but we certainly don't want to see it grow.
Oh, God. April got rid of her tumor. That must mean she's tuberphobic.
Tuberphobic.
I said tuberphobic.
Yeah, that would be if you got rid of Cardiff Electric.
Well,
Then
that
you'd be
too. You know what?
I don't see Cardiff anymore. Like, I don't see any of those things going. Like, that whole Dabbleverse thing seems like it's kind of starting to just...
I don't know. Like,
it's starting to settle into the ground, if
I
you will.
don't see anything about the Dabbleverse. The last thing I saw was like 3 days ago. Some random person I saw tweeted like, "Oh, I think the Dabble." No, it was that Nas Redna guy said, "I think the Dabbleverse is eating itself from within."
Yeah, no, clearly we said that would happen, but it's just kind of like all those personalities who like 2-3 months ago you couldn't help but see them. Now you're like, where the fuck did these people? Like everybody's all gone now. Her declaration came in an answer to the question, are there really zero circumstances in which intentional weight loss is healthy and not fat phobic? This is real, and I'm genuinely curious, the person asked. So that's like a really polite way of going, like, bitch, you retarded.
Yeah, they were trying to be polite.
Yeah. Ashantis replied, quote, I'm going to say 99.9% of the time, if you are intentionally losing weight, it is fat phobic. She did leave a smidgen of wiggle room, saying, quote, in case I am truly, truly wrong, but I don't think I am. Well,
that is so insulting to any overweight person who's just trying to lose weight so they can be around longer and be healthier and all that. You know how insulting that is?
But I mean, technically, she's not wrong. I mean, it is, like you said, it is fat phobic.
Yeah, it is fat phobic, but calling it fat phobic is putting such a negative connotation on it. There's no positivity there.
Yeah. And if anything, she's kind of like fueling the fat phobia because they watch her talk about this and they're like, I certainly don't want to be like that person.
I mean, people wanting to lose weight doesn't make them bad people. And we've seen that with celebrities before. Like, who is it? Fucking Lizzo. Her fans wanted to eat her alive because she wanted to lose some weight.
Ironically. They wanted to eat her alive.
That is super shitty.
Yeah. No, it is. It's one of those deals where people see someone like Lizzo. It's like the boyfriend who's a feeder.
No,
Like they don't want them to lose weight because they might find someone better. Or like with Lizzo's fans, it's like, well, if Lizzo gets skinny and she loses weight, then I have one less excuse and I have one less person to point to and go, see how fat and fucking. It's like a death spiral for them. It's like a suicide pact. They're like, no, she has to stay fat so I can stay fat, and then we can be fat together, and then I won't feel like such a piece of shit because I won't be alone.
Right,
That's why
then
Lizzo can't get healthy.
Grading on a curve, like we're all the same, right?
Yeah.
I think it's equally as shitty to point at somebody and say, aha, you're fat, and then shame them for trying to lose the weight.
Yeah.
Like, you're the same person. That's really mean.
Your mom's dirty says, so yesterday, Loaf Piggy went to breakfast and Jimmy John's. Oh. I mean, yeah, I guess.
What did Loaf Piggy want when I suggested maybe getting a fresher sandwich, and you had suggested something else?
I wanted Jimmy John's. Didn't I?
You first asked me if I would like to go to McDonald's, where I said that seems like a bag of shit thing to do.
Yeah, that wasn't, because that was right after sparring in the gym and everything else.
It was after 8 o'clock, so we hadn't had supper. We hadn't eaten since breakfast, or I hadn't. But then it's like there's no time to make supper after 8:30 either, so pick one.
So I had Jimmy John's. Yes, I was a Loaf Piggy yesterday. You're right.
Said, let's go for a fresher sandwich. It doesn't mean it's better for you, but it's a little fresher.
So does that make me a real piece of shit if I ask April to go to Nelson Brothers this morning?
It might make you a piece of shit, but I don't know if I hate it.
All right, let's listen to the fat personal trainer tell us that losing weight is fat phobic. And now let's see if she genuinely has a decent point or if she's just trying to protect her own fat ass.
I'm ready.
Here we go.
Another great question. This person was asking if there is any time in which intentional weight loss is not fat phobic. I'm going to say 99.9% of the times, if you are intentionally losing weight, it is fat phobic.
I mean, so far I don't disagree with her, but we just feel differently about it. She's saying it like it's a bad thing.
Right.
I'm saying it like it's a good thing.
She's not acknowledging that there are clear reasons that it would be good to be afraid of being overweight.
Yeah. Like, I think I'm using Socialist Media said, you want to be able to walk at 55.
Yeah, you don't want to blow your knees out or your back. You want to be around for your family.
Someone said, I don't want to be 350 pounds anymore. Oh, well, you really are a bigot. You're more
what a bag of shit.
You're really more of a big N. But,
I'm leaving that 0.01% in case I am truly, truly wrong, but I don't think I am.
Well, that's very humble of you.
I don't like TikTok for the fact that it makes people think that they just get to put their opinions out there, just any fleeting thought.
You want to test first?
I do. I want people to
well, then you gotta
put
get rid
some
of
thought into it.
Twitter and Facebook. You got to get rid of all of them. All the social media's got to go then.
I didn't say it has to go. I said I don't like it.
I mean, if you want people to stop, doing that shit.
I didn't say it has to be canceled.
We gotta
I just
get
said
rid of all of
I don't enjoy the ease of which that people put their thoughts out on TikTok.
And like they get to think they're an authority. Like people get to be an authority now because they made a TikTok.
Yeah.
Your view count determines not like your qualifications or your education or anything else, but your view count determines whether or not you're, an authority on something.
And here's the reason why. I'm not saying if you exercise and happen to lose weight, that is fat phobic.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I mean, to have your forgiveness and to have your approval and your permission to have some pounds fall off when I start getting active. I mean, I wasn't going to start until I had that okay.
I don't understand like the mental gymnastics people go through to get to this
She's
point.
mad that she's fat.
But she doesn't have to be.
She doesn't want to be fat.
If she's truly so fine with it, then just be fine with it.
A lot of these people wrap a lot of their personality up in the fact that they're fat. Lizzo's a great example. And then they wonder, oh my God, if I lose weight and I'm not fat anymore, do I lose my hook, my angle, my identity? There's a lot of comics who are like that with drugs and alcohol. I've heard a lot of comics say oh, I wouldn't be funny if it wasn't for drugs or alcohol. And it's like, no, you'd probably be funnier. You'd be more creative. You'd be more responsible with your time and everything else. And
yeah, Lizzo's
Doug Stanhope has said, like, oh, Mitch Hedberg, Mitch was my friend, and maybe he just didn't want to be around us anymore, and maybe he wouldn't have been as funny without the drugs. And Jim Norton kind of had him dead to rights. He looked at Doug and he goes, no, a living Mitch creating material is better than a dead Mitch.
I agree. Like, that just, like, people want to talk about coping. That sounds like the ultimate coping for your friend died.
Yeah. I mean, a crutch of, I don't want to do a healthy thing for myself because I'm afraid I won't be me anymore. No, you're right. You'll be a better you.
Yeah, Lizzo wanted to lose weight at one point a few years back, and now her whole shtick is, Lizzo be eaten.
Yeah, look what a big fat bitch I am.
I'm the overweight chick that wears minimal clothes so you can see it all, and I play the flute. I don't know.
Yeah, the flute's part of the hook, too. That's weird how you combine the sandwiches with the flute, but
I really don't know.
Whatever.
I'm not saying if you start a medication and you happen to lose weight, that is fat phobic.
Oh, thank you.
I am not saying that if you're going through any type of, illness and that is altering your body in some way, that is fat phobic.
All cancer patients rejoice.
all you're saying, I'm allowed to get cancer now. So all you're really saying is that you're remarkably jealous of people who get in good shape and get shredded on purpose. So you're going to call them a name to shame them out of it instead of you trying to get healthier. A lot easier to pull someone else down than bring yourself up, isn't it?
I do wish that there wasn't a chance in this world for people to understand that shaming anybody in any direction is no better than the other way around. Right. Like, they take it so personally. Like, if somebody to come on here and say shit about her being overweight, that is like hell freezing over.
Yeah.
It's evil. That is gross. But she can't do the same back, or she can do the same back, and she's fine.
I'm saying when you are intentionally exercising to lose weight, altering your diet to lose weight, doing any activity intentionally to lose weight is fat phobic.
Oh, hey, I'm actually doing these squats and running on this treadmill so my fucking knees don't hurt every time I go get the mail. Oh, well, aren't you a piece of shit? God, you're garbage. Why are you so full of hate?
This woman is
just tired of carrying 300 pounds on my back all the time. That's all.
This woman is right in terminology, wrong with intent.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you absolutely nailed it in terms of, losing weight intentionally is a fear of being out of shape.
The inflection is wrong here.
But you're saying it like it's a bad thing.
And the reason why is because you are intentionally attempting to make your body smaller to fit into what narrative?
No, it's what you want you to be.
It's for your health. It's so you, like I said, so you don't have pressure on your joints. So you don't end up like the I-35W bridge at 40 years old. That's why people are doing it.
If you want to be overweight and you're okay with that, that's fine. If that's what you want for you. If you want to lose weight and be around longer and healthier, that's also okay.
No, you're just trying to fit into a narrative.
No, there is no narrative. It's whatever you want.
What's with Black Zumach over here?
That is so weird.
Not understanding the word narrative.
The narrative that smaller is healthier, even though we've already discussed why that's not true. I know there was another comment on this video that said something along the lines of, when I'm lighter, I don't have as many issues with my mobility.
Whoa.
I'm really excited to hear how she turns this into that person being a bigoted piece of shit. Really excited to hear that.
People like her scare me because they believe what they're saying.
Yeah. Well, they've convinced themselves. Again, it starts with, how do I blame someone else for me being fat so I don't have to go to the gym and work it off? And then they keep telling themselves a story, and eventually they start believing it.
I don't have as many issues with my mobility. And that may be a correlation.
No, hold on, time out. No. I'm not taking your soft ass concession. It's not, it may be a correlation. If you weigh 150 instead of 350, you're going to move around easier.
And that is a scientific fact.
And that is a scientific fact. Unless you have some sort of crippling disease, if you weigh 200 pounds less, you're going to move around better.
I don't know. Like, this woman clearly isn't at a point yet where she's had to go to the doctor for knee problems or hip problems or anything yet. But like, one of the first things doctors will ask you to do before they decide to do a knee replacement surgery or anything like that, or even before they do the surgery for you, you have to lose weight. You have to see if that helps first.
Because they don't want you to break the trusses of your new knee or your new hip. They
Mm-hmm.
don't want you to have it do that and watch the rivets pop out of it and your fucking knee collapse.
I remember there was a point in my grandma's life where she had like a knee or a hip problem. I don't recall. It was a long time ago. And they had her lose like 10 pounds first before they do the surgery.
Yeah.
Because they're like, I can't put this on in your body and then have it just go bad and have to operate on you again.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that extra weight is a causation, especially if you are not in care of somebody like a physical therapist that is specifically certified or has previously practiced physical therapy with a fat body.
Full of excuses. Every time just full of excuses. Can't be a doctor. It has to be a physical therapist, and they have to be a physical therapist who's dealt specifically with fat bodies before. So set up an impossible scenario to disprove what I'm saying, because nobody watching this video is just going to go seek out a physical therapist and then ask them, do you work with a lot of pigs? And then can you tell me about the correlation weight has with the ease of movement? Like, you're just setting it up so you can never be wrong.
Well, these people really do believe that they're doctors now on TikTok.
Yeah,
I don't
they
know
do.
if you've seen that, but people go to TikTok now for therapy. Talks like hers about their weight so they feel better about themselves.
And wouldn't you know, they all end up trans.
They will not go. Like, you're going to TikTok for your mental health, these people are, and they wonder why they're so screwed up.
It does seem like going to Mengele for conjoint twin separation surgery, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I say that because as a personal trainer with a fat body, I know that movements impact people differently based on their body size, type, shape, mobility, a million things.
But you did include size and shape in that. Thank you
Right,
very
that's
much.
important. Mm-hmm.
I love how they always, the way they term shit too. They go, I'm a personal trainer with a fat body. Like it was given to them. Like it would, like just one day they fell asleep and they woke up and somebody threw a fat body on them. Like they didn't get that way.
So pretty much no. There is no time in which intentional weight loss is not fat phobic. And that's just kind of the way it is.
I would challenge you to find one person who's been overweight in their life and then lost the weight. I would challenge you to find one of them that said they didn't feel better after.
And then I love how they wrap it up. You know, when you're making a really good medical point and you want to put a wrap on it, you go, and that's just how it is.
That is just that.
Cerberus with $20 says, I had a friend in high school that ended up with a drug addict feeder. She didn't really have any self-esteem and just adopted his mentality and just did whatever he wanted. It really messed her up. Yeah,
I'm sure we all have some stories like that. Yeah.
Yeah, would not doubt that. Guys, we are $20 into Monday's goal, if you wanted to know. Yeah, we've already passed today's and we're good for this week. We're $20 in.
We appreciate you.
To Monday. Thank you guys very much. I'm using socialist media says, how long before a $25,000 fine for fatphobic comments? Canada will do it first.
You're right. Yep. They're going to be on that pretty quick.
Canada will be the first one, and then the rest of us. All right, guys, it's just about time to start overtime. Let's talk about our pals at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Stoney's hosting the Steel Toe 9th anniversary party Saturday, August 12th, right there at Stoney's.
Oh, yeah.
And on Thursday, May 4th, it's the return of Bike Night at Stoney's. So 2 weeks from yesterday, Bike Night returns to Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. They got the food trucks out there for that. Bring the motorcycle. It's a great time. Have a few drinks. And then on the weekends, there's always live bands. It's a great place to go to watch sporting events, have their world-class Bloody Marys, have a couple of drinks. Enjoy yourself. It's a good hang at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, All Care, whether you go in the ditch, the car gets stuck, you get a flat, you don't have the stuff to fix it, All Care is there faster than anyone else, making that inconvenient point of your day as little inconvenience as possible. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. If you're looking for a firearm, if you're looking for rifles, shotguns, handguns, lower receivers, magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, and more, check out the selection at Midland Armory. You can see it on your screen right now. That is a fraction of what they have available online for you at midlandarmory.com. All things Second Amendment, Derek and Tracy can help you out as well at midlandarmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe and save yourself a bunch of money. I saw a lot of people saying really nice things online yesterday about these small stickers.
Yes, they're very cool.
The hard hat kind of stickers there, they really enjoy them.
That was a custom order for men with hard hats.
That was made by Affordable Sign Service. AffordableSignService.com. You know, the thing about Affordable Sign Service is that it's like stuff like this, or it's giant real estate signs, big business signs like industrial signs.
This thing
back here, all of it. Affordable Sign Service. So, I mean, you want banners, custom signs, I believe vehicle wraps, real estate signs, printing, cards, vinyl, 3D signs, you name it. Affordable Sign Service has it. AffordableSignService.com. That's AffordableSignService.com for all of that great work, no matter how big or small.
Mike can help you design anything.
Shouting at Cloud says Alex Stein and Brittany Venti had a real fight on live stream last night's Simpcast.
Last night's Simpcast?
They did a special. Chrissy did a special thing. You know what? I would believe it. I could see someone with Alex's sense of humor getting into
clashing with Brittany.
Yeah, clashing with Brittany Venti for sure.
Okay.
Because Brittany's way more serious.
Takes herself more seriously, maybe, is the way to put it.
Takes herself far more seriously than Alex does. Where is old Alex? Let's find our buddy Alex on here. Oh, there he is.
You're right. I did see that this happened. I didn't see the fight.
Oh, really?
Though. I did not see the fight.
Okay. Well, let's take a
Watch and live. Also, hi, ladies. Chrissy, you funny AF. Thank you, Delaire.
I tried honing it on stream. I never was taught. Like, you guys have to keep in mind, I was orphaned at 16. I've had to either watch other people do things just as I go, or like YouTube them, and this is what
How
it
long
said
is
to do on YouTube.
Alex
it said
is
to
on
hold
for
it
a
at a
long
45-degree
time.
angle
The
and
whole
then
time,
go
I
down
think.
with
Oh,
it
no, he's
on
not
both
quite.
sides. And usually it does a decent job with
So this
honing
is
it.
like 45 minutes worth of shit. Does anyone have, whoever wrote that in the chat, could you go ahead and throw us like at what point in the discussion they had their fight?
Yeah, when do they start fighting? And
Alex
why?
got really mad about Brittany and Pod Awful. Yeah, I guess Jesse from Pod Awful, when he doesn't get attention from Mersh, he goes and tries to get attention from Alex Stein. I would tell Alex, like, fuck that guy. Don't even think about him. Like, he's a nobody. When your whole gimmick is like parasitically using other people's shit so you can feel somewhat relevant, believe me, Alex, that guy lives in misery all day long.
They sure do.
You don't need to worry about that guy. He needs you. You don't need him. Don't even think about him. Trust me. Besides, that drives them more nuts than anything else. They said that it happened near the end of his appearance. Okay.
Thing is, I'm not all stoic like you, or I'm just.
Oh, okay. So we're getting to it.
He sounds serious, yeah.
Okay.
As adults, most people say they enjoyed the show, but keep in mind, most people are liars. It sounds like she kind of has random people on. That's basically what I get from the second 2/3 of that.
I don't know who they're talking
Okay, I gotta
about.
go. Jesse's gonna just clip this up and make content about it. I'm annoyed. Brittany, you annoyed me.
You shouldn't have emotionally reacted and assume I am in bad faith.
Okay, I need to go back.
A women's swimsuit while being a guy in front of kids.
Well, I'm
and then
gonna
have
continue to
not
wear
be
women's
weird.
bathing suits. I'm gonna continue to do whatever I want.
All right.
So it's about his last
This is about his last bit, his last thing that he did.
He went to a what the hell do you call it? City council meeting wearing a swimsuit.
He did that a long time ago.
Right, but that's what she's talking about, wearing a swimsuit and stuff.
Okay, and
As
then
a
I
man.
saw him he wore a women's swimsuit in the Blaze offices too recently for one.
Yeah.
So that could be it.
Making fun of like a Leah Thomas or something.
Brittany Venti is one of those people who would not see the humor in that. I would see it as this is
escapes her.
too serious a topic to be joking about. Like Alex Stein's whole thing though is he fights his battles with humor.
And poor Chrissy here, she likes both of these people. so-
Right. You can't expect Chrissy to like take a stand on
No.
this because they're both her friends.
She streams with Brittany all the time, and she loves Alex.
Yeah, it would be kind of dishonest if she like took one person's side and not the other.
A wrestling match and a kid watching that ringside, is that being a sexual predator? I want you to answer that question.
Oh shit!
I like how I try to go into this to squash.
Just answer the question.
Oh fuck!
Why are you so defensive?
Because we're allowed to watch wrestlers wear literal, basically,
oh boy,
like literal Disney version of that. So I'm trying to bring awareness to this. I'm getting clicked.
Hold on.
Result. So I was saying I personally.
Well, first, a woman's swimsuit. I like this.
Holy shit! You know what, guys? We're gonna find the start of this, and we're gonna take a look because it looks like they went at each other for a while.
Someone show if it's not like career-wise beneficial for you too, if it's like a size thing. But I'm wondering about specifically that incident, like why 5 minutes before if you already agreed to go on it. That's what I was asking.
It wasn't 5 minutes before. It wasn't 5 minutes before, and because honestly,
God, it goes even further back than this. These two are.
You probably just could have started from the beginning.
And you say, "Oh, this person sucks." Yeah.
Okay.
Then it's I'm being weird. Why can't I just ask about it? Because like
it's before that even.
Alex, I just heard this. Wine and cream.
Face.
It tastes really good.
And
okay, do me a favor. I know Brittany Venti's attractive, and so people let her get away with shit because she's attractive. And I don't dislike Brittany Venti. Stop with the fucking eating right into a mic on stream, especially like mushy shit.
We did eat a donut today, I will disclose.
Mute, eat your donut or make it part of the show.
I don't know.
Now, one of the funniest excuses was like, yeah, someone's dog got sick.
Where you're slurping soup and shit.
If we ever eat anything on the show, it's usually because of something I said the day before, and the
dog needed
surgery.
I say that all the time with my pet, something with my pet. But that a lot of times it's true. But yeah, I use pet excuses all the time for stuff. My number one go-to excuse probably the pet dog.
I'd rather
homework is what I call
if
it.
you're gonna be flaky, I'd just rather get the real, honest, flaky reason than you suddenly making up an illness a half hour before the show starts. It's like, no, you would have had to leave your hotel like way earlier.
Wait, I have a question in regard to that.
Here we go.
I was on with my friend James yesterday, and Jesse from Pod Awful came on, and I was asking him like, why does he not like you?
Who?
And he had met Jesse from Pod Awful, and he said it was because it started.
I don't know who that is.
When he invited you on, and then you canceled 5 minutes before because you said you were worried about him trolling you.
Right. Like, okay.
It's because Alex would have been a huge get for him.
Well, this is kind of what I understand happened. Jesse wanted Alex on his show, and he was going to fuck with Alex. And Alex sensed that he was going to get fucked with. And like Jesse's whole thing is he fucks with people. He's kind of like he's one of these guys who's going to vie for Red Bar's throne when he leaves.
Mm-hmm.
And, or when he dies or whatever happens. But Alex sensed that he was going to get fucked with. And he said, no, I'm not coming in here to be made a fool of. So people like Jesse who do that kind of a show do not like it when the trap gets springed before they're ready. So Alex sensed that he was going to get fucked with, and he goes, no, Jesse, I'm not going to play your game. I'm not going to be a fool. I'm not going to tap dance for you. And that set Jesse off, and he got upset because Alex... I mean, I don't know if people like Jesse, and they're a dime a dozen on the internet. I don't know if they just think that they're a lot smarter than they actually are, and that they're going to get these people.
Of course they do.
That they get mad when Alex Stein, I almost said Alex Jones, they get mad when Alex Stein goes, I'm not in the mood to get fucked with. I'm not going to go on your show. You're not going to fuck with me. That then Jesse gets mad, and he's like, well, I'm going to fuck with him every time I go on the air, and I'm going to do this. It's like, you're not doing this out of strength, Jesse. You're doing this because you're upset, because the guy got the better of you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, same thing he does with Mersh. Mersh doesn't start failing when Jesse wants him to fail. He just, they get the Rumble deal. He gets the NBC Peacock thing. Their shows continue to grow. And now you have to be a phony and you have to pretend they're failing because they didn't do what you wanted them to do. There's a weird control thing there. And a notice me daddy aspect to it as well. So now Brittany Venti brings up Jesse PS, sore subject for Alex. So this is where we get our fight.
So I wanted to know, like, what was up with that? Like, how do we get it to
Brittany,
how do we
are you a Pod Awful stan? Are you a Pod Awful stan, Britt?
None of this sounds familiar to me.
I think he's all right, but I was
Maybe
curious
Frank
about it
can
because he asked me
confirm.
to host to like have you guys like talk it out.
No, he wants to have Alex on so he can fuck with Alex and say fucked up shit to him and get his little ha-has and he.
And then have a hot girl on the screen so everyone makes sure to tune in.
It's really interesting. Guys that And I respect what he wants to do. He wants to fuck with people. But don't be a guy who wants to fuck with people and then act like you're acting in good faith. Be a guy who wants to fuck with people. You don't see Red Bar going on other people's shows and going, I just want to see if I can squash this with him. Pew, 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 pew. Like, he doesn't do that. He goes, no, I'm just going to endlessly shit on this guy, you know?
I don't even remember this person. I feel horrible.
This is the
Like,
problem
I
with Jesse. And I actually,
What's
and
your
I
side of that?
appreciate Jesse. I appreciate, because I don't want to go on Jesse's show because Jesse's like basically kind of a stalker in a little bit of a way. I mean, his content is just focused on other people. So like basically all he does is make content about me or Mersh. So it's like
that is it. I mean, that's all the guy does.
Him and Mersh. Yeah.
It's 5 hours of fucking Mersh or 5 hours of Alex Stein, and you watch the first 10 minutes of it. You're like, oh, this will be interesting, and then it's like watching a car be stuck in neutral and gassing it for 5 hours. You're like, they're gonna put it in drive, right? Like this is gonna go somewhere, and then it never does. It's like it's 5 hours of watching a guy be upset that someone else has achieved what you thought you were entitled to.
I've never watched an episode of his, but I've heard enough that I know I don't like watching shows that are just about being miserable.
Yeah.
He's a troll. He does some trolling. I agree.
But that's all he does.
That's
That's his whole content. He doesn't go out on the street. He doesn't interact. So he just literally, his whole entire universe, his whole ecosystem relies on reacting to other content. He's just copying Red Bar. He's just a Red Bar copier.
Yeah.
And so it's just
accurate.
like, yeah, he's exactly like Red Bar. Chrissy, like how Red Bar is to you, this guy is to me.
And no one's any
Exactly.
better at Red Bar than Red Bar. Like he.
Well,
No.
okay, so
this guy.
That is the one level of respect that Mike David deserves. He didn't start that format. People have been fucking with each other since the internet started. But
he does it the best.
He's the guy who does it the best.
Yeah.
You know, he's the guy who fucks with people the best and gathers a following of it the best. And all these other guys, watching them imitate him. I don't like these people like Jesse who imitate Red Bar and are trying to do him and don't admit it. Like, that's kind of gross to me. Like when people go, oh, you Cumia clone. I'm like, yes, Anthony had a massive influence on me. You can probably tell just by the way I talk, by the way I do my show. But like a guy like Jesse, these guys get, and there's a million of these shows on the internet. None of them will admit that they're just chasing that Mike David dragon.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. They won't do it. And I think that's why they don't get big audiences and they don't get credibility, is because people watch it and they go, if they're new to it, they go, are you going to address the fact that you're just being Red Bar? And they don't. And I think there's an inherent dishonesty in that.
This guy wishes he was Red Bar, not even close.
So how come you cannot like someone's content and
Wait,
still like
Auntie,
hash
are you
it out?
talking about
though?
I canceled 5 minutes before? Or Alex did?
No.
'Cause I've never heard of this.
I'm asking about
Britt,
Alex.
Britt,
I just heard this yesterday.
You want me and Jesse to become buds? I don't want to be friends with Jesse. I have no beef with Jesse. I appreciate him making content about me. I would appreciate anybody that spends that much time watching my content. He literally says he watches every single video. So he's unironically a fan. He's going to tell you that I suck, yet he watches every single second of every single video of every single.
Yeah, no matter how fast you run your mouth or no matter how fast you talk, you cannot escape that fact that if you're watching, you're a fan.
We've been there.
Yeah.
How many times? And everyone could say the worst things about us. You're a fan because you watch every move we make.
Probably a bigger fan than like maybe even like a Mr. Approachable who
Way more
watches
dedicated.
most of the shows, but probably couldn't tell you all the shit that these other people do.
Because they take time out of their day to make sure they've seen it.
I mean, they even come up with fan fiction. It's amazing.
Oh, God.
On every single
Sounds like a
platform
fan.
that I even participate on. And so for the fact that he tries to act like he's so much cooler than me, then half of his content is all based upon me.
Yeah.
So it's just dumb for him to actually tell his audience he doesn't like me when he needs me. He
might have
needs
a
merch.
crush.
But
The
maybe
same
that's why
people
he
he
wants to be on good
hates,
terms.
he needs.
Maybe that's why
Say
he
that
wants to
again,
talk-
Brett?
Maybe that's
Alex is 1,000% right on this.
Yeah.
Brittany Ventney.
He's got his finger on the pulse there.
Brittany tried to get Alex going on this, and Alex is just kind of throwing facts back at her.
That's why he wants to talk it out. It seemed like he was open to it.
Of course he does. He wants the juice from it. He wants the juice from being on with Alex Stein, but he won't say that part. Oh, man.
No, you guys have beef.
Brittany, I refuse to believe Brittany Venti's this dumb.
don't know.
She's doing
Like,
a thing. She's not this dumb.
I don't think she's dumb either, but there is a lot of women that'll listen to somebody talking like, "Oh, I think they're being genuine."
Maybe that's it. Maybe
You know,
it's more
and
of a
I
gender
don't,
thing.
I've got a lot of trust for people out there, so I don't know.
Topics. We're not
No.
here to
I'd
talk
like
about
to talk
somebody
this
I've
out
never heard
because
of.
he's going to clip this. He's going to talk this, and Brittany's energy's been weird all night. I thought we were kind of friendly, Brittany. Like you're coming on my show. I thought we were friends.
okay.
And
We're
you're trying to
friendly.
not.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, but
So,
you're just coming
hold
here trying to
on.
white
So I
knight for
can't-
Jesse.
No,
It's
I'm
just-
asking
but you
about
can
it.
ask. You can ask it, but there's just the way you're asking about it. It just seems
So
like you're
hold on,
kind of
if I'm
trying to.
being-
You know what's funny is I'm watching this going, April's gotten this same energy from Alex before.
Yeah, but I didn't sit and scream back at him.
No, you didn't.
And try to deflect. I said, no, I know
You're
we
like-
said some things, and
Like, yeah,
but
my
we meant it
husband's
this way. And
my husband's kind of an asshole, but I'm sure he'd love to talk to you.
when somebody comes at me like that, I guess I don't sit and scream back at them.
Yeah.
I kind
You're
of
like, let's figure this thing
I
out.
can see where you're coming from, but this is what happened.
You know what's funny is Chrissy is reacting to this the same way she reacted to Alex when he came in hot at you.
Yeah.
She's like, wait a minute, what? Hold on.
I understand, but I think Alex also, like you just said, like you thought that it seemed like Brittany was trying to get him going on something. Well, Alex has that made immediately.
Fair.
me,
So
which is
hold on,
fine.
if I'm
Yeah,
being
be
fair,
fair.
then it's I'm being weird. Why can't I just ask about it? Because like, where the topic
Okay,
is
okay.
like
Here,
5
I'll
minutes
ask you
before.
this:
I just want to know.
if you look at my
why.
content, Britt, if you look at my content, how many videos do I have about Jesse?
Great point.
I don't think you have much content about
Zero.
him, but I don't know.
I have 0. Now, if you looked at Jesse's content, look how many videos are about me.
Hours and hours and hours and days.
Again,
and
we-
days.
I saw
You know
I
the
saw at least
story.
1 or 2. Definitely at least more than 2.
There's about probably 10. So he
about
needs me. I don't make videos about him.
Right.
So by me talking to him, he needs me, Britt.
That's just it. Like, we kind of run into that too. Like, somebody was asking me, like, oh, why don't you go on this show with this guy with like 8,000 less subs than you? And I'm like,
No thanks.
he needs me. I don't need him. I gain nothing.
We've said that before too.
Yeah.
Like, how many videos do we make about that person?
all these people,
None.
the last 2 months who realize that putting steel toe in the title gets you views. I'm in the Alex Stein seat.
Yeah.
They're in the Jesse PS seat,
You're
and they don't
driving.
like that Alex and I have learned that lesson. They don't like that we go, if you don't mention these guys' names, they get nothing out of it. They need you, your daddy. You make nothing about
Right.
them. They make everything about you. It's that one movie where they go, the way to win the game is to not play. Alex has learned that. Brittany Venti doesn't understand why he feels that way.
I'm his big fish. So that's why I'm not going to go on his show. I don't make videos about Jesse. And as a matter of fact, I don't care if anybody watches it. I think he uses a lot of production quality and it's good. And I like him making videos about me. He might say, oh, Alex is a liar. No, I actually appreciate it. And as a matter of fact, like I encourage him to make more videos about me. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart because
Also,
I actually
Alex,
think
like, you're busy. Your time is really valuable. Like you don't have to go on someone's show just
Right.
because they really want you to go
on
on.
anybody's show. I'll go on anybody's show, but he needs me to go on his show, Britt. That's why he's begging me. That's why he's trying to say I'll work it out. He would love to have, this is the Alex Stein episode. For his fans, it would be his biggest episode. But for
Of
my
all
fans that
time.
don't
He's
know
right.
him, it wouldn't mean jack squat. So it's not worth it for me to try to put him over in wrestling terms. I'm not trying to give him a bump. He needs me. And so that's why I'm not going to go on his show. That's why he wants
I don't think Alex Stein could be any more on point on this one.
You've had people tell you that.
Yeah.
You've had people tell you, like, dude, don't waste. You were busy. We have a life. Like, stop
Yeah.
going on shows that don't do anything for you.
Oh, I'll say it. Like, E-Rock has told me.
yeah,
he's like,
I didn't want to out him, but yeah,
Yeah,
E-Rock.
E-Rock's like, dude, you understand how much bigger you are than all these people? Don't even talk to them. Like, they're useless to you. They're worthless. And I'm like, it's a good point. E-Rock's a pretty ruthless dude, actually. Like, people look at him as like the E-Rock from the Opie and Anthony show. The guy's sharp.
Yes, he is.
Really,
And
really
he has
sharp when
really
it comes
great
to
business skills.
broadcasting and shit like that.
Yeah.
try to ingratiate himself with any show I go on. He tries to do, anytime I go on a guest, he does the same thing with Mersh. It's a very weird pattern for an adult male to all you go and do and is watch other people's content and then comment on it. Because listen, there's so much cringe stuff that I do. I agree. There's cringe stuff that you do. But if you microanalyze every single person's content and you say, oh, this person sucks, yet you watch every single second of it,
True. This
you
is
are
so
such a
great.
hypocrite. That it's just sad that you even have a fan base that respects your opinion when you're just
And that's a thing too. You like if one of those fans ever writes to you, you're like, dude, I can rescue you from this dungeon if you'd like.
Right.
This,
It's like,
this is a
guys,
really shit existence.
Listen up, all of you. Like, he's preaching right here. Like, this is spot on.
This is spot on.
Yeah.
This is a successful guy talking about an unsuccessful person.
Yeah, he does have a really great point too about how like a grown man Like it's how
You
it's
gotta
like
stop.
really odd behavior for grown men to go
That's like-
obsess over another grown man.
People want me to comment on all that podcast drama, and I'm like, guys, I cannot tell you the last 2 months how good it has felt to just be done with the show, go to the gym, not read DMs from people. On my show, we're going to do this, and do you want to talk about on my show about the thing we're going to say about this show? And I'm like, no, I got a full dance card doing fun
you and
shit.
I do
like,
a whole bunch of stuff.
and Alex is right. It's like, let them do all the shit on you. They need you.
Mhm.
And don't do any of the shit on them. Like, people want me to comment on, Shuli and Kevin and Bob and all this shit. I'm like, guys, they are 60 years old. This is not to be commented on. This is sad.
Right,
These
Alex-
are 60-year-old men fighting on YouTube.
Alex isn't even saying that this Jesse guy shouldn't exist. He's basically saying, no, make videos on me. Spell
Yeah.
my name right.
Right, exactly.
You're talking about me? Thank you.
And he's saying, but he's also, there's a level of pity in his voice, too. He's like,
Right.
you're a grown man.
What odd behavior from grown men.
Stand on your own feet, little boy.
Hypocritical. So listen, I got no beef with Jesse PS. I honestly mean that, but I'm not going to go on his show. It doesn't benefit me, but it would benefit him. So that's why that's the answer to that question.
No, I think that makes sense if you don't want to go on someone's show if it's not like career-wise beneficial for you to, if it's like a size thing. But I'm wondering about specifically that incident, like why 5 minutes before if you already agreed to go on it. That's what I was asking.
She just keeps poking. She got her answer and she's still poking.
Well, yeah, she's being nosy.
Yeah.
Oh, and it wasn't 5 minutes before. It wasn't 5 minutes before, and because honestly,
That's why I want your side of this. Like I want to hear your side of it. I'm curious.
Because before I canceled, I didn't know Jesse PS. I went on. I had him on my podcast. I had him on the Conspiracy Castle. I had no idea how deep and dark his web. I had no idea anything about him. And then I see all these videos making fun of Mersh, who I like Royce and Mersh. I like them. I'm friendly with them. So I see him going after them. And this is the thing. I used to hate watch this girl called Amberlynn Reed. We've talked about her on this show. And I would watch her shows. I'd be like, unironically, I like this. And so I used to watch him make fun of Mersh. I just saw it. I'm saying that in between time to when I had him on my show, like I immediately had him on my show. He's in my chat.
God, they fight
I want to
for
come
a
on. I
long
want to come on.
time.
I love Alex Stein. I like Alex Stein. He's going to say that's not true. He was saying that he liked me. I was his new favorite guy, yada, yada, yada.
All right, I'm going to skip ahead here.
Well, he was getting a point there, too.
Yeah.
Like, he was getting to the point of, like, well, I didn't know much about this guy, kind of like we've said before. And then you learn about this guy and what they're about, and I decided I didn't want to be in with that guy.
It seems like this is impressive to listen to because I'm like, holy shit, Alex Stein and I have
It's
kind
echoing.
of followed the same arc.
Yes.
Where I'm like, we learned the lessons early on, and now we know the game.
You're both the same age, yeah.
He's 2 months older than I. We followed the same arc. We learned the same lessons, and now we've beat the game. We figured out the game, and the people who still play the game are really upset about that for some reason.
Getting clicks on the internet 100% for 100% when you get clicks on the internet because I'm mocking this stuff. So I get that you don't like it, but if you're going to try to say I'm a disgusting person or you hate it that much and now
she's
we're
talking
not
about the
friends, it's just-
swimsuits and stuff.
I think
I
that's
feel like you're putting a lot of words in
rich.
my mouth for someone who defended you yesterday.
And I think that picture
Hold on.
that
I don't
Alex
know
with
that you
his
defended me.
in the back is like
I don't think
somebody
Alex gives a shit that you defended him to Jesse PS. Like he said, he doesn't care.
It doesn't matter.
who clearly hates Alex is like, oh yes, like I can zoom in on.
I
this
use that
and
picture. I still use that picture. I can care less. Listen, and first of all,
Alex couldn't care less. Thank you. Continue.
I put on that swimsuit for like 2 minutes at that leg to make a point, and I hope that kid did make a point. I hope they looked at me and they said, that is wrong. Look at that person. That is not how the status quo should be. That man should not be in a full bathing suit. But first of all, let me tell you this, and when I wear that outfit, everybody says it's so bad. If you go look at Andre the Giant, you look at a wrestling singlet, we're allowed to watch wrestlers wear literal, basically thongs, hanky-panky. So me in a one-piece bikini, I'm more covered than what you can see on Channel 5, NBC News. So for you to try to act like it's like the biggest deal, I'm trying to make a political point. I'm trying to push boundaries. I'm trying to take risks, and I get criticism from people that would never go outside and never take one of the risks that I take. So it's just funny how you're like, I guess judging me, but I don't judge you, Brittany, and I'm sure you're perfect, and I'm sure, everything you've ever done is great. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. But see, I'm not perfect, but I just think it's kind of rich.
So great for Chrissy.
You'd like to bring it up because
Chrissy's doing the right thing.
She is. She's absolutely just letting this go, and she likes them both, so whatever.
She's letting him settle it.
Yep, this is good.
No, because you're trying to talk about all of these
Oh my
Jesse
God. Why
P.S.
Are you
points.
so defensive?
That is a woman thing to do, son of a fuck. Wind him up, wind him up, wind him up. And then when he goes, "Rah!" Why are you being so defensive?
I am still proud of myself to this day for like on my first, was it my first episode of Simpcast that he yelled at me?
It was the first one.
I never for one time reacted this way. I didn't say, why are you so defensive? I knew why he was doing this. I handled it very well.
I miss Alex. I want to get him back on.
I think, God, you and Alex like echo a lot of the same shit back and forth, which I like. He shows a little more emotion quicker than you do, I think, but I don't think that's always bad.
I'm a diesel engine.
Because
He's a
there
Ferrari.
are times where I watch you and I'm like, I can't believe you're holding back on that right now.
He's a Ferrari. He goes 0 to 60 like this. I'm a diesel engine. Get me warmed up, but I'll yell.
Chug, 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 chug.
Only because this guy talks, all he does is make content about me, and you're just on his podcast, and now you're using all of these talking points, I guess, to try to troll me, and it's just not appreciated. It's just annoying.
I asked you about like.
So you said you don't like that. You willingly brought up.
So 2 things.
Okay, but you care that I canceled on some random person's podcast? You care about that, Britt? You've never canceled on somebody's podcast before?
No, I definitely have. But my point was like that.
I mean, I remember the first time I tried to get you
before.
on your podcast, you were like, oh, you have to talk to my agent. You were a pain to try to talk to get on a podcast. So you're trying to call me out for trying to be difficult to get on a podcast.
I tried
Spare
to pay
me.
what?
Seriously.
What
you were.
No, I'm saying you're trying. I'm saying it was a pain to book you. You're a pain to get on a podcast. So for you to try to act like you're some perfect person that you've never canceled on somebody throwing, shade at me about that, it's just.
Are you okay going late with this?
Yeah, I don't care.
All right, we'll go late with this. This is fun, man.
This isn't. I like listening to Alex on this, I guess.
Alex, yeah, I got to say I'm proud of Alex. He has figured out the game. The Alex I talked to when he and I buried the hatchet, and this Alex, this is Robo Alex 2000 compared to that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Unappreciative. I don't know what that's all about.
I mean, you could feel like it's shade. I'm sorry you feel that way, but to address really quick, to address your point about
guys, we got to change this podcast format that people have.
Yeah.
You got to leave the super chats alone
Just
until the
wait.
argument's done.
Like, go late if you have to, but read them later.
You know how I always say, like, we need more radio people in podcasting because they're just more professional? This is what I mean. There's got to be at least radio people. Like, E-Rock could make a killing as a podcast consultant because he could talk to Chrissy and go, Chrissy, copy and paste those super chats somewhere. Put them somewhere where you can remember them. This is a moment you let play out.
Don't interrupt this right here.
Yeah,
this is
right.
good.
Exactly. She's a comic, though. Like, she's not a broadcaster. She's learning as she goes.
I think she's been handling this pretty well.
Yeah, she did really well.
This is only criticism. Yeah, leave the super chats till the end.
Fuck them.
Like, really quick, to address your point about, like, the wrestlers and wearing that, the difference is if you're going in person and like you're a guy and you're wearing a swimsuit and it's like inappropriate and you're showing like skin that's like deemed as weird, inappropriate for men, and you're in front of children, that's different than a child watching on TV. Not
He's
that
not
that's
pulling his cock
but-
out.
So
but
there's no
you're
kids live. There's no kids live at a wrestling match, Brett.
Aaron would like to
but
disagree with that.
It's like in very close proximity.
So you're telling me. No, you're telling me a kid ringside at a wrestling event and watching a person in a Speedo, men are in Speedos in wrestling, dedicated to children, in more cloth than I'm wearing in the one piece. So you're saying that is sexual predation or whatever? That's a sexual predator? Is that what you're trying to insinuate?
I'm putting a pin in this. We have some super chats.
No, but I want to answer. I want her to answer.
Chrissy doesn't want their friends to fight anymore.
I get it.
Yeah, I get it too. This is more of a human moment than a broadcaster moment. I kind of find that endearing.
Right.
She doesn't want her friends to fight, but I don't think these two are going to be pals.
Be kind of like if at our buddy's wedding last year, if they had just kind of let you two keep getting in a fight and let you be choked out. They're like, nope, not gonna. No. Could be fun to watch, but let's pull this.
Put a pin in this. I just want to skip over the super chat and see if we can get to those two fighting again.
And there's a kid ringside 5 feet from the wrestler. Is that bad?
So the parents are bringing them to the wrestling match versus like at a beach or a lake in that photo you were in, and you're
that
dressing
their parents
and
brought
you're
them
purposely
to?
and you're
and their
purposely,
parents brought them to that their parents brought them to.
And you're purposely dressing in a way where it's supposed to be like provocative because that's the point, right? You're trying to do satire. So you're purposely dressing in a sexual
one
way.
piece is
in front
not
of the
provocative.
kids.
A
One Piece.
First of all, a bathing suit's not sexual.
On a
Bathing
guy,
suit's not
it
sexual.
is, and that's why you wore it. Isn't that
I
the
don't-
point of the satire?
No, the point. If I wanted to wear a sexy bathing suit, I would have worn a bikini.
Yeah.
The point of the satire is that I'm wearing a bathing suit mocking
women-
Leah Thomas, who
Yeah.
everybody
Right.
has to see that picture. So everybody that saw a picture of Leah Thomas in a Speedo, is that like sexual predation or something? I mean, is that the worst? Is that what you're trying to say? That
Brittany started this with a shitty point, and now she's trying to spin out into other shitty points, and it looks bad. And it's not like Alex can't defend everything he's ever done.
I know.
that is
Because he thinks
You know,
about shit before he does
is
it.
that a sexual crime to you because that picture gets shared and seen by kids?
When a guy wears a woman's bathing suit, I do think that's kind of weird and sexual. I think that's the point of why you wore
That
it.
is
is
weird.
to make fun of that.
Yeah, and I am weird. So I would never say that I'm not weird. I would never say that I'm not weird. But like, if you're
But
trying
you
to
can't
insinuate
do that
I'm like a-
ironically, is my point. So I don't know why you have
I
such a
can't-
problem
Is
with
it bothering anyone else? Can Brittany Venti, with all the money she's made, she's got a manager and all this shit, can we get a decent camera and a decent connection?
This happened on the last Simcast. I think they're
Losing
she's-
my shit.
She's having some kind of problems with something. I don't remember what she said. But
Okay.
she did say like she's been having problems.
Unplug the router.
I'm
wait
sure she's done that.
Wait 10 seconds. And plug it back in.
with me not
Ironically,
liking
wear
that bit?
a-
Why can't I? Why can't
ironically
I?
wear a
Why
women's
can't?
bathing
Chrissy's back. Oh, look at that deep breath. Oh, poor Chrissy. Chrissy's like, oh, I'm back. Oh, and my friends are still fighting with one another.
Alex, do you want me to be dishonest with you and be like, yeah, that was like the best thing to do in the world? Like, no, I'm gonna be
No,
honest.
you
If I
can't.
like
No,
someone,
you can be honest, but like you're talking about that, and then you're bringing up this other stuff. It's just annoying. I don't know what this is all about.
Okay.
I just thought we were
How
friendly, and
about
obviously
each
we're
of
not.
you-
I mean, it's just
each
very
of you
obvious.
can
that you're
ask-
in
See now this is where, as a host, Chrissy can jump in. She actually had a good sense of that. She's like, you guys are kind of going in circles now.
I felt that too. Like
Yeah.
you're spinning.
One more question
it
of
is.
the other
I mean-
person about this issue with an answer, and then we're going to move on.
No, I mean I don't even care. It's just obviously Britt has.
Okay, but
some
I
sorts of
care, and I'm trying to
shade.
move on. It's not
I
like we finished a topic and moved
Oh.
on to a new topic. I literally am not even done talking about the reason why we're streaming. So I
Oh
just
boy.
think
Oh, she's okay. She's really pissed.
Well, if you
Yeah.
look at this, and like I said, I don't have a problem with any of these three, but the whole reason she's doing this stream was because something big happened, and it was
Some
kind of
Asa
like a,
Akira woman who's big in that world.
right that we don't know about, but it was a big deal to Chrissy, and
Yeah.
she's like, let me bring my good friends Alex and Brittany on this big stream that I'm going to do, kind of impromptu, like a big thing happened, and she, was special.
And Brittany kind of picked the fight.
Yeah, she did bring it up.
Brittany picked the fight. She used Chrissy's stream. To me, it shows a disrespect to Chrissy's stream. When I'm a guest on a show, I let them take it where they want to take it. And then my job is to keep the ball in the air
Yep.
and provide either levity or insight or whatever. I've seen Brittany do this on other streams.
Contribute.
She treats other people's streams like it's her own.
You're supposed to contribute, not commandeer.
Precisely.
I think it's like not really
You
fair
can.
to completely
you
derail.
can you can switch it, Chrissy. It's your show. But I'll just end it on saying that yesterday when I was on the podcast, MK Ultra Monies, and Jesse came on, like I said I like the things he did. I like some of your trolling, but it's my opinion that I don't think the bathing suit thing in front of kids' face is a good choice, because it's like you can't ironically wear sexually provocative things as a guy wearing a woman's bathing suit.
It's
It
not.
just- it's
but
just-
It's not sexually
And what's wrong with me not
provocative.
liking that? Everyone does things I don't like.
You're
That doesn't
allowed
mean I'm
to.
gonna
You're not.
hate
You're
them.
allowed to not like it, but you're like bringing up all this small stuff with this guy, this internet troll that all he does is make content about me. It's just annoying, Britt, and then just gives him all this content. It's just annoying.
That's
you know?
true.
It's
Like
just-
Alex has a strategy, and his strategy is don't talk about this guy, and it works. And now Brittany's forcing him to talk about this guy. So now this guy's got new fuel that he can put through his show, so on and so forth.
That's why. So you're just annoying me. And I thought we were friends, and obviously we're not, because you're coming here and you're just asking me all these questions. It's just so obvious. It's just like you're just trying.
I
I
think
get
you're
that you're
being
trying to stir
really
the pot.
offended and emotional right now when I was just asking
I am
you-
emotional. I am emotional because it is annoying. Because it's
Which is why I'm
something
asking
emotional
about.
Lila Hart, I like your pink tie, Alex.
Lila is one of my favorites. I
Lila's
really
just
do love
trying
her.
to get everybody to talk about something else.
Oh, yeah, I know, because it's something when somebody creates, all they do is create content about you, Britt. Do you have that? Is there somebody that is all they do is they watch your stuff and then react to it?
I'm sure everybody has like different degrees of like people who react to them, and then there's people who will stalk.
No,
and then
Brittany,
people
you would
who
know
are, like,
about this.
really
Yeah, you would know.
Is
You
that
would know.
fun? Is that fun when people stalk you?
This is why I was asking your side of
What
that.
you should be doing is eating in
She
the middle
can't-
of
She can't say no. Like if
Yeah.
somebody were to go to Aaron and I, like, hey, isn't that kind of shitty that people stalk you too in your lives? We'd both say, yeah, I feel bad for those people.
Brittany, and maybe when we're in the middle of like a podcast where we're actively back and forth with someone, we don't need to take a big bite.
It is weird. Like we always make sure we eat
Yeah.
before we go on shows, right?
Except today.
Oh, big deal. I
ate
said
it.
something on yesterday's morning show about let's have donuts tomorrow.
We did it as a bit. Yeah. It's fine if it's a bit, Brittany.
that so I can get the full picture. Because Chrissy brought up
So
the
it's
5
just
minutes
annoying.
before.
It's just
I
annoying.
I don't think
it's just
it's
annoying
fair
because you're
to
like
frame
befriended
it.
my stalker, and you're now bringing up all the drama that the stalker tries
It's a bullshit
to
And I don't think it's
ingratiate
fair to
himself in my
frame
life.
Alex as somebody as someone like equated to someone who does a drag queen story hour or a dude who dresses purposely to be in front of kids. Where this was
Oh, the
like a
intention's
very
not the same.
accidental-
I think Brittany lost the Jesse point and she tried to spin into something else and she didn't have it prepared and it was weak.
But imagine trying to like
Yeah.
stand for a Jesse.
Yeah.
Also, like I don't know, I don't care enough.
As
to
if
do
a
that.
Jesse PS isn't going to hit you at some point. This is why
That's
you
what I
don't.
always figure. They're not your friends.
And that's
you know?
why I don't hate or like Jesse PS.
I don't either.
He is what he is. He's a viper. He's going to bite you.
That's what we've always said about Red Bar
Right.
too.
Don't be friends with him.
Right.
He's going to bite you. You don't have to antagonize him. You don't have to grab him by the tail and shake him, but just
The good
leave him alone.
chance that the somebody that you get on and try to back, like they're gonna not back you someday.
Right. We've seen that.
Many times.
The intention's not the same at all, and that was my point. And that's what I said to Jesse too. I said that I didn't like that thing in particular, but you've done other good things. So I think that you're being kind of unfair in like really bad assumptions. When I was just asking you about like, hey, this guy said stuff in relation to the 5-minute thing. So like, what's up with that? Can you guys hash it out?
That's not what Chrissy brought you on for.
This was a
You're
special stream.
God, you know what? I'm really anti-Brittany on this one. She brought you on her show. If you want to ask Alex Stein about what happened with Jesse PS, have him on the Brittany Venti show.
Yeah.
Book him and ask him. Don't ambush. That's what this was. Don't ambush the fucking guy on your friend's show, showing complete disrespect for the host and asking this guy about something that he's not here to talk about. I mean, total horseshit.
And you're like, oh, you hate me now. Why are you friends with this person who's insane? It's like,
It's not what he's saying.
chill
That's
out. I
not
said
what
I
he's
didn't
saying.
like one thing that you did, and I feel like you can't wear a women's swimsuit while being a guy in front of kids.
Well, I'm
and then
going to
have not-
continue to
not
wear
be
women's
weird.
bathing suits. I'm going to continue to do.
Defiant Alex Stein, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean,
I will continue from this day until my final day, Miss Venti, to wear my bathing suit.
his defense, the whole rest of the world seems to be totally fine with other men wearing women's bathing suits.
Yeah.
I don't know.
whatever I want, unapologetically with it, with
In
your
front of
approval
kids?
or not. In front of anybody, yeah. I mean, in front of anybody, I'm going to do whatever I want. That's what I'm going to tell you. I'm never going to commit a crime or do anything sexual in front of a kid. But am I going to wear a bathing suit potentially
A
in front of a
woman's
place
bathing
where?
suit in front of children?
Yes, I wear a women's bathing suit.
Okay, Chrissy, you can jump in because they're literally just Brittany's doing that
This is-
girlfriend thing where you ask the same question 4 times in a row because you didn't like the answer.
This is almost to a point where, like, when Chrissy asked me to go on her show, I'm super humbled, I'm thankful, and I'm excited to see what she brings for
Yeah.
me to discuss with her and her friends that she has on. But, like, at this point in this show right here, I'm almost like, guys, this isn't what this stream was about.
Right.
I'm going to have to let you two go, and I'm going to cover this thing I want to cover.
Yeah.
You know?
For the rest of my life,
understand why
for
this
the
is
rest
so
of my life,
important
I'm
to you right
trans. I'm primetime 99 Alexandria
I didn't
Stein.
plan for it to go like this. Like,
Yes,
when I
you
asked that, I was
did.
trying. I don't think you
But
should
I
wear
am
female
trans.
swimsuits in front of children. That's really weird.
Well, I'm a
That's not
transgender.
a
As a
good take.
transgender,
Shut the fuck up. You already said that.
The fact that you keep bringing that, I've seen other people do this before. When you keep bringing up that point, that is what you wanted to drive home because it
All
did
right.
bother you.
We're going to skip forward because then they got back on the topic for about 3.5 minutes. And then this happened.
Dude, you don't watch my content. Do you not get that I'm emotional? That's my whole bit. That's my whole thing is I'm not all stoic like you where I'm just trying to look like a robot. I'm frozen. No, I say
I will reiterate, I've never had personal issues with these three. But wow. Woo!
I've got a side of me that can't help but take sides.
That's
when
what
shit
I'm
like
doing
this
too.
happens.
Right now, like I do feel like the show has been commandeered by
Brittany
and this, like I'm on the Chrissy and Alex side.
And here's what happened. It got commandeered by Brittany intentionally, no matter what she
It
says.
does seem that way.
And she thought she would put Alex on his heels.
You're right.
And Alex dug in and pushed back. And then she played victim after he pushed back. She got him riled up. She you know what?
People do get mad when people defend themselves.
She shook a pit bull by the face, and then when it bit her, she went, "Oh, what a violent dog."
It's okay to not like people and not do everyone's show.
I know. What I'm saying, I show my emotion, Britt. So you say I'm emotional? No shit. I'm emotional about the smallest thing. I'm emotional about my cat. I'm emotional about a $2 super chat.
We had 5,000 or 6,000 subs when Alex got mad at me for saying I thought the town hall thing was played out.
Dude,
Alex is a sensitive guy, but he's passionate.
I got screamed at on Simcast by him because of things we've said.
So yeah, I'm emotional about everything.
He and Bubba had a cry session about me when I was being a dick.
That's true.
And you can be that way, but don't expect.
Am I emotional?
If you do that, that's going to be the result. If somebody is trolling you, like you're saying Jesse is, or like somebody is going to like clip things, then why would you give them the reaction that's going to like make them mad? I was trying to do the opposite thing, but then you went off. So now you just like kind of made your problem worse.
It's not a problem. I actually like when they make content about me. I'm not saying that ironically.
Poor Chrissy. This whole show has gone off the rails.
No offense. Brittany ruined this entire thing.
Yeah,
or at least this
and like I said, I don't have like a personal issue with her at all. But if we're looking at this objectively, she wrecked this for Chrissy.
She did.
Look like clearly.
No,
you
I'm
don't want
complaining
that.
because they. No. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just complaining that you're on his side of it because I thought we were friends. Obviously, we're not. It's just annoying.
I'm not on his side of anything. My own opinion
I'm just upset.
was that the swimsuit thing was
I just
bad.
thought we were friendly, and I thought I don't know. I just thought we would have talked about this in a different way, and I just thought we were a little closer than that. And now I realize that we're not, and that's fine. And maybe I'm upset about that. It's not even about Jesse. It's just I just thought we were a little tighter than this. That you trying to like call me out on the stream, and I don't care. I hope they clip it. I mean, I'm a pimp on a blimp. I want people to watch my stuff. You think I give a damn? I want the clicks. I want the views. But at the same time, I just thought we were, friendlier than this, and we're not. And that's cool.
Thought so
and that's
too.
how it is.
I thought so too. And then you just started.
We're not. You're on Team Jesse.
This is getting shrill.
We're not teammates.
I just don't.
We're not Tigos. We're not teammates.
That I will say before we move on here, like that's a hard lesson to learn. We've had to learn that lesson where we've been like, okay, God, we're tight with these people. This is really cool. I like this alliance. It feels like we're working for the same thing here. And then to either have somebody not back us as a friend or as fellow broadcasters when our name is being shit on in front of them, or they'll throw us under the bus even. Like, that's been a hard lesson to learn.
Or when you get a little too close in subs in a very short amount of time, and you feel like somebody's jets need to be cooled. Am I right?
It has been a hard growing pain to learn that like people don't always have your back the way you would for them.
I understand why this had to be brought up. Like, because I don't even. It would be one thing if I knew who these people were, then I could at least participate in it. But I have no clue who these people are. So I feel like completely left out of this.
And it's her show.
You brought up the 5 minutes before. Why would someone do that?
But that's
and
a stretch. That's a stretch.
You brought it up. You brought all this up. You brought all this up. You're just annoying, Britt. You just annoyed me. So I don't want to. And
well, it came up yesterday, and I wanted to know what.
Not on fucking Chrissy's show. It didn't come up on Chrissy Mayer podcast that you're on right now.
Now, at what point, if you're Alex, do you say this is not what I got on the stream for? This is.
He's about to.
Incredibly stupid, and I'm going to respectfully walk.
Brittany Venti walked Alex Stein off of Chrissy's show yesterday.
That is awful.
It was a battle.
Yeah, because all he does is talk about me. All he does is talk about me. I didn't bring him up. You brought him up. So yeah, you went on a podcast. You've been on my show. That it's just, and the fact that like you're an e-thought, the way he talks about you is so terrible. That's what they say about you. I've never said that. I'm just saying they say this terrible stuff about you. You go on this podcast. I don't think you realize that I would never ever say anything bad about you, and I'm never going to say anything bad about you.
I don't think you realized that yesterday I defended.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You bring it up today just annoyed me, and I'm annoyed by you. So it is what it is. I'm just saying we're not tight, and that's fine.
I can't ask.
No, I didn't like the way you asked me. It was annoying. You annoyed me.
But to walk on eggshells because I'm trying to.
Fuck off! You know that shit too. Either I give you 100 or I give you 0. No, how about you come at it with a little bit of fucking respect?
I would really like to remind everybody right now that when she was being banned on Twitter and censored on all this shit and people were being shitty to her, he had her in his new studio, The Blimp, and had him on his Big Blaze show.
Would he do it again today?
No. Because that bridge has been burnt now.
Yeah.
No,
say like, hey, you guys should handle this out.
You know what? Because Because I don't want to hash it out. And then you kept bringing more stuff up. So it's just like, it wasn't just that.
I think
then
you
kept on
turned
bringing...
into something way bigger.
No,
than
he
you just
didn't.
into,
No, I reacted.
You're
I
attacking
reacted
me.
because you're doing it on purpose.
Brittany was not
You
picking
feel
up on
attacked?
Alex's signals that he doesn't like these people and
Right.
would rather not talk.
And it's
No,
fine.
what I said,
And-
what I
and
was
it's
trying
really
to
fine.
what I was trying to say is like, hey, it seems like he had this problem. Like, what's up with that? You guys should hash it out, just so you know. Because I just spoke to him on that stream
So
yesterday. That was my first time hearing about
Eliza
it.
gonna go hash
What
it
is
out?
the-
Check this
what,
out.
What does this have to do with Asa Akira is over? Chrissy Mayer, Brittany Venti, and Alex Stein discussed David Cho led DVD ASA. What is that, Brittany? What does that have to do with the fucking reason you were brought here?
I'll answer for her. Nothing.
Nothing.
And oh my God.
She's getting more annoying as this goes on.
This is terrible. I feel awful for Alex because he has done nothing but the proper response
Yeah.
to this annoying question. And poor Chrissy's had her entire show taken.
Her show's
over by
been ruined.
bullshit.
Yeah.
And this bullshit, like she's tried to give Brittany, her friend, some cues a couple times
Yeah.
here too. Like, I don't know these people. This isn't what this is about. I'm
I'll-
left out.
I'll use the term show was ruined. I know some listeners and viewers go like, no, because this is so fucking great for you, but this isn't the show Chrissy wanted to do as an artist. She didn't want to
No.
do this. So it might be great for you. It ain't great for her. It ruined her show.
Are you and Eliza gonna go hash it out?
Eliza had her opportunity to actually speak to me, and we
Yeah,
actually
and she doesn't
did
want to
try
deal with you,
to do
and she
that.
doesn't want to deal with you.
That's what I was
fine,
gonna
because
say
you're
too.
But
not-
Eliza
you know
falsely
me,
accused
so.
me of like doing something very criminal.
Jesse has accused Alex of
Okay.
horrendous shit.
Really horrendous shit.
There is no self-awareness here on Brittany Venti.
And I was gonna say this too. People don't always have to hash shit out. You know why? Because there is
Right.
no hashing things out with some people.
What's wrong with just going, I hate that guy's fucking guts, and he's not a part of my life.
That
It's on
guy
the-
needs me. That guy
Right.
doesn't affect my real life, and I'm not going to associate with that person.
Right, we're not real
Like,
life entities. It's
right.
all on the internet.
This is all like I'm at a point now in this episode too where I know we've gone really overtime and we haven't even checked in with our chat for a long
Right.
time here. Like I'm kind of tapping out to the point of like she's not listening to
Well, he's got
Chrissy
about
or
30
Alex,
seconds before he
where
leaves.
I'm about to get on with my weekend.
And wrong, which was a
Do you
lie.
want to hash it out? And she doesn't want to hash it out. I'm just saying, there's people
I
that
gave
do
her a
bad
chance
stuff
to,
you
actually.
You don't want to hash. There's just some people you don't hash it out with, and then you kept bringing up
Yes.
stuff. So I get
Yeah.
it. You're so awesome, Britt. You're so badass.
They're
You're
being
so
cunty.
cool.
Both
You
of them
know,
are being
you love
cunty
to
now.
just bring up drama on the internet, and I get it. And I hope this gets clicks, and I hope this gets likes. I mean, like I said, I don't care about that. I want to actually create more content. But we're just I can tell your vibes. I'm all about
I
high
think
vibrational
you're reading
energy.
really far
You
into
have-
things.
Not really.
Like,
I think you nailed it.
I was
Well, I've
eating
read
my
into it
food and
enough.
just-
I've read into it enough. Yeah, I know.
It's
I
pretty
see you eating your
skin
food.
deep,
I can tell you're
actually.
eating your food. Okay.
Thank you, Mark, for the super chat. Holy
right,
crap,
peace.
Mommy and Daddy are fighting. Alex is
there
gone.
goes Alex.
All right, we scared him off. Ramble Gamble Alex is becoming
Poor
a joke. It's up.
Chrissy.
Oh.
And then she spent another
I just
hour
don't
with
think he was
Brittany after that.
Poor
prepared
Chrissy,
to talk about
honestly.
that.
Like I know Chrissy cares a lot about Alex, and it is a really great thing for shows to have Alex on because he is a big dude in this world, and now he's just been run off of probably what would have been a great show by some bullshit.
Yeah.
And it's all for people that jerk themselves off to the drama. So I feel really bad for Chrissy in that situation.
Misdemeanor says Chrissy seems more annoyed with Alex and Brittany. That's not
No.
what I got out of that as well.
Not at all.
I don't think so.
Chrissy tried to steer out of that many times. And Chrissy even pointed out, like, I think Brittany's not picking up on Alex's vibes
Right.
he's trying to throw her.
$10 from KF says for the extra overtime. Oh, thank you, buddy. That's very nice of you.
Thank you.
$2 from Optic Nerve says for the extra OT. Thanks, guys. Thank you, buddy. $5 from Kyle W says thanks for the extra, guys. Oh, shit. Well,
Thank you to whoever brought that up because I think Alex had some very, very important things to say in that rant there.
I
In
thought
his
it was
response
really good.
to the bullshit.
Yeah.
That was very important.
Well, there you go, guys.
I wouldn't hate that as a standalone clip.
I already wrote it down.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think Chrissy seems more annoyed
Nope.
at all. Yeah, KF nails it. Brittany was gaslighting the shit out of Alex during that, for sure. She'd rile him up, and then when he yelled at her, wow, why are you getting so...
Why are you so defensive?
Yeah.
That's not...
She's being-
that's very like she's saying like, wow, you're reading into this. No, that's very like transparently like you're trying to cause shit.
Kyle W says she owes Chrissy an apology off air. Yeah.
Yes.
Zero Dark Tony says, ruined. This has to be one of the most viewed videos she's ever had. A, no, it's not. B, Zero Dark Tony's, there's a difference between ruined for her and ruined for you. As a viewer who likes that kind of thing, yes, it's very interesting. It's very compelling to watch. But as far as what Chrissy wanted to accomplish last night as a broadcaster on her show, yeah, that part did get ruined.
Something I'll say, like a good compliment to Chrissy, like she's very topical on a lot of stuff, and she likes to put out like a special video on certain topics. And so when I go to watch that video, I'm looking for her take on that thing. I'm not looking for her whole show to be wrecked by crap.
Holy shit, guys. We did almost an extra hour today. Thank you very much for the extra super chats and all that stuff. We appreciate it. We are going to get the hell out of here now and start our weekend, and we hope that you guys have a great weekend also.
Yes.
April, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will talk to you guys Sunday night on the members stream and then Monday at 6 a.m. Central.